Hello, everyone. It's episode 19 of the All About Counter-Strike podcast. And this is another special. This is all about apEX, the Vitality in-game leader who has not only had an amazing career, but has had an amazing 7 months, I would say, that many can't fault in this. I do this at the start of every episode. It is the 14th of July, 2025. Right now, it is 9 minutes past 8 for me, which means for Devilwalk and apEX, who are an hour behind me, it's 9 minutes past 7. So anything we're discussing about that happens after this, you never know what could come out, news and stuff like that. We won't be able to cover it. This is live now. This is what we're doing. This is how we're operating. Devilwalk, I'm going to start with you because you're always here. You have to be here. You're kind of like me. You're stuck. How you
Yep,
doing, man? It's pretty hot in Sweden right now, right?
it's really hot, and I have my I'm sweating so much. I even before this episode, I went for a cold shower. I've had three
Yeah.
cold showers today just to kind of chill down. But it's since I live in the northern parts of Sweden, and my
Mhm.
apartment is against like where the sun is the whole day.
Yeah.
It gets extremely hot in here, and the sun is up for 24/7. So you can imagine there's some sweaty waking ups in the night.
Dan, what's it like for you where you're at?
Well, actually, it's pretty hot as well. Just a little tip: it's good at the moment to take a cold shower, but it's the worst after. Like
Yeah,
your body temperature
probably.
go use a lot of energy, and then it's hotter and hotter. So that's a rookie mistake to not do when we play.
He's just going to get warmer throughout this episode. Devil's face is
Yeah,
going to get like red throughout all of it. He's going to be
Exactly.
thinking back to what apEX said and goes, why did I make this rookie mistake?
we have to cut. I have to go for a cold shower now.
Yeah.
10-minute break, go again. No. apEX, do you have aircon where you're from? Is it normal?
Uh, okay, in France usually we have, but here, as I'm living in the mountains, and every night it gets more fresh. It's really
Okay,
easy to just open the windows and all the fresh air
nice.
get inside. I just have a fan close to me, and that's enough.
Yeah. See, I got aircon, so I don't understand any of the problems that Devwalk has right now. I'm just laughing at him, having to sweat through out all of this. But Dan, the first thing I wanted to bring up here is we wanted to have some fun because it's not the most serious when we start off this podcast. I made Devwalk
Banks
go
wanted
back.
to have
I
fun.
wanted this. I wanted this to look back at Devilwalk versus apEX because
Okay.
your career has been so long.
Yeah.
And even when Devilwalk was still playing, not coaching, you guys went up against each other. It first started.
I actually remember
Oh,
most of the games we played, probably.
But you have an
okay. This is even
insane
better.
memory, Apex. Like
Yes, I do.
insane.
I think the first time we played,
Mhm.
I'm okay. I'm not sure about this one. Were you in the Epsilon lineup?
Yes.
So we played
Yes.
DreamHack Summer semifinal. We lost to each other. We lost to you guys. I remember that. Then we played
This
probably the
was.
next one was probably Clan Mystic at the major in
Yes.
best of one when you beat us on Inferno. By the
Yes.
way, 16-7, 16-7, no, something like that.
Wait, I'm opening
It
it.
is
16,
something like that.
16-6. 16-6.
Ah,
Ooh.
6-6. Okay, I remember we got
You
fucked.
top ranked, Dan. You
Oh
top ranked.
wow, on the 16-6, and yeah, I think maybe we played more. I'm not sure, but
We
that's
played
I
a
mean
couple of online cups
yeah,
as well.
online as well. But yeah,
It was
it's
like some Fragbite
yeah.
leagues and some
I
ESEA
remember
matches and stuff.
I remember everything, mate. So I remember like we lost that three max summer. By the way, was like a nightmare for me as well. Like it was
Yeah.
a really big hard moment for me. I actually played really bad against you guys, but I had like a lot of problems in my life, and also at the tournaments, like both combined. I came to the tournaments without a passport, so I took
Oh
the
Oh, God.
train
what?
and
How?
taxi from Paris,
What?
34 hours to arrive. I arrived the
No
day before the
way.
tournament. My aunt back then tried to commit a suicide. She actually died
Oh, my
after that.
Fuck.
God.
Like everything in this tournament was the worst. And I also remember eating at Max,
Yeah.
taking like a
Max
hot
Burger.
Max burger, exactly, taking like a hot sauce and having like a really bad stomach pain during our
It
game.
was too spicy.
Yes,
Oh,
no,
my
it's not
God.
too spicy. Just, yeah, I mean for my mouth it's okay, but always for my stomach it's a big problem right after.
Ah.
And I remember that so well. And also, I had to pay for the the hotel because back then the DLC gave me the money to pay, and the
Yeah.
Swedish guy, he broke my credit card, like
What
everything
the?
in the same weekend. Yeah, that was
Wow.
my tournaments in
What a
Jönköping.
great journey, and also Jönköping is not an easy place to get to either way, even if
No.
you're flying.
Or train
So
or whatever. So yeah,
yeah,
that was my story at that tournament.
Bro, the first time I went to DreamHack in 2007, I think I I flew to Denmark because it's easier. Met a friend in Denmark, drove across, and then drove all the way down to Jönköping. It's
Yeah.
a it's
Nice.
a, it's a wild journey.
Well,
It's crazy.
we did find a couple of games. Obviously, there's gonna be some games that are like on the ECA client that wasn't on HLTV or
Okay.
Yeah.
whatever. But we made a little bit of a scoring system.
Yeah.
Maybe can you guess if you won more or if I won more?
Th- th- Okay, I remember the LAN games, but not the internet ones.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be tough. So I guess we played when I was LDLC, Clan Mystic, LDLC again, maybe Titan. I guess it has to be tight, but I think you have the upper hand.
Ooh.
Okay, but no, it's actually the ones I found at least.
Yeah.
I did not check ESA games or anything.
Ah,
You
okay.
win 4 versus 3.
Ah, okay. But you won two
So
on LAN, so
yeah, that's
that's
true.
the one that count the most.
I got carried. You were the carry back then.
I, I was actually good that time, so I wasn't getting
Yeah.
carried that much back then, so it's okay.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good now, stats wise, Dan. Mr.
Yeah.
IGL, we can't say anything bad about that. That's for sure.
Lately, yeah, for sure. Lately, it's
Now,
better.
that was just a bit of a fun way for us to open things
Yeah,
up
for
because
sure.
I wanted viewers to understand how far apEX your career goes back, because it wasn't even just in CS:GO. Obviously, it was Source as well before that. And this is the thing, we always do this with viewers. We look back at their first ever HLTV game. Now, your first ever HLTV game was back
Well,
in 2012, but
but
that
I'm
was
pretty
not.
sure it was
They
not
didn't
with
cover
the team.
Source.
It was on CS:GO, wasn't it? With the mouse guy? No, it
Yes,
wasn't.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It was the mouse
Yes,
game.
yes.
Yeah.
You're playing with
Yeah.
4 German guys, and I'm like, what the
Yes.
hell is this?
I was just turning in. I was like just playing, and I'm not sure. I had the team at that time, and they asked Stavros and Strux had asked me to play a qualifier with them, and here is my first HLTV game.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. So it was just a standing moment. There was just you were the
Exactly.
right person. Did you speak any German, or
Of
how
course
did this
not, Chris.
work? No,
I wasn't even speaking English back then, so imagine the communication.
What?
I was just trying to kill people. That's all I could do.
they just said apEX do this, and you kind
So
of did
apEX
that.
is fine. He's an entry fragger. He will run
Exactly.
first. and-
Do whatever you want, they told me, and they spoke German on the side.
Oh, that's
wow.
brilliant. That's actually so brilliant.
Long time
Okay,
ago.
so even though, right, this, well, people may even forget this, you even had a huge beginning career in CS Source, right? And that obviously wasn't covered on HLTV because the difference between 1.6 and CS Source. But I wanted to just ask you, what team was it that you first considered where you were a professional player? Because I know also sometimes there were salary issues and stuff like that, even in Source, right?
Yeah.
Is it just Very Games? Was it LDLC? Was it 3D Max? Where is it from your perspective where you were a professional player for the first time?
It's not easy at all because what do we really mean by a professional? Like earning a salary? Because back then on Source, like not many teams were earning a salary. For
Yeah.
example, my only salary I got was from Very Games, and I was 130
Wow.
euro. Well,
Oh my
well, yeah,
God.
yeah, I could buy so much stuff back then. Um, but yeah, that was like a really whole time. But yeah, I don't know. For me, the sure thing is I arrived like in good teams with 3D Max, Cypher a bit before 2010-11. That was the
Mhm.
moment I really like went up in the team, and I was like competing against the best team in the world. So I was able to win like one trophy with 3D Max against Very Games. They were like the team 2-bit. They were never losing to anyone, and
Yeah.
with Shock, Scream, Flexor, ESP back then, we beat them.
Yeah.
So I would say maybe that moment, but yeah, we were in the best team, but not sure it was professional. Like the first salary I got was in Very Games.
Okay. So from a salary perspective, Very Games, but if you look at it from a team perspective, maybe 3D Max.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 3D Max or Cypher a bit before. I remember Cypher was
Mhm.
the first team I got where they were sponsored by a brand. But I mean, back then by SteelSeries, and I received everything at home. That was the first time I got everything for free like that. I
Yeah.
could choose on
But
the website what I wanted, and that was so fun, mate.
dude, that is like one of the first experiences I have. I thought I was a professional when I received free mouse pads, a keyboard,
Exactly.
a headset.
That was like no, but back then, I mean, I was 17, so no
Mhm.
money to afford much stuff, of course. and that moment you receive like 500 euro worth of like keyboard, mouse, and etc. So I remember I also changed my mouse back then to play with the mouse I received because I found it wow, okay, I'm so I'm so
Yeah.
happy and privileged to get all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really want to use it. You're like thinking, oh, this is amazing, a bit of fresh gear.
Exactly,
Uh
that was so crazy. It was just the best moment to receive all of that. I was waiting at my mom every day to tell her, did we receive it or not yet? Like,
and it's crazy, right? Because I think a lot of new players will never have this feeling from the
yeah,
start. Like they don't understand this same thing.
No, I mean
yeah,
there used to be competitions. You would just grind with your team for during weekends to even win like 5 mouse pads or a headset
Yeah,
or
exactly.
something like this.
The,
yeah.
So
the step ahead as well was Vero Games because of course Vero Games was like known as the best, etc., and the best
Hmm.
organization because both Existence and Nyak were making like this stuff together, like the really professional. Like it was like an institution. You were not joining a team; you were joining an institution where you had to follow the rules, really being professional. They were teaching you how to do interviews, how to do stuff like that, and that was like a next step.
Okay.
And when you joined the team back then, of course, we had to struggle with the computer, with the screen, etc. So they were like giving us like a Samsonite suitcase where you could
yeah.
Yes.
put the back then it was the Samsung 33 LZ. RZ, remember that screen? The first
Yeah,
120
yeah,
hertz.
yeah, yeah.
So we had like the package with the shuttle, like the small computer, and all the stuff, your very again stuff, and they were giving you that when you were entering the team. And also, we were going to the office back then to have like seeing the boss, being on the table with the boss and explaining you what he was expecting from you.
Ah.
I felt like it was so much professional. It was like my first job. You go to your first job, you're really stressed
Yeah.
because they had to say okay at the end, like okay,
Did you
this
show up in
this.
a suit and like
No, no, I didn't have
yeah,
suit. Not enough money to buy a suit back then.
yeah.
So I joined it with whatever I had. I don't remember. But I remember that we were joining them at the office, trying to look good and speak well to be able to join their games.
Oh
That's
wow.
brilliant.
Yeah, that was
it's
good
It's even more
it's a
professional back
level up.
then than some of the orgs now, I think.
for sure. I'm 100%
Definitely.
sure.
Oh yes, we know that, right? There's some dark organizations out there of how this goes. All right, so Very Games obviously was a huge point for any player in Source, especially a
Yeah,
French player for you. But it was a bit of short time that you had within that team, right? Then
yeah.
we go into CS:GO, and to not spend too much time on the past in here, I want to see if I'm right in saying that maybe ESWC 2013 was like the first big tier one event you would say that you went on to win?
Actually, I will pick up another one. I will pick
Okay.
up the Prague Challenge. Do you remember that when we beat a Prague Challenge?
Oh.
I go there with a mix, with Overdrive, Kenyes,
Yes.
Neo, and
Yes.
Taz, and we actually beat in semifinal the Mouse Sport guys, the last UK team that was relevant, by the way, with Rattlesnake,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
MX, Uxie, and Release, and PT I think was the all five of them. We beat them with the mix, and then we beat the legendary Navi lineup, Starix, Markelov,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Senua
etc.
Zeus.
Zeus,
Yeah.
like Senia, and that's the last tournament they did together. Both team we beat in semi and
Okay.
final. Like they lost to a mix, so they were like, okay, no way.
That's
Yeah.
time to disband.
Exactly. So for me, that was my first win because thanks to that back then, first of all, I never expected to win that tournament because we had like a big teams like that, and also in quarterfinal we also beat Bialy and Snacks back then. I remember that
Mm.
they were in like a sub top Polish, and that
Yeah.
just before they joined the VP.
Okay.
And winning there was like a huge thing for us because it made me like being a bit more known as well,
Yeah.
even
Mm.
though I was already. Also, thanks to that, I didn't have to work during that summer to go to vacation because I won a
Ah.
1K euro as a cash prize,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
and that was what I wanted to go to vacation. Like it changed a lot of small things, and also Neo back then and Taz asked me to do a team with Kenny.
Oh
Yeah, yeah.
wow.
So that's what I'm looking at here. This team is like Taz, Neo, Kenny, Apex, and then Overdrive.
Yeah,
Yeah. Overdrive paid everyone right to
yeah, he
like
paid
go
the
to the
entrance
LAN.
and the hotel, etc. Yeah, exactly. didn't give any more money, but he was paying the entrance because me, I couldn't come to like a land
Yeah.
mix. I didn't have the money, so yeah, he paid for it.
Tell me this, because I never knew Overdrive as a player. Was he good or did he need a hard carry?
Okay, on CS:GO when we did that LAN, I think he had a 100-hour overall on CS:GO after 1 year of
Okay.
the release, so it was pretty bad. But he did
Yeah.
like 2 really important clutch that made us win, actually.
Nice.
But yeah, it was like a heavyweight at that time. At that
Yeah.
time,
That's a good way to explain it. So that's
exactly.
nice to get it from your perspective of how important that event is. And just
Yeah,
looking down this, I'm going to bring this up for when we do the edit so the viewers at home can see just the teams and the players that were here. This was no small event. So this is a big deal for you as a player. You're very young at this point as
yeah,
well. And then obviously, if we look at where the change goes for you, we then see it's like almost a constant rise. So then ESWC's got to be a huge one in terms of who you end up beating in the final as well.
yeah. But beating the French in the final. Also,
Yeah,
I remember like okay, the crazy part is back then NiP is the best team in the world, NIP.
Yeah.
yeah,
And we played the group stage, I remember, and we beat. I mean, we played Complexity, like it was a Swag, Eco, etc. And we were done 10-5 on. We started City on Nuke. We were done 10-5. I remember that's like it was yesterday, and we come back 10-5. So it's 15-15. No overtime group stage game. Thanks to that, we arrived first in the group.
Yeah.
If we were arrived second, we would have played NIP in quarter, and I'm pretty sure we'll have been eliminated already. Instead of that, we play FM
Oh.
Toxic, a UK team,
Yep.
Yep,
and we beat them. And I quite easily. So then, of course, we get to the next step. Astronaut Diagram, 3 maps, winning on Dust 2, losing 16-14 on Nuke, Inferno Nuke, Dust 2. I remember that like it was yesterday. We beat them, and then we go to Very Games in the final, playing the French on Soil back then,
yeah,
and
yeah,
beating them 2-0 on Inferno and Mirage. Mirage that we almost never played together. With Clan Mystic, we lose 12-3 on the T side, and we come back 13-0 on the City side. I remember that, I swear. It's the first win on in the SDBC. Yeah.
I
that's
remember that
crazy.
event. I was obviously there playing. We came 5th to 8th.
Yeah.
Terrible tournament for us, but obviously, like there was so many new parts of CS:GO then. I remember full final French commentators, no
Yeah.
English
Yeah,
commentators.
back then that was the ESWC.
Yeah,
Because in France anyway, like it was even worse before that no one was speaking English. So why
yeah,
would we
Yeah,
do like it's it's a bit like in China they do it right now, like in the arena it was in Chinese.
yeah.
So
And
yeah,
and
that was
it
the
was really hard to follow.
yeah.
But there was a big crowd, I would say, still
Yeah, it
for
was
that
like I think
ESWC.
2000, also
Yeah,
1500. Yeah, it was. I remember like the long range. I had it on my Facebook not a picture profile, but you know the one that you have in the back,
yeah,
with like
oh, the
all the crowd.
background.
Yeah, the background.
Yeah,
I have it like with the people, and I remember that it's quite some people there behind us.
But
brilliant.
did you
And
did you feel like that was some kind of like, okay, I don't know exactly what happened when you switched over to CS:GO, but they obviously didn't continue with you specifically in very games, and then you kind of grind your way up to this
Yeah.
ESWC. Did you feel like it was kind of like a, I don't know, I don't want to say like fuck you, but like a revenge kind of arc in some way, like, you know, for
Yeah,
you as personally?
it was really tough to get kicked from video games. That was the first time in my career I got kicked, and I understood. I didn't understand the reason because I mean, yeah, we could go on like a 30-minute talk on that because
Yeah,
I remember everything once again, and I have a etc. But it was tough, and I really wanted to take a revenge from that. So actually, I joined the team with shocks etc. at the beginning, but I stayed only a week because I wanted to create my own project with Happy and Maniac that we played a lot together after that.
yeah,
But yeah, and at that time at least we beat them in the final. That's the first title I get as a CS:GO player with
yeah,
almost unknown players except Arts and Yorek. That also won an 8.6, but no one expected them to come back and win a trophy after like 5 or 6 years. So yeah, that was
yeah,
a really nice moment. I really remember it, and that was like okay, I can also be like changing a team as well just by joining them and being like one of the guy that because I wasn't the best player there I remember, but the way I was working and the way I was trying to help them to grow as players uh, helped us to win the trophy for sure because we are talented players, but
But
it
I
was
mean,
needed.
I think you still like, okay, if I remember back, you as a player, I like now in the older days, I consider being annoying to play against to be one of the most valuable
Yeah,
characteristics you can have in Counter Strike, you know?
yeah,
And you were annoying to play against. No matter if it was felt like you were random or did
yeah.
something, you know, like why is he pushing there or something like this.
Unpredictable, unpredictable.
Yeah, exactly. But you were annoying as hell
Mm.
because you were a guy you instantly looked at no matter what team you were playing with. This guy, we need to keep track of this guy because he can do anything at any point in time, you know?
Yeah, it's
Um,
like for us GW in a way that was already
yeah, exactly.
ready to go close pop with the AWP all the time, and it was annoying to play as well. So yeah, I know what you mean.
So
So
I would still consider you probably the most recognizable players to play against, you know?
yeah, okay, thank you. That was also like the person I am and the player I was. I was just like I was working, but I was just trying to do whatever I felt on the moment. A bit too much,
Yeah.
maybe.
Sometimes maybe.
There's always a bit of give and take with that. And
Yeah,
I want to ask you this at this point, because obviously you said getting removed from very games, it's obviously an upsetting, not a great moment. But then you come back from this point from Clan Mystic, and it looks like you just continue to rise throughout your career. But was there any point, maybe before you won the majors and stuff like that, where you thought about you were going to give up or you were going to stop trying? Because the apEX I know is someone who's super determined. So I can't imagine you doing that. But it's just a question I've never asked you.
yeah. No, never, never. Like even worse before because CS was a drug for me. I love
Yeah.
CS more than anything else. I was playing CS like 100 hour, 50 hours past a week, all the time. Like there were no break. Whenever I was doing a break, I was like, no way, I want to play CS again. So I was never like I'm gonna give up. I'm gonna do that. Actually, in a way, when I look back at my career overall, I'm really proud also of the choice I did in
Hmm.
general. Like sometimes not doing like what one was expecting, but trying to do something that I was thinking was the best for myself and for the gym.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I never, no, of course, I never thought about giving up.
That's good. That's really good. And it shows in your character and what's happened across your career. So
Yeah,
I think like the next points, because this is what I mean. We could do this podcast about 6 hours with you, but we haven't
yeah.
got that time. So I'm trying to skip through bits across it.
And
We'll
I swear
come.
I remember everything. Like I think
How
I
do
did
you remember all this?
I have no
I find it's
idea.
crazy, man.
I
Like,
did a game with Messi.
Yeah.
Just I okay. I wasn't right on everything, but we did 4 years of every games we played. I remember like 95% of who we played, not the score, but and the map of it. So like yeah, we did this tournament. We went to this tournament and we played them. We
Yeah.
did that,
do,
and then a little thing. I don't know.
do you also have the same, like, for what strats you've used in the past? So you can kind of
Yes,
like
yes. I
feel like
know.
this
For example, I
is.
know the way I fucked the last opponent, so I don't even have to watch the way we
Ah, that's
played. Oh, it's
crazy.
not
Damn.
all the time, okay? So sometimes, of course, I mean, no, as I have more responsibilities and I do even more stuff.
Yeah.
I there are stuff that I don't remember and I need to rewatch them. But sometimes, yeah, I'm like, yeah, well, I remember first Baron we did that, DNC we did that. So yeah,
So,
I
so
remember.
I can imagine you, like, when you're being an in-game leader, you just get like a light bulb pop up in your head, like, ding, this is what we need to do. We did this when
Exactly.
people played like this back then, you know?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I remember a strat that I was doing 3 years ago, and we
Yeah,
rerun it now, and it works. Like,
Really?
yeah,
that's really cool.
yeah.
Wait, but so you say it's a strat that's run 3 years ago, but I'm guessing some of the newer players may not know this fully. So you're just trying to like micromanage them to do this.
Oh no, but it didn't work before, anymore. You know, sometimes with the meta, like I think like
Hmm.
the struts are a bit overcycled. You know, sometimes
Yeah, yeah,
on
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
nuke the meta is more outside. Sometimes it's a bit more inner, for example, in the pop or whatever. And sometimes I'm like, no, I'm home. I'm thinking about CS. I'm like, I think right now this strat would work again. I'm pretty sure it will work
Hmm.
again. So I'm going on theory craft again a bit to just find the nades again if I don't remember then. And then I go to my players and show them the strat, and here we go. We run it again, and sometimes it works.
Dude, that's crazy, and it probably just another testament of why you're able to do what you do now as a leader as well.
Yeah.
Is there stuff you remember even from back in Source days? And can we go that
Yes,
far back? Oh my god.
yes. I mean, for sure. I remember like the big tournament and we will play it in EWC,
Mhm.
ESWC, because I played the ESWC in Source. We had one,
Yeah.
and I remember who I played. Maybe not all the games, but most of the games as well. Yeah, I mean, I remember lots, and I remember 3D Max against Very Games Grand Final. I remember the map we played, even the semi. I'm pretty sure I remember the map we played against Very Games. I think we started by those two. We won it, lost an Inferno, and beat them on train. That was the stream match we played. Yeah,
So I don't have that memory. That's
I didn't
insane to
choose.
me. But I could see
Mm.
it being like a huge advantage for you as an in-game leader.
It is. It
Like,
is. It is on a lot of stuff. It is.
yeah.
I swear it is.
Huh.
It's impressive, super impressive. All right, so we'll continue going through the dates and get towards the envy moments of your career because obviously envy will take us to the first major title as
Yeah.
well, but it was 6 titles across. And I personally look at this as where we started to see that rise I'm talking about really come, right? Not just because of the major, because of the titles and success. At that point, was this where you're thinking, okay, I'm at the very top of global Counter Strike?
Yeah. I think at that moment, specific moment, 2015, in my opinion, I'm probably the best entry fragger, like pure entry fragger in the world.
Yeah.
Um, I'm doing really good tournaments on that one. We can also say once again like who we played and the way everything went. I remember that in the quarter we played Fnatic and we really wanted to take our revenge because they beat us in the Cologne Grand Final. It was really
Mhm.
important for us to beat them, and we beat them on a actually like it was pretty violent on the cash when we was 16-2 on the third map. But yeah, that's the moment I knew I put my name on the top of CS, and having like your like the small thing is just having like your the little trophy on the game in the game, and
Yeah.
all of that is was like yeah, that was. And this is the craziest is that these tournaments at that time, okay, in the French scene, apex was like a different guy that now, because
Mhm.
people were trying to like actually fuck each other in the back.
Yeah.
And me, I just tried to be the best version of myself and trying to get a job and trying to be in the best team without talking too much, without s- putting too much struggle. That's why also I was that player running first all the time, because
Yeah.
no one wanted to do that. No
Yeah.
one. And I
Most
always
thankless role.
exactly. I also wanted to have other rules. Also wanted sometime. I remember saying to Happy, yeah, sometime I think when I'm in late round, I will be better. And said, no, we want you to be entry. And nowadays, if you say that, you have a discussion. You have like, okay, maybe we can
Yeah.
put you in some better like think, etc. And it wasn't like entering like Dong does right now. It's like being
No.
a mid,
Mhm.
like just run and die and try to kill one if you can.
It
So
was a
yeah,
sacrificial lamb kind of
yeah, exactly,
entry
exactly.
back in the day.
That was the worst. And I was just trying to do my best, trying to be like the a good teammate, even though sometimes I was a bit of a rager, of course. I was just trying to be the best version of myself, and actually made it in a way at that moment.
Yeah.
You say like you were a bit of a rager as well. You've always been like an emotional player
Yeah.
this whole way. You've always shown us that emotion, whether looking at the cameras, the way you act, and the way you are. But did that ever get you in trouble with some of these earlier teams, like when these shuffles were going on, or did some people maybe not like it?
Yeah, yeah. Of course, in the French, and people didn't like it that much, and I was actually for example, the envious day, I was not like as much as I was like last year or the year before, because when you get in control of a team and when you IGL, like everything is more frustrating in a way.
Yeah.
Like when
Yes.
people fuck
Yes.
up or do a mistake, that was the problem for me. But in a way, what I could say is like in the French teams, mostly after with G2 and extra, I couldn't be like the person and the player I wanted to be. Like it
Okay.
was not possible with them because some players didn't like that, and you had to follow like a certain way to play, a certain way to be, and you couldn't be yourself both outside of the game and in the game. When I say outside of the game, it's not the way you act outside the game; it's the way like you act in the game, but outside of the game, like as a
Yeah,
human.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So both of them were like controlled in a way, and that was tough for me because, as you can see, the way I am, I just want like s- the the first person that told me also that my emotions are both my strengths and my weakness was Lars back in 2022.
Okay.
He told me what you are when you are giving your good energy, etc. You are the best. That's simply
Mhm,
that you are the best. But whenever it goes on the other way, you can make you win your team because you have like a good leadership, the way you talk, the way you act. We can win just because of that because everyone could feel it. Or the other way, you can make them lose in a way because yeah, you are getting too crazy. And
yeah.
um,
mhm.
and when I understood that, everything got easier in my head.
Yeah, yeah. And that didn't come till 2022.
Yeah, exactly. Because we
Wow.
didn't have also like that many like performance coach before. Like
Mhm,
it
Yeah.
was like not like normal back then, and like managers, coach try to do it, but without knowing about emotion, like trying to do
Yeah.
yeah.
it with like the past they had in their life and the way they were dealing with themselves with emotion, etc. But
Mhm,
that's why like having like person like that helps me back then to be better version of myself, and I also understood that what I was good. I just had to control everything. And I
yeah.
also like I'm a big fan of sports, and I know that like players like Djokovic in tennis, for example,
Mhm,
or Federer, they were like I mean Djokovic is still a big rager right now, he's
Yeah.
still, but and Federer, and I heard like interviews about them, like the way and they were saying like it took years for them to control their emotion, to be able to know
mhm.
how to deal with their emotions. And yeah, because everyone think like I remember back then people were telling me, for example, stop raging, stop tilting. But,
Yeah.
bro, what does it mean? It's my emotions, mate. Like,
Yeah.
it's like you don't be yourself. Like it's the thing they
It's the
tell me is
same.
just
Yeah.
don't. Yeah. So it's just not possible, and you need to learn to accept the way you are and prove it and have the tools. And when you don't have the tools, it's tough for sure.
Yeah.
And the chance we have as a CS players, at least if we go on the same path as mine, is that I got also so much a better person overall in my life, thanks to all of that. Thanks to people that helped me during my career to be a better player, like in the way that I was. Because back then, when you were also telling me something about myself, like Dan, you are raging lately. I was getting crazy. I was getting mad at someone saying something bad about me, and I also
Yeah.
learned now that, for example, if my teammates said something about me, we have a French say that we say there is no smoke without fire. So if
Yeah.
someone feels something emotionally about me doing something bad, he's right. He has something right behind that, maybe not entirely right,
Yeah.
but I need to look at myself and be better. And so that's the way I was thinking, and that's the way I'm thinking in my life. So I'm trying to be a better person overall with it.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying there as well. The smoke without fire, because there was many times if someone gave me some criticism, even if it's valuable, I just shut it down because it's like you're just trying to close it out. You don't want to hear that.
Yeah,
You want to just be yourself. But everyone can learn. You can learn every day. You can be 40, 50, 60 years old and still be learning in everything you do. And
that's
this probably
also
goes
why
again.
I'm here still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
That's why I'm here
development.
still. I'm 32 and a half soon, and I have
We're
a
counting halves now, Dad.
yeah,
You got to that
exactly.
point where you're counting halves.
Yeah, but like I'm still young, so when we're young, we still can half. So I'm trying to do. I will still do that when I'm 80. I would say I'm 80 and half. But yeah, that's why I also have this career, and like back in 15, no one believed that apEX will be the most active player of the French scene, and the one that will go until 2025 or whatever. No one would have bet that. No one. And
No,
that's what, but only myself because I knew myself.
you believed.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but it's really cool. Like going through that journey and actually like kind of exploring that so late for you. I mean, you must have had so many struggles where you're like, "What's wrong with myself? Why can I not do this, do that?"
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. And but I tried to put myself in a box,
yeah,
like I was trying to
like
put myself in the
everyone.
box. Yeah, exactly. And okay, I'm just this guy, and I don't want to make trouble in the teams. Like in G2, was it enough of like Kenny had struggled, like he wanted to stop CS and blah blah blah. And
Yeah.
Shocks was the IGL and trying it not good, not easy because he wanted to change a lot and etc. And BK not happy with everything and putting his word into that. So if me also came and say, yeah, this is all bullshit, and okay, that would have been too much of a mess.
So what was the first team you actually felt like, okay, I can be myself?
Vitality in a way. Vitality
Yeah.
from whenever Xtas joined it,
Okay.
he understood me better. He also understood me better also in the game, in the way I wanted to play. I was able to do whatever I wanted, not everything whatever I wanted, but you know what I felt also back then in G2, for example, is I was working harder than anyone else. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And the example is I could see back then Fur Prime, okay? This aggressive player, like playing a bit solo, etc. And that's also what I wanted to do in a way, like trying to be this sneaky boy. And I remember like
The annoying guy.
yeah, exactly. Once again, that annoying guy, and I knew I could do it because I was reflecting about the game. I was working hard. I remember once on I asked that to Smith and Shocks, and I tried for one practice to be able, and it doesn't work. So they told me, no, it's not gonna be good. So now you go back to A site and you jump in the box. Everyone's like, you know, and um, and because we had the way to play a bit passive at the beginning, having some aggro sometimes, and after someone like we go three and we retake like the classic thing. So that's the thing they wanted to do, and they also the problem with Frenchin is like the way they wanted to play was really structured, but all the time structured. Like all the
Yeah.
time, we like revenge, refrag, and all the time. And so this didn't go in like that plan in that box in a way to play
Yeah.
alone. So for them, it wasn't good. They were thinking that their CS was the best, and there were not like good other good CS to play. So that was
Hmm.
also like the tough part for myself to be myself and being and while I remember because in 17, okay, I'm not top 20 in the world in the national TV. I'm top 21. I remember Tigris back then. He says with 21, with 22, and 23. It happened
Yeah.
twice to me that I'm 21 in 13 and in 17. He told me back then, and but I was still proud because I was like, okay, I'm in the box. I can't do everything I can, but still like top 21, which is not bad, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
in a way, I was still satisfied, but I knew I could do more. I actually knew I could be so much better, and that's why when I joined Vitality, I remember the first 6 months, 7 months, I was actually good. We win trophies, we win stuff. I'm actually like a 110 rating, 120. I have like a good with IU back then already, good stats, etc. And whenever Chuck joined it, he took more space on me, and then I got a bit worse, and then I became
Yeah.
agile. But in a way, that's your question is yeah. Whenever I could feel it was more in vitality. I could
You
play. I
should
could
have
be
joined
myself.
you should have joined a Swedish team way earlier
Yeah, but
in the career.
maybe not enough structure back then. But yeah, exactly. I
See,
mean, you could see all the good players like Olaf, etc., whoever could do whatever they wanted, and me, I was in my
Yeah.
yeah,
box controlling, doing this.
it's such a different brand of CS, and
Oh,
I
mate.
want to ask you, you have such individual skill and ability in even now, like
Yeah.
looking back then at you. Was it always hard at times, maybe where you were overshadowed by the other names? Because, like, if I'm looking at that era of French CS, they would mention your name as the entry frag as what you could do, but it's like Kenny, it's Shocks. At one time, it was MBK. You know, there was all the other players that even the French community was putting above you. Was that
Yeah,
I
ever
mean, even happy
frustrating?
at some point.
yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
See,
Scream.
and you weren't getting credit for what you were doing, and I guess it's without sounding rude to people who look at CS, but sometimes people are looking too much at the numbers or just the frags
Yeah.
and not seeing what you were creating, the space you were creating, what you were doing.
Um, I will go on a different thing to answer that. First of all, I've never been a selfish person.
Hmm.
So I was fine to make the other shines. I was fine to be the guy that's run first or jump for Kenny or whatever. I was really fine with that. It was never been a problem for me. Of course, in some point, I would have loved to be a bit more selfish, to be a
Yeah,
bit better player because I knew I could. But in a way, I would not be the player I am today and not having the career I have. So I'm
Yeah.
actually
yeah,
fine being like maybe back then under those guys, and the NBK individual and the Shocks and the Kenny and the Happy as well, and the Scream. He was APK as well in a way. I was fine with that, but now getting the credit from like back then, Kenny didn't understand all I was doing for him. For example, he was not understanding that I was giving myself for him. In a way, he was. I could see that he was just more talented than me. Okay, Kenny was.
Yeah.
You know that he was such a talented boy, like one of the most talented player may probably we ever had in the Counter Strike. But he was a lazy boy. So what I was feeling myself, it was just okay. I'm gonna work for him. I'm gonna do what he doesn't do, like work on few tricks and flash pick and telling him what to do when we're together, and it's gonna be good. And it's gonna help me to win trophies because what's the most important at the end is to win trophies. And
Yes.
not long ago in on a Thorin channel, he just said something like, "Yeah, the biggest mistake I've done is not trying to play more with Apex because he always wanted to do well for me, and I
Hmm.
always try to do my best for him. And
Yeah.
in a way, what's sad is whenever I joined it, I left. It was a bit of his drop down, you know,
Yeah.
and people never will never put that together. Okay, but that's the truth, and I was doing a lot for him, but back then it was a bit hard because he was not he didn't know he wasn't like he didn't felt I was helping him. It was just
Yeah.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a
Hmm.
talented kid. That's it. But
Yeah.
after like reflecting and getting older, because he's also 30 years old right now, he understood
Yep.
that okay, I've done a lot for him, and in a way, I try to, even though Zaiwu is a bit different, but also try to do the same with Zaiwu.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And that
Yeah.
that on its own is impressive. So let's come looking at this then to the first major. It was Cluj-Napoca,
Yeah,
2015 with Envy. You beat Navi in the final as well. You obviously mentioned you beat Fnatic as well before the Devil. You'd gone by
G2
this
as
point,
well.
right? You weren't
Yeah. Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
Beat G2, which obviously a crazy team at the time. It's kind of like a start of super teams as it be.
yeah.
Um, how was that run for you? Like, was it something where you felt like that major was in your hands from the beginning of the event? Was it one where you hit the ground and leveled up throughout it?
If you know the story, we wanted to split after the event because
French
yeah,
Really?
yeah,
special,
yeah, yeah.
French special.
Exactly. I mean, not me, but n- like NBK was not happy at all. Happy was not happy at all as well. Um, People were not working enough. But just before the event, we win like 2 trophies though, but they were still not happy. They wanted so much, and I understood that in a way, but they were too harsh with everything. So
Mhm.
bootcamp didn't go well at all. People were not happy. They wanted to make change already, etc. And we said like it's a last dance. If we win, we can keep going together, and if we lose, we're not going together. And I remember
Wow.
we beat Dignitas first game. We beat Navi in group, and then we played Fnatic, beat them. It was actually 3 maps, so it was not easy. Even though the third map was quite easy, overall it was not the easiest game. And then we played
Mhm.
G2, and that was actually the hardest game because they beat us on those two. We beat them on Inferno, but Inferno at some point it's getting overtime, and
Yeah.
at some point I think they are 21-18 for them. So one more run is GG. And I remember back then in majors in overtime we had like breaks, like 1 minute or 2 minute
Yeah.
breaks in
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
like it wasn't ads, but it was like made by CS. And no, it was full quiet, team check full quiet. And then we come back. I remember NBK taking the auto shotgun on B Inferno. We win Inferno, and then we win Cash, and we go to grand final. And same against Navi. Actually, one of our French YouTuber did a video about myself, of my story, and I was watching the train game. And I think we were 14-10 down on T side train, which is tough,
Oof.
and we
Ooh.
come back 16-14. Um,
That used
and
to
we
be
win.
like a, for people who don't know, that's like a 10-2.
Yeah,
Well, now it's
13-2.
like
It's 12-3.
13-2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
12-3 map.
it was so tough on train. So yeah, we come back from that, and then we win Cobblestone now epic, and yeah, and you remember that the third map was random between all three.
Yes. which was the craziest like preparation for a game back
Yeah.
then. Was like everyone sitting by one PC by the Vito and just praying, please not this map, please
And
don't make.
actually, we got unlucky because we were, Dust 2 was the third map, and at that time we were really bad with Dust 2.
Yeah.
And we at the end win 2-0. So yeah, that was actually a good memory, but not the easiest run for sure. Like Paris was way easier for sure. Huh.
Now, that's crazy, right? That obviously this French scene in general had gone through this change again and again.
I mean,
But
it felt like you played with pretty much every single French
everyone, yeah.
player
I
you
actually
could
didn't.
at this point.
I didn't play.
Really?
I never played with Smith. He's the
Ah,
only player I never
yes.
played with because we were always like replacing each other in a way.
Bro,
Ah,
you should
okay.
see we've got a document that we made with all the different lineups and players, and I'm
Uh,
just seeing this like it's insane. So yeah, that's the only one we're missing.
yes, it's the only
Yeah,
player I didn't play with. I played with Happy a few times, back and forth, and BK, not back and forth in a row. Kenny as well, playing together again. I think 3 times.
yeah.
Like yeah, crazy stuff.
We've even got the ones here with like Kiyoshima, obviously, but
Yeah.
Devil, Sixer. If you're looking at lesser known names, um,
Uh,
it's crazy what you've been through throughout this. But
yes,
who
indeed.
who was it ever hard on any of these where you had a more personal connection to some of your teammates? Was it ever situations where players were getting removed? And because you spoke about the backstabbing, and the problems, and this is
Yeah.
something that we've all heard about on many different podcasts from the French scene, from other players through their mouths. Was it ever one where you knew what's going to happen and it's a friend of yours and you're sat there like, I don't want this to happen, but like you said, it's better for my career if I stay here. You're trying to do what's right for you at the same time, because I can imagine at times there's this crossroads where it's an awful situation for you to be in when they're your friends as well as your teammates.
Yeah, actually, the sure thing is, the only moment I got removed was G2.
Yeah.
And actually, I was really fine with it because this team was not working, the super team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't working. I was sacrificing too much in a way. And the guy I was the closest was Kenny at that time, but
Mhm.
our relationship went a bit down because he had like he went through like a moment of his life where he didn't feel good and he didn't care about what happened around him. Like it was a bit selfish in a way because he wanted to stop CS and he was a bit weird at that moment. So we were,
Was this where he said he was depressed? Because I remember doing the interview with him.
yeah, it was depressed. It was a bit of everything. Like Kenny had like a problem also in Titan where he got depressed as well back then with a girl. And
Mhm.
17, I don't remember. I think was also a bit of because of I was also with that. He is also really emotional, so it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
And we tried to talk to him, but it wasn't only about depression because it was also very big about the behavior and the way he was acting with the guys and with me. And I remember at some point I did like I had a letter that I told him because it was too much and I had to tell him the truth or what I was thinking, etc. He always been like Kenny was the guy in back in 2012, 2011. Everyone was thinking he was a cheater, and
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
took it under my shoulder. We did his first line. He did his first line with me. He did we did a lot of stuff together, and so he was like my little brother in a way. And at some point he stopped listening to me. He stopped like yeah, he was a bit less of a good guy. So yeah, it got our relation got a bit worse. But in a way, I was happy to leave that G2 lineup to create like what I wanted after. Because yeah, everything went bad in this G2 lineup.
Yeah, it was kind of like a blessing in disguise, right? The whole G2
I
situation.
mean, looking at it now, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once I will say all a lot of stories about that when I will be done. But
Are you
it,
writing
it
a book?
yeah, I will probably do it. I promise. But
Oh,
I will have
brilliant.
I will go to jail because I will say too much stuff. Nah, but
So the career must be completely dead before you.
exactly. So no, it was just too much of a mess, and players also the biggest problem back then anyway was players having the power. That was the
Yeah.
biggest
Yeah.
problem. how can you be above someone you play with? Where in the game you're supposed to be all at the same height,
Yeah, yeah.
and
Mhm.
whenever we outside of the game, someone else decide for you. It's not possible. That's not
And
how
it
it should
usually
be.
was really weird, but it was like a core of three people who decided everything, and the
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
two was on the outside, just having
And
to.
then they get kicked to get the new two
Yeah,
players, like a bit
exactly.
like the Cold Era for Fallen probably.
Yeah,
Like yeah, they changed FNX and then they took Phelps and then they took Bolts and they had like this. They were deciding because they
yeah.
won two majors, etc. And then they had like a lot of players coming up and coming in and out in the team. But yeah, that was a lot like that, and that was not easy for me at least. That was not easy to be in that shit.
Even though, like, if we're coming away from looking at what you did with Envy and then going into the G2 that you said obviously wasn't working, it was still 3 trophies
Yeah.
despite it wasn't working. Like, is that down to the raw skill, or was there times where it was better than it was bad?
The only problem is at that moment, this team was made to win everything, not to win
Yeah,
three trophies. We won, and we didn't win the most important trophies. We won DreamHack Tour, EPL season 6, 5, I don't remember,
5.
5, yeah, and the DreamHack Mamo. So they were good
Hmm.
good tournaments, but they were not the biggest tournament. And yeah, so that was not the best one in majors. We failed. Like we did a group stage exit in Krakow and a quarter in Boston. So
Hmm.
like yeah, it was not enough. And as I said, like this team was made to win more. And by the way, also like just to come back, I was just thinking about it on the individual side. The only thing I miss and I would have loved have is HLTV MVP. I never got one. I was
Really?
like maybe five or
Yeah,
six
I
times
saw.
second in my career, but never got an MVP. Never. I was like,
Do you think you will get one in your current team?
lol.
Wait, Rops is already wondering when he'll get one,
Rob,
let alone
imagine
Apex.
that Rob says himself, I'm never gonna get an MVP. So how Apex, the 32 years old guy, can say I might get an MVP?
Hey, if you have a few more performances like the Austin Major Grand Finals, you do that across a playoff. That's it's not out the realm of possibility.
Yeah, but I need to do that on
You have to
the world
sacrifice,
tournament.
make a call to sacrifice them all the time.
Actually, I said that this morning. I said, okay, guys, just to tell you, we won everything, so I'm fine with this year. So now the only thing I want is play good myself to be in the top 20, to be the oldest player to be in the top 20. So good luck, everyone. Zaiwu, you will have a lot of needs in pistol, and you're gonna sacrifice for me.
Could it actually be possible? Let's look at it this way, right? With the year you guys are having, just say you win the rest of the tournaments like you're doing, all the ones you enter. You personally, though, could be within the top 20.
I heard like
Like
the Ashel
you,
TV guys talk in the Ashel TV confirmed, and
yeah.
they were saying that it's already like tough for Messi to be in, even with
Oh,
108.
really?
Yes, yes, because
Really?
they can't really like as a pure stat, like in a way, and also like the impact you have on the server, like not because you're a support that you make win rounds, but in a way that you are a multi-fragger or whatever. And
Yeah.
and me, I think the worst. They said the worst guy last year was I am in
Yeah.
109, and I think I'm 103 this year. So like it's
Okay.
it's not enough, and I understand. I'm fine with it. I mean, it's just a fun joke I have, and
Hey, you're,
I,
you're,
and I,
you're
I,
winning
w- I
IGL of the year anyway.
I hope so. And but the thing is, I won't deserve it. Like actually, the fun part for me is I have a 1-0 run in before playoff and 108 in playoff this year. So I'm better
Yeah.
in playoff than group stage. But yeah, that's the way it is. Like it's so good. I don't care being top 20. My hope is just my 4 players to be in the top 20 and win
Yeah.
anchor of the year, closer of the year, not entry because don't exist. Team of the year and AVP of the year and the coach of the year as well. So everything besides entry and poor shower.
I think
Well,
you're all on the path to that.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
think
hope
you're
You're
all
so.
gonna
Yeah.
get some kind of award this year.
Yes, I
it's
hope so.
it's a very special year, and we'll come on to that a bit later because let's start with this coming into Vitality,
Sure.
the first ever Vitality,
Yeah.
because this was a French organization,
Yeah.
not just about them. They are French born and bred, right? When that initial offer came to you, did you know the size of Vitality, the things they expected, like the level that this team was going to bring? Because
I
obviously
think
before Counter Strike, I didn't know of them.
I think even apEX was the one that went to them. If
Yeah. Okay.
I
So
Aha!
little story. I will explain the story because
Let's go.
like the prison right now could have been so much different than what it is. What happened back then is we got NBK and me got banned from G2.
Yep.
Envious, they stopped the lineup
Yeah.
yeah,
a bit at the same time, and NBK and me we talked together, and we said that we still want to play together. Um, so we want also APK. Back then, he was like
The tank.
the best player in Envy. He had a really good 2017 year.
Mhm.
Heard like he worked on his struggle. He was really ready to work, and he was like understanding that he got lucky, like to still be here, etc. Um, and then I said, yeah. I mean, we need to take this new prodigy. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be pretty good. Zayu, I want to play with him. And the fifth guy, I have no idea. But what's happening is
Mhm.
NBK really wants, really, really wants. Back then, we also had like faculty. He
yeah.
was a
He was your
coach,
first coach.
first coach, yeah.
Yeah.
And they really wanted Happy. For them, it was like but not being the ideal. And me back then, I said, I don't think it's a good idea, so I don't want to play with him.
So what
So
MBK was IGL, right?
yes, exactly. So
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
happened is, okay, like the NBK in a way said, okay, I would prefer Happy than you, so fine, go here, go away, and we take Happy. Okay.
Really?
So they asked Jax to take my spots, and he was in 3D Max back then. And
Mhm.
this retarded guy, one of my best friends, by the way, I love him, but
We all love Jax.
Yeah.
my dumb friend said no because he wanted to keep play with the guys. So they came back to me and asked me again, but they had no hawk back then. So anyway, it will not have been anything.
Mhm.
But yeah, and on the side, yeah, I was texting Neil, telling yeah, it would be nice to arrive, etc. And I told him, yeah, because he was not sure if we wanted French because he also heard like about the French rumors, the French shuffle.
Yeah, the
So
dramas.
I was also like thinking of doing like a international lineup back then with Woxic, Issa as well,
Oh
Oh,
wow.
Zaiwu in the lineup. I mean, yeah, it was a bit of everything, and in a way it was the I told him, yeah, I think maybe the French lineup will be better and extra. So yeah, I went back then in Paris. Vitality was not that big back then. It was like
Okay.
mostly Call of Duty.
Yeah.
They also had like the League of Legends slots as well, but yeah, it was like a growing um, hog. And then I went to Paris on the old office. I had a meeting with like the partnership manager and with Neo, the one of like the co-CEO. I mean, he's not CEO anymore, but whatever. And we talked together, and yeah, everything started from there. I had to buy out me and BK from G2. I had to buy out Zaiwu from
Yeah.
AAA, and APK and Happy were free, and we started like that.
So I got to ask this then. Did you know Neo before? Like you just hit him a message and said, I want to talk to you about this. Like, how did this go? Because it's not often a player's the one making this magic happen.
Yeah, I mean, we were texting each other on Twitter. He knew about my name, of course. I knew about Vitality, and I told him in a way
Mhm.
that I would be like really happy to play for French Hawk for one of the first time for a long time. Always wanted to do that, and I always felt like that was a good shit to do. And yeah, then magic happened in a way.
That's brilliant. And obviously, the key person within this, right, ignoring all the other players with the history, is Zaiwu. Because
Yeah, over years, yeah, indeed.
everyone everyone knows what he was supposed to do, but like, were you I don't know, were you that confident? Was it like you
I
instantly knew
think
from being able to see him how good he was going to be? Or was there a small risk?
everyone thought he was going to G2. I think at that point, right?
Yeah, but G2 they were also scared that he was cheating, and the problem is they were, and also Zaiwu wanted to finish his school before joining a team as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
always. That was I remember that.
So what happened is, okay, this young guy, I will never expected him to be the best player in the world. Like no way. But I remember the first time I practiced with him, I'm like, okay, this guy, I have nothing to teach him individually. Like nothing. The guy
Wow.
knows everything. Like
And how
I,
old is he then? He's 16?
17, 17.
17.
Yeah, like nothing to teach him. Like the guy, we can say whatever we want about other players, etc. But for me, his game sense
Hmm.
is beyond everything. Like everyone says, so smart. Like
Yeah.
Simple is, I mean, he's known to be smart, but also flashy player.
Crazy
Big,
is.
big
Yeah.
flick shots,
Yeah.
extra. Zaiwu will win the same clutches, but with maybe a bit less flick shots in a way.
Hmm.
A bit less flashy, but he will still win it. And like
Will it
he's
look
like
easier?
what?
It will look a lot easier when Saiwu does
Yeah,
it.
I mean everything. Like so much stuff I was like just watching and like okay, but on the communication side, on the team play, etc. Of course, he had a lot to
Yeah.
learn. But that was okay. I mean, that was not a problem in a way. I was like, yeah, this guy will be maybe one of the greatest French player, but I would never have imagined that he would have been like maybe the goat of Counter Strike.
Yeah.
But
And
bro,
do you know what?
I remember playing Saivu with a mix. It was like Kyoshima, I think Saivu was playing. I was playing with some random like mixed Swedish team. I think I was playing like maybe with Pronax and some
Okay,
other like Swedish guys just for fun. And I remember we were like 14-10 up on Overpass. And we are struggling to get rounds because Saivu is sitting there with like 52 frags on the other side. And he eventually just destroys us and they win 16-14 on Overpass. Like
welcome to the
any
world.
any any peak you took, it didn't matter. You were changing timings in your head, you were changing everything. He's sitting there holding you bang headshot, like you could do nothing.
But that's
I we
why I understood he was not cheating because
Yeah.
he was. I could see he was smart. Like he
Yeah.
wasn't
Hmm.
like cheating. He was just being smart. What everything what he was doing was being smart.
And doing it so calm as well. I remember when you were first watching him, and the way you were describing, right, of Simple and Zyru, the way I say it, Dan, is that if I'm going to tell people you want to look at two great players and you want to be, don't try and copy what Simple does. Copy the way Zyru is playing, because Simple will go for some of this insane stuff that sometimes doesn't make sense, but Zyru's winning the rounds from understanding the situation, reading the situation, almost playing it like perfectly correctly in as many ways as possible.
Yeah, but he understand everything faster than anyone. Like
Yeah.
where to look. Of course, insane skill, but in a way, of course, sometimes you're impressed by his skill, but it's not what makes Zayu great. It's just what he does in the game and the decision he makes.
I
Unlike
think
us,
his rotation sometimes in clutches,
yeah,
I
exactly.
see him just running straight away to like I don't know, maybe it's a Mirage or something. They are out, bomb is dropped. He's running from mid where he killed the bomb on A site, and all of a sudden he can run B, and he just reads the player, and the T player goes CT to B, and Cyber's already there,
Yeah,
and it's just like how do you make this read so
uh,
cleanly and so instinctively, you know?
y-
Because
there are only 2 or 3 players in my career that whenever I saw them with the confidence in the round, I knew they will win 1v2 or 1v3. I think
yeah.
Rops,
Yeah.
Zaiwu, and Kenyas are the 3 that, okay, when I was watching it with the confidence, I just could see in the way they were making decisions. I'm like, okay, the run is won. We win it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure is win.
It must be crazy. I mean,
It's good. It's good.
the only like obviously the two players that I've seen and spotted like up close and played with to some degree. Flasha was one of those
Uh,
players where I just what is he thinking? How can he think like this and do what he's doing? You know?
Lifting his mouse.
Yeah, lifting his mouse.
We
But you
had
know,
to get that one in.
all of had a little bit of that as well, you know.
Yeah.
But I think Flusha was more about outsmarting and trusting his instinct so much that it didn't even make sense when you tried to deconstruct it. But
Yeah, for sure. He was that player. After I
yeah,
remember that. I was also remembering like we played a lot also against him and I he fucked me a
yeah,
few
yeah,
times.
yeah, you have some moments
Yeah,
with him.
exactly. Exactly.
Now, looking at this, right, you spoke about Faculty being the first coach that was on that Vitality lineup. He lasted just over a month,
Yeah.
and then Xtaz comes in. Was this a bit of your doing? Was this him not just fitting the bill as much? Like, what was it there?
First of all, faculty was scared of planes. So
Oh, but
he,
that, you can't do that.
yeah, it's tough
Ah,
to do that job. And this
Yeah.
guy is we talk a bit less, but we used to talk a bit more back then. And he is a really like he's a passionate guy about Counter Strike and football. He wrote books that are known actually in football. How
Wow.
to become a great manager or something like that. The way he interviewed like Jose Mourinho and some like really insane. And
Amazing.
yeah, he's really like passionate about everything. But in a way, he, the way he is wasn't not enough to be a coach. And also
Hmm.
like that scare of plane was tough. I remember taking the
Yeah.
plane with him for the announcement in Vitality, and that was a nightmare for him. So yeah, it was a tough moment. But at least he helped us to grow the lineup. He's a great guy, so I can't go against everything he is done anyway. But yeah, and when Ixtad came in, everything like changed. Everything changed
Hmm.
because we had back then we were on a three loser. Like we had open qualifier for the minor, or for no for the
Yeah.
close qualifier of the minor back then, because it was open qualifier, close qualifier, minor, major. Um, and we lose three in a row, and we on the fourth one, and on the fourth one is there, and we go through
oh
on the
wow.
Wow.
last one. So yeah, I mean, for me, what I've said is Ixtaz and Zayo saved the French scene for 3 more years, but at some
Hmm.
point that was not enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get to
Yeah.
that point.
We'll definitely get to that point because before even that happens, right? Obviously, Happy goes from the team. I believe he was the first one to go.
Yeah,
You've got Alex coming in as well.
yeah.
And then does Alex take over IGL straight away at
No,
that
it
point?
doesn't.
So still a bit of MBK.
I
It's
thought,
still
yeah,
full
I thought it
NBK.
was.
It's
Yeah,
full
Okay, so
NBK.
still MBK.
Yes, it's
And
full NBK for like 4 months, I think, something like that.
mhm. And then there's just the decision to change IGL or MBK doesn't want to do it.
Once again, even though Alex is not entirely French, he's half French for sure,
yeah,
because of all the mess we had. No, okay. The problem we have is okay. At some point, what we do on T side is not good enough. Like the way
Mhm.
NBK is coding is not good enough back then. So what we decide is Alex taking off T on T side and NBK on CT side, and NBK was still the captain, but they were like in a way fighting to each other, like who wanted to be the captain or not, and that was the toughest part.
Oh.
They were, no, it's me the captain. It can't be you. You're like that, but no, but you can't be. Okay, like it was a
yeah,
mess. But that's the moment where both started to be to be IGL on the side, that we started to get better. Because whenever we did that, we had like a 3 weeks or a month preparation with a boot camp to go to submit.
Mhm.
We win CS submit. We lose Drew McDallas in quarter to Furia, and then we go to ECS finals in London, and we win them. We win like ECS final, and
Yeah.
um, and yeah, at that moment, like the team is great, and I remember like during that time between ECS and we had Cologne. Remy Ixtas called me and tell me, okay, Alex wants to bench himself. I'm like, what? What the fuck? It starts to get good result, and this happens. And yeah,
Yeah.
because NBK didn't want to leave the leadership, and for him, yeah, I mean the captain, and he was not a good captain, so he wanted to just bench himself, and he didn't feel good to be in the team, and etc. So we tried both him and me, I mean, Exas and me, to try to do everything. So whenever we arrived in Cologne, Ixtas came and said, "Okay, no, we don't have captain anymore. You just two IGLs, so we do it without captain." We go to the Cologne final. We lose to Liquid. That Liquid that was like almost unbeatable.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, and we go to ESEA to qualify for repeat after, and Chicago. and Remy still say to Alex that let's fight until the end of the year. Let's try to give our best, etc.
Mhm.
And then we go to the Starladder Major, and everything falls apart in a way, like the way people are with each other. And Alex is really done with the NBK. Say in a way, he says it's him or me, and we have to make a decision. And we decide to. I mean, the coach decides to bench NBK to bring Shocks. And that's what I said before. I think my when you look if you look at my stats of the first part of the year until Shocks joins, I'm really like a good. Like I think I have 110,
Yeah.
111 rating. I'm I'm pretty sure I would have been the top 20 players that year.
Mhm.
Um, if we keep like that, of course. I mean,
Yeah.
but whenever Chuck joined, I was actually against Chuck joining because
Oh.
we went away from all those problems, and Chuck was also like a he's known as a princess, like diva sharks, etc. And I knew the team will be different. I knew I would have like less space, and I couldn't be myself as much as I could. And for the
Yeah.
first time in my career, I could find like a way to play CS and enjoying it, and not having too much problem on that area. But
Yeah.
whenever I
Mhm.
joined it, I dropped down. At least our result didn't drop down that much.
So
But
did you have to change like position spots, everything to kind of suit that shock change?
a bit, yeah, a bit in a way. A bit I
Yeah.
had to change positions. I was actually the lurker on overpass on B.
Oh,
I was,
really?
but playing
But
aggressive.
to be fair, that is a very aggressive role.
Exactly. So I liked it, and I was good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was actually my favorite. But whenever I joined it, they wanted to give him the spot because it was shocks. It was
Yeah.
shocks, and yeah, I got removed everything, and also like in the space in the game, not only in my position but in the way he calls, and also like the scrum started between Alex and Shocks after that. Of
Oh,
course.
so
Yeah.
just traded.
Yeah, it was just a trade, and yeah. So that was a pretty rough, to be honest. Like Alex was. I thought finally I could find an IGL that was like me,
Mhm.
hardworking, understanding also because he was an entry fragger before. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
actually like a role model for Alex before he joined Vitality. For him, he was like watching my demos and feeling like okay, that was the way he wanted to play, etc. And also whenever he joined it was actually really good. I was
Yeah.
actually loving. It was one of my best IGL for a couple of months. And then everything started to go down where he worked a bit less. He was like not listening to feedbacks we gave him. Like I was not
Mhm.
happy on certain things, and he didn't listen to me. And actually, I never said it in interview, but he told me a phrase, a sentence that I will always remember. I'm not sure when it was, but he said it not only once. I was saying something to him. He said, you don't understand because you will never be an IGL."
Uh,
Whoa. Well.
Shot fired.
sounds like a very
That.
British comment, to be fair.
Hey,
Like
wait,
full
wait.
Brits.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
It's called the friendly fire.
Careful now.
But yeah, he told me that
Oh.
sentence, and I
Did
was
you ever
actually
send him a message back?
no, we still actually we saw each other last year, and it was in Wembley uh,
Mhm.
for um for Blast finals in London. But no,
Yeah.
no beef. I mean, we had good times
Yeah.
and etc. And in CS and everything, like everything goes wrong sometimes, etc. And it was actually he was on a bad spiral in a way. He was happy to succeed, and I was happy as well, and I was the first one to be happy that he succeeded. But in a way, like sometimes he was just thinking he was too much of like for me. What's important in CS is always feel you can't feel unreplaceable. You always
Yeah.
have to feel on. My goal is to be unreplaceable, but the next day I can be replaceable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for
Yeah. Yeah.
me, like of course, right now, if we talk right now, Vi- Vitality can't change me. But tomorrow,
Mhm.
you're not sure. So I need to work my
Yeah.
way to be irreplaceable. And that was always been in my head. This sentence. So when I see Alex, it's a bit what he didn't follow. At some point, he
Mhm.
was like for sure like such an important piece of the team and etc. But
Well,
like it changed in a bad way, unfortunately.
Can
Yeah.
I ask this then with Alex's leaving? Because the
Tell me.
story that came out, right,
Yeah,
was him leaving because he didn't want to do the travel and stuff.
it's
Was
i-
that full
it's half
truth?
true. It's half true. Yeah.
Okay.
So what's happened for Alex is yeah, he wanted to be a pro. He worked his ass off, etc. But Alex also had a stomach pain. I don't know
Uh-huh.
what
It's like similar
exactly.
to Get Right,
Exactly, I
or
think it's something a bit similar. So of course, when you're a professional player, having that was really tough. Like he went a
Yeah.
lot to toilets before games. He had to go, and everything went really bad in that sense. In that, but in that side on that side. So yeah, it was like a bit up and down, and sometimes really down. So this affected him a lot, which makes sense.
yeah,
But then also you had like of course the travel, because 19 was probably the hardest year I ever had in terms
Yeah,
of
it was crazy.
travels. Why? Because also us, when we started the year, we were no one, so we did all the qualifiers, etc. But we qualified to everything. We accepted every invites, and we arrived to a point where we accepted too much, but we had to go.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was a really difficult year. So he didn't want to leave that again.
I'll also
Um,
add, like back then, was it still like, okay, some of the tournaments were like really like hard on, like you do not leave the booth until the game is over on some tournaments. Like you couldn't even go to like a bathroom break between maps at some tournaments if the schedule
yeah,
was late.
back then, yeah, for example, ESWC was like that, but I don't remember that
Yeah.
in 19. I don't think so. It was like that. I don't think so, but it
Okay.
was just too much travel, and also one of the truths is also he met his first, like I think, really girlfriend, and
Okay.
he still is with her. So I guess it was worth.
Oh,
I'm
that
I'm
worked
I'm,
out.
I'm really happy for him on that side, and I think this also went like in a way to feel a bit also not wanting to stay,
Mm-hmm.
and also on our side to wanted him to kick him because he was not doing enough. It was like, I remember like a little anecdote in Blast, the first black groups we had on LAN. So that was in
London.
London. Yes.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, the first one there, and Alex. At some point, searched for Alex everywhere, and and one of the security there, he say, "Oh, I talk about like this guy, etc." He say, "Oh, he's there with his girlfriend," and like yeah, it was like not being with us, being with his girlfriend. So
Yeah.
everything fall apart, and he was just. And also, we had a performance team that was working with us, and he was not happy with them. So we had no choice. Even though he wanted to leave in a way, even though he didn't want to leave at that time, I say we because it's Vitality, but we decided to we will have to bench him anyway. So that's
Yeah.
like the true story behind that.
Okay. And then the crazy thing was with this though, right? Where he said, because obviously now we know more, you've told the other truth of the other side. When I looked at it, it was like he went because of no travel, and then we had COVID.
Yeah,
Like COVID literally
and
Yeah.
Luco.
hit the next few months later, and I'm thinking, this is just the most unlucky crossover. But it sounds like it would have happened
Anyway,
anyway.
exactly. I mean,
Anyway,
that's
so
what
yeah,
it
so it
was like
doesn't matter.
in the statement. In the statement, that was what was written, but that was not completely the truth. And it's the case on a lot of statements. Anyway.
Hmm.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, those things are a little bit different in there.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
all right, and then so this is the point where I want to understand what did the conversation look like for you to then take over IGL? And obviously, this is a massive step up for you.
Yeah.
Was part of this fire the fact that he said you'd never be
No,
IGL?
of course not. I'm not an ego
I'll
guy.
prove him. I'll
I'm not.
prove it
He's like,
wrong.
I will do it.
Not really, not really. No, yeah. Okay, when we bench him in a way, I know it will maybe will be my time to shine.
Mhm.
I know that Xtaz will not ask shocks because emotionally is it was. I'm in the emotion. I'm tough as well, but it's a different way from shocks. Like he
Yeah.
really like it will be too bad. So I know already that it might be me, but I don't. I hide it in myself. I'm like, yeah, maybe, but let's see or whatever.
Mhm.
And whenever it arrives, because that's the thing. Whenever it arrives, that's Remy asked me. I think that it's your time to shine.
Okay.
and I don't want to jump into it straight away. I say, okay, leave me 2 3 days. I need to reflect about it. I don't want to make a quick whatever. And but with everything happened, also with I lost a bit of confidence on the second half of the on 2019, as I told you, as individual.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So I'm like, maybe it's my time to do that. Maybe it's my time to be a Nigel. And so yeah, I said, okay, I'm trying it. Let's see in 6 months where we are, because I didn't want to be like the guy trying it forever and not succeeding. I'm like, maybe, and
Yeah.
then maybe I'm gonna do something else, and that's life. But I want
Well,
to be able to start and see how it goes.
how did you reflect back on any of the, like, even the stories you've told today, where you were like sitting with Kenny, you're fixing stuff, how to play and how to support and help? Do you
Yeah,
feel like these are references that you brought? Okay, I can do this, because it sounds very similar to the job that you will eventually be doing.
yeah. Also, what I'm not, what we were not saying since the beginning is I always been like secondary leader in all my teams. Always been
Yeah,
the
Hmm.
guy trying to up and create strategies on the side and say coming and say, oh, I have a new strat and a new flash. Always been really good with nades. A little anecdote that in back in 2010, 11, when we talked about winning like my first event with 3D Max against Vero Games, I skipped school to create strat with my IGL.
Oh.
So that's I go on the
yeah.
server on source and I create new strat on new maps, etc.
There was
So
no YouTube videos back then. It was all
no, like,
completely.
oh, this smoke is nice. You have to create it by yourself. No
Yeah,
jumps
Mhm.
through as well. so, so yeah, I always love the strats, and so during all my years, I was that. And in a way, for example, in 14, in 13, when I'm in the LDLC and we start to get better and better, like credit comes on Happy on Strat, but I know I'm creating half of them as well with him because I love that. I
Mhm.
love doing it. We were really good at doing it with each other. So it's
yeah.
always been a thing. So yeah, when I arrive, I know like my first thing was I always said it in few interviews, but the first thing when I become the agile, I can't sleep for like 2 weeks. I fall asleep at 8 in the morning because
Wow.
I'm thinking too much of what I want to do, and I'm
Yeah.
taking my
Yeah.
phone, going on the notes, say, okay, this track will be nice, what I could do, blah blah. It was a mess in my head. The first time ever, it was such a mess. That was really
You
really
you
Okay.
put
hard.
that you put that pressure on yourself, I imagine. Like,
Yes,
I
of
have to
course.
do something great. I have to do something
I
great.
want to be good. I want to be good,
Yeah.
and as we said, like about the giving up, and no, I'm gonna give my best to be the best version I can. And maybe it's not suited for me. Maybe it's not for me. You never know.
Yeah.
But I need to try my best. I need to be like, for me, no regrets. That's the most important.
Yeah.
No regrets. So that's the way I start to be the agile and trying to find a way to be good.
Where does this mentality come from? Before, like, does it come from before you were a CS player, from
Of
parents, maybe your
yeah,
upbringing or something as well?
my mother,
Okay.
my mother is a hardworking person, and and my grandmother as well. Uh, the first thing I will start with my grandmother because I mean she's not there anymore. It's been 7 years. She died. I mean it's normal. It's a normal path for a human being, I would say.
Yeah.
As
So
we get older, sadly, yes.
exactly. But my grandmother lived the Second World War, and as we are from the
Wow.
northeast of France, we were taken
Yeah.
by the Germans. So she lived like a really rough life. Lost parents at
Hmm.
9 years old. A lot
Bloody
of
hell.
like crazy stuff that I would maybe never live, And so in a
Mhm.
way, my grandmother taught me to hardworking because she had also 10 children in 10
Oh,
kids.
wow.
So, but whenever I think, and whenever it ended at 41 years old, she came back to work because she had to feed the family as well. So
Yeah.
she was just like a powerful woman, like you'd never seen in a way. She
Yeah.
was like just a crazy woman that I was looking at. I was listening to her stories during the Second World War where she had to steal to hit. She has to steal bread, etc. Where
Yeah.
my life is easy and etc. So in a way, I was like, whenever I'm complaining about stuff, I'm thinking about my grandmother, and I'm like, no
Yeah.
way,
Mhm.
you can't complain because you live a good life. So that's
Yeah.
the first part of it, and then my mother taught me to be a hard worker. She at some point in her life she had to work where she was helping my old step father, and
Mhm.
she had her whole job. She was working probably within 80 and 100 hour per week, past 2 week. I was too much in CS.
Yeah, the CS brain.
I was
Steam, it is mine.
exactly.
Everyone else in the world is talking weekly or monthly hours.
Exactly.
We're 2 weeks, 2 weeks.
She's 2 weeks. Stop 1 week. So so yeah, and yeah, she always told me you have everything by work and by hard working, and
Mhm.
so I became like that thanks to her. It's just like the way I was educated. So yeah,
Yeah.
it come from her for sure.
Oh wow.
What great examples, which obviously
Yes,
have helped you shape you, grind through all of this, why
my
you've never given up. And it,
my behavior as well. It's my mother.
yeah.
It's my mother.
She's as emotional as you are.
Yes, she's
Like,
really emotional.
yeah.
She's
Uh-huh.
really really emotional. Like if she can cry and maybe laugh in within 5 minutes.
It's it's very nice to learn this and understand where it comes from in it. And
Yeah.
I guess you have such a close relationship with your mum now.
Yes, really close.
Yeah.
In France, we say, yeah, dogs don't make cats, you know. So it means that just, yeah, you are the son of your parents.
Yeah.
It's like the
Yeah.
apple don't fall far from the
Far from
tree.
the
Yeah,
tree.
exactly,
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
exactly. Exactly. All
That's
right. So,
sorry.
no, no, go.
No, yeah, just yeah, that's the French way to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I like these little differences between the French and
Yes.
the English ways of doing it. We enjoy this. I also want to say this, right? You use the word mate a lot, but you did this before you had Messi on the team as well. So you've
Uh,
taken a bit of British into your
I'm not sure
lingo.
I did it too much before. Maybe
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
I don't
I'm
know. I just remember you using it for such a long time now. Maybe it was just the time that Messi was there.
actually maybe I don't know. I don't remember when I started. I have a good memory, but maybe not for that. So I call him Fellas because I'm watching also some TV shows. So it's just
But it's a funny thing to say. It's like when you hear a British person say water, it's like water,
this
water.
is something we say water,
Yeah.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have to get my water and that's it. That's
yeah,
it.
exactly.
At all times. All right. So coming back onto the CS side, I'm going to look at the end of Vice. Obviously, you've gone into IGL mode, right? And this is basically the last good French team we're going to get on the very elite level until obviously we come to more recent times. But it's you guys were trying to save things here because Masuta, Kyojin, Navira's the sixth man at one point as well. You're going through COVID and all this stuff. And I remember in 2021, right, you were always battling against Navi.
And
Like,
losing, it's not batting. It's
I
always
don't,
losing to Navi.
I didn't want to say just losing, but
It's
yeah, it was
fine.
a lot of these exit interviews I was doing with you at this point, and it was a lot of struggles. But how much of do you think it plays into the fact that the younger talent wasn't up to scratch for what you guys needed? Like, what does it come down to as why you weren't able to be there? Because obviously, eventually, it moves away completely from the French teams.
Yeah. To start with, I think everyone takes COVID like lightly in a way, but for me,
Yeah,
it's a really important moment. It's where I start to be the agile. That's why
Yeah.
I also wanted to do really well, because if I didn't do well in COVID as a first time at IGL, I would not have continued as IGL. So for me, COVID moment is really important. And in a way, with this lineup, I'm not the one you talk, but the one before with Mizuta, RPK, Shocks, and
yeah,
Zau. We arrived to be the best team in the world. We do six final in 2020, and
yeah.
we win some, etc. So for me, just to tell you, it's a really important moment of the beginning of my career as IGL. But then yeah, we arrive in 2021. APK is starting to play worse and not really like it doesn't work to play anymore. It's too much
Okay,
for him. He's tired of everything, so we have to replace him. And back then, actually, I said it, but yeah, we do a really huge mistake to take Kyojin, because
hmm,
Vitality don't have much money. It's a COVID moment. Not many hogs
yeah,
have, but we could get a better player than Kyojin at that moment. It's not his fault, but he had no experience in tier 2, in tier 3 already. So how could he
yeah,
jump in tier 1 in one of the best team in the world? That was a mistake.
I mean, I even remember you were playing. We were Godsent at the time. I was coaching them.
Yeah,
I remember even playing you guys on, like, I think ESL Pro League or something
yeah,
like this. We're playing Nuke, and I think every single demo I checked, it was just let's go inside.
Yes,
Kyojin is holding inside.
exactly.
He was like he was not ready to hold inside against like tier one executes or stuff like
I
this.
was getting
You could see
crazy,
he
mate.
was
I was
lost.
getting crazy. Like I was like, what the hell is going on? So yeah, as you said, like, and when you think about, yeah, we lost to Navi, but with this lineup, what could we have done? We
Yeah,
played one of the prime Navi, on the best Navi
Yeah.
lineup. Like
definitely.
individually, Perfecto, the best ankle, really solid, triple kill on the left, really passive but really good. Simple prime 2021. Um, Electronic, top five in the
Yeah,
world, beats the young guy destroying everyone. We have
headshots left, right, center.
and us in a way. Of course, we have Zaiwu, really good.
Yep.
Me, I think I'm still decent, and they have of course Boom Lab. That is also a good IGL and a decent individual player. But yeah, we
Hmm.
have if we take players one by one, if we take like Mizuta against Electronic, Kyojin against Perfecto, um, Electronic Beat against Shocks that time, of course we are
Yeah,
behind. Of
it's
course
it's a pretty huge difference actually.
I remember, you know, we were in National TV Awards at the end of 2023, and I was talking with Electronic, and I say, my mates, we talked about that year. I'm like, but what could we have done? Like, I remember doing great calls. We go on the bomb sites where there is only one player, and we lose three guys. Like,
yeah.
sometimes you can't do better. I mean, yeah, I was reflecting, and we didn't have just the right players to do it. And still at the major, when we play them, it's a close game. It's 16-11, 16-13. Like, and we could have one nuke at that one. But yeah, we lost maybe 6 times in a row in 2021. But
Yeah.
I want,
I mean
like,
that's the fun part about Counter Strike. You can make the perfect call and you can get absolutely smashed in
and
Counter
the other
Strike.
way as well. You can make
Yeah.
the worst call. I remember we go on the bomb site. There are three or four, and we kill all of them. Yeah, it's not a good call from me, but you guys just stepped up.
Yes.
So that's it.
Yeah.
It's I mean I was doing a basketball, but yeah, that's for sure. And yeah, this Navi was just so much better than us. That's it. Like we couldn't just fight against them. We tried, but we just couldn't. They were just smarter, better individually, better team, everything.
And then obviously we get towards the, I don't know, we probably go to the bit where Extaz leaves, right?
Yeah.
Because if you remember, it was me and you at the world final.
I remember pretty
And
well.
uh, yeah, your memory's good. But I even watched this clip back before we did the interview. And I just remember seeing your face and how you go off to. I just kind of stopped the interview. I just gave you like two quick
Yeah.
questions. I saw how emotional you are and let you go with it. But why was that such a painful? Because obviously we knew what was coming, right? The organization had told you we're not being French anymore, right? There was no more of this. And it wasn't like you had a choice in it, but there was big changes coming. It was all very public about what was happening, but it was such an emotional moment for you. Can you just explain to me the feelings of it and why it was so painful of knowing what was coming? Because obviously, most people will look at it and say, well, look, they had so many second places. They were fighting very well. But obviously,
But
it doesn't
also,
end with trophies.
how long before did you guys know, like in the team, that this change
Yeah.
was coming?
We didn't know. We knew it after the major. Whenever the
Oh,
major
really?
ended,
After Stockholm.
yeah, Neo
Yeah.
came
So,
in Secom, so our boss, and told us
mm.
the next day.
so, but then you had like 6 months of playing still with that team, right?
No, no, not 6 months. No, no, it was the
No.
major was in
Oh, it was one
October,
month.
Yeah.
November. It was October,
No, it
November.
wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't summer major
We
because
just
we only
did,
had one
yeah,
major that year.
yeah, exactly. We did only 3 tournaments after.
Yeah.
And in a row, by the way. We did a month
Yeah.
Yeah.
all together in a row to finish the season. But yeah, first of all, why I went crying, because I'm emotional. So it goes both
Yeah.
ways. Sometimes I'm really mad. Sometimes I'm really happy. Sometimes I'm really sad. That's just the way I am. And even when Counter Strike, I think in life I'm less like that, but in Counter Strike I'm a lot like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was sad that everything was ending, and actually, I also cried when Zonic left, even though it's not public. But that's something
Oh.
on our last talk, because first of all, Extaz was like the guy that was coaching our team for 3 years. I
Yeah.
was really close
Mhm.
with him. He helped me to be the IGL. Also, I am today. He helped me a lot at the beginning just make me grow, and he's part of my success as well, for sure.
Mhm.
So yeah, I got a lot of emotional. It was a end of an era, everything. I think it was just I was maybe handling it for a long time, and that one was the too much at that
The
moment.
end.
Yeah,
Yeah. And obviously this marked the end of the last top tier French team as well.
yeah,
Was that something you were sad about, maybe took more personally being the IGL, that you couldn't make it work with the full French team?
as well. Yeah, I tried, and I just tried to give my best, but couldn't make it. And I remember a little thing about we at the end of our last tournament. I think we at the restaurant. We just drinking a last drink together with all the whole team, and
Yeah.
we see Kyojin is really sad in a way because he's the only one in the team that didn't find a project. Shox was already like close to Liquid signing at the time.
Yep.
Um, X Ties was really close with G2 signing, so we were all good for the next year, but him. So,
Mhm.
and I told him this sentence. I said, I know it's painful, but in a way, it was too early for you. That's for sure. But you need to be happy that happened and not be unhappy that it stops.
Yeah.
So I just told him like, yeah, you lived a fantastic moment, and that's what you have to remember. Not the ending, but that happened. And yeah, and I just remember that moment, and yeah, we couldn't just figure it out. We didn't have the right players to be able to not waste Zywoo Thailand as well.
Yeah.
That was also important. Where are all the haters that tell me I'm fucking as I will carrier? Because I read that a lot.
So Vitality make this decision, right? It's the end of the French team, and then we go into new Vitality, which is, it says like we add the Astralis trio, but it's only Magisk and Dupree. So Masuda stays, you stay, and Zyru stays, right?
Yeah,
Magisk and Dupree come in, Zonic comes in, but it took a while for you guys to
on
really
your
get going. Yeah, it was. I thought 6 months off my memory, but if you're saying a year, I'm going
your
to
And you
say
guys
you're
were
more right than
hyped.
me.
You were really hyped.
Yeah, it was
yeah.
like
Really
this.
hyped.
We thought Zyru with Sonic, apEX, all this new magic we expected to happen. Dupree and Magic's coming in as well.
Zero magic. Oh,
how hard was that transition
oh
from
my
the
god.
inside?
Because I can imagine also like them coming with a new kind of way of playing, how
Yeah,
they are
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
comfortable.
So the first thing is
See-
also we didn't mention is Lars as well. The
Yeah,
performance guy
yeah.
Lars,
Sorry,
yeah.
came
yeah.
as well.
Can't forget that.
But the problem we had is on the first year, Lars didn't come to that many tournaments. In his contract, it was
Okay.
like a bit different. He couldn't. He had like job on the side as well. It was like he was doing more stuff, so he couldn't attend every tournament.
Mhm.
So the first thing that's fucked us, and that's like some unlucky thing in life is at the really beginning, Zonic lost his mother.
Yes, I
And
remember.
that was a really painful moment for him. Really painful. I remember, I think for a couple of months after, he was still lost. I mean, he
Yeah.
lost like someone that he never expected to lose. For him, she was probably a pillar in his life and helping him on a lot of stuff. And I remember we were in boot camp in the first tournament online because it was blast groups at that time, and he just announces that he lost his mother. And
Mm.
yeah, so this is the first thing that really didn't help us to get better. Second thing is the roles. We didn't have a lurker back then.
Mhm.
Oh, we all know Magisk is not a lurker; he's not an aggressive
Yeah.
player. So we really
Yeah.
needed that lurker, and like this Mizuta and Dupree position when bzz, bzz, bzz all the
Yeah.
time. So yeah, so that's where it started. So the first 6 months were a pure disaster. One playoff in the whole 6 months when we go to final and we lose to who? Navi. And here we go
Just of course
again.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was really difficult, and that's the moment we decide to bring up Sphinx.
Yeah.
Because we really
Mhm.
needed a lurker at that moment, and he was like
Yeah.
the upcoming star from Ants, like being a really
Yeah.
good lurker, like a really good passive player, etc. So, and that's also the time where Zonic wants to put me in anchor roles.
Oh.
On not all of them, but on Nuke I was ramp
Hmm.
and I was B on
Yep.
Mirage.
Yeah.
So that was also a tough moment for me because
And that's not the way you want to call, right?
yeah, I'm not a good.
Yeah.
It is really hard to be jumping B apps and calling CT size. I can tell you that. Like you have no
Exactly.
control of what's happening at all.
And also I'm a really like bad passive player.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, I never played it in my world career, so for me that was really difficult. Like I will be better, for example, on a Mirage and on in a nuke than ramp and there. So
But A Mirage, you can at least like leave A and join con
and
and
so
do
many
stuff like
positions as
this.
well. On
Yeah.
B Mirage, like you need to jump, you need to they come once per side, and you can't call as well. I mean, everything is really rough there. For me,
Yeah.
I think it was rough, and then I didn't allow myself to do anything else. So yeah, that was tough. And with Big Spinks, it starts to be okay. We win the first trophy together in EPL. We
Hmm.
actually it's the tournament before the major, and at the major we struggle but we were really close to go. I mean, for me, we just lose the mouse sport game where we 8-0 up on Mirage on T side and we lose 19-17. It was a 1-1 game where first game we played Navi. They were one of the best team in the world. We lose in 16-14. Then we beat
Hmm.
FaZe. That was the best team in 2022. And then we arrived to Mosport and we should have beat them and beat the 2-1 poll. We go to 1-2. We lose 2 ends in one overtime and 16-14 and GG. And our season
Yeah.
was a big disaster. As you said, the problem we had, the biggest problem we had is we tried to play the Vitality style at the beginning, like my
Yeah.
Hmm.
style, but it didn't work out. Like the Danes were not like that. Like they were. It was really more structured than it was in Astralis because with Kierjin and Mizuta, I really had to go really structured,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and they didn't like it. Also, Dupree is for me, he's not a pure entry fragger. He's not a flamesy. He's a entry
No.
like he likes to entry in the
It's like
in
a lurky entry.
yeah. He likes to be like Nico. He entries like
Hmm.
map control, but he will not go first on like when you finish on the bomb site, except if he
Yeah.
search. But like with Nathan running, he doesn't do that. So it was also a style I didn't know before. As IGL, I was still a new IGL in a way. I was not a new IGL, but I played my style for 2 years with French and English was fine, but the worst was probably to find our way our
But that
way.
must have been a really like tough challenge because you must start questioning yourself. Am I thinking Counter Strike correctly? What am I supposed to like switch up?
I
Because
I tried my best. I remember Zanik told me that I was working too much. I was trying my best
yeah,
to
Mm.
find out what we could do. What was the problem for us? Like I couldn't find it. I had no idea. And not to put because it was also my bad, but that year, to be fully honest, the two Danes were giving a bit less than they were supposed to do. They were a bit more
Mhm.
like you're lazy in a way. They were like we are because I think in Australis they were working, but they were working always in the same way and they knew what to do. And there they had
yeah.
to give more efforts in the game. It was
Yeah.
important to give more because they were a first intentional team. They had to help me in some point and then didn't do it. So yeah, everything was pretty bad. And but what's crazy for me is that you're on national TV on the team of the year with top nine, but who is the second best player in the world? So
So,
Yeah.
yeah, he
like
was putting up numbers,
yes, exactly.
numbers every
And
single
people
time.
that year were like maybe should have been a Nico or Shiro. I don't remember who could have been second.
No.
But yeah, for me or Exile or whoever. But yeah, Zai was still second. But yeah, that year is the
Yeah.
most difficult year I had in terms of results and not understanding why everything fall
Yeah.
apart.
Mhm. And the thing is, right, we obviously there was so much expectations for this lineup, but I also want to touch on said about English. A lot of conversation was around Zaiwu getting adjusted to English.
Yeah.
How was it was it as hard as they were making out? Was he struggling more with that?
No. Actually, I think you don't have to speak really good English to be a CS player in international team on a lot of
Hmm.
stuff, and mostly for Zaiwu. So what Zonik was saying is like, say the least you can, and whenever we dead, we speak for you. So
Yeah.
for
Ah,
sometime I
yeah.
was actually a bit mad that he was not talking, and I was dying on the side because he was not talking. But that was a bit of Zonic rule. And after actually when he got like more fluent and everything got easier, I said, yeah, but now you
Yeah.
still need to communicate properly. But yeah, that was the
Yeah.
idea at the beginning, and to let him like shine as an individual and speak the least he could.
Okay. Okay. And all right. So from here, right, Dupree's gone as well. I'm just going to look down the list here.
No,
So,
before, no, because we have Paris still. We have Paris before. Like
oh yeah, we had Paris before
now,
that. Yes. Yeah. True.
2023, we start the year with loss. So loss this year, like in 2023, okay, he comes to every event. So he's gonna be there
Yeah.
at every
Yep.
event. So it's a big, also good thing for
So
us.
this is like a contractual change, an
Yes,
improvement for the team
e-
to help you guys get on track.
exactly. And I remember we have a boot camp without PC, something that Lars is doing just to put the plan of on
Yes.
the in the year, and we talk, and we all want to do so much better. We know we really fucked up that year, and we really want to show what we're capable of, and etc. So at that moment, everyone starts to work hard, like not the way they did in 2022, and start by blast groups. We qualify for the lands, I think, or maybe not. Actually, I don't remember, but I think we do. Then we go to final to Katowice. We go through the group stage, so second, like the third playoff together, and we do this big choke against Liquid where we 12-0 up on overpass and we lose the world game. So yeah,
Yeah.
that was a tough one, but that was like, then he said it a lot, like the trust the process. We were on a learning stage.
Hmm.
We came from so done in 2022 that we had to go we had to go through hard stuff while still working hard. Then I remember we were supposed to win that game because when we 12-0 and you choke, you are supposed to win. And then we go to EPL groups where we go with Jax, and that's actually a turning point for us where we are Dupree is gonna be a dad, so we let him like the time to just go home and take care of his girlfriend, wife, and his new kid. And we bring
Yep.
up Jax, and I remember saying to Zanik, I said, I know Jax is a good friend of mine. Let me call the way I want, and I know I'm gonna make it work because I know how to use him. So in a
Hmm.
way, we played only fast, and I was like
Yeah.
using good nades for him, and him entering being a pure entry fragger. Actually, he ended the group stage with like 119 rating or 120, which is really good.
Yeah.
Um, we also did the best comeback, one of the best comeback of all time against FaZe. 114 down on Anubis, doing 14-1 on the second side and winning it in overtime. I never expected to win that game. And then, yeah, of course, Jupri comes back, and we have a talk online where, in a way, finally we understand each other.
Mm.
Even though we talked a lot in a way, and but he didn't understand what I really wanted. What I really wanted is we're gonna play explosive sometime, and what I need for my entry is to go first and run with W. I can do it
Yeah.
sometime, but we need to do like together. I
Yeah.
need that from you, and whenever you're in map control, you have more freedom. But whenever I ask for an execute, you need to go first. You need to go first for the rest. And we understood each other in that way, and everything started to get better. Unfortunately, in this again in playoff, we play ends. I think we 14-10 up or something like that, or maybe not, but we lose in 16-14 on the third map against ends, where we should never have lost once again.
Hmm.
And
Was this like the Vertigo or
yeah,
something like
exactly,
this?
yeah, exactly. It's the vertigo
Yeah.
game, yeah,
This was a crazy Vertigo game. I
exactly.
remember.
And Nerds is having like a live game, and where it's smoked on the bomb site, and someone is really close to defuse, and he sees someone going on the right. He just shoot one tap into smoke. He one tap the guy defusing, and then he flicks the other guy. Like it was like in a way full luck, like
Insane.
etc. But
Yeah.
and we lose that game. And then it gets to a point where it's getting too much. Like
Yeah.
we're in the practice room, like saying to each other. I remember Droopy saying, "Yeah, we're not supposed to lose that game." He's right. We're fucking not supposed to lose that game, and it's getting too much in a way. Like two in a row, it's so fucking bullshit. But we, like the main goal is Paris, and we still have to work hard, for to get into it.
Yeah.
And we go to RMR, we get to Legend stage, we go Rio, and we get our title, and then we go to Paris and we win it.
And let's look at this, right? So the Lars change of him coming in, did that, like coming in for more events, did that also make this conversation you spoke about with Dupree easier to have? Like, did that help you in some ways? Because obviously you spoke about Lars as developing you earlier when we were talking, but like, how much did that make this possible? These moments possible?
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
I think a lot of people, by the way, from fan perspective,
yeah.
just think sometimes performance coaches are overhyped, or they don't know enough, or they're not doing it. Like,
They
explain to us how actual beneficial and real world this works for you.
they explain you with the right words and with the right experience
Mhm.
how you need to deal with stuff, with your emotions,
Yeah.
with
It's also about understanding each other's points of views and
exactly
stuff like
listening to
this.
each other and
Yeah,
being the guy between and trying to say, yeah, but this guy is not wrong and you need to listen to him and etc. Like just putting your mind to help the others and also being a better teammate and being ready also to face the everything. And I remember for Dupree, the struggle, for example, was he always been a star in a way. Even though he was an
yeah,
entry, he was a star in Australis. So now what
Mhm.
we asked him to do is stop being um stop being like the star you were. Now you use it. We need you to sacrifice for the team. And what
Yeah.
Lars did is to help switching from being one of the best rifle of all time at some point to
Mhm.
like a the stat will be less good, but you need still to be happy in your life about that. And that's
yeah.
the way he helped us. The way he helped, for example, Dupree in that case.
That's a big one.
It's
That's a very
it's.
big one.
I think it's interesting because I think a lot of people that haven't been and gone through this kind of conversation. I mean, it sounds so stupid and simple, like just solve it and talk. But
Oh
it
no.
really isn't. Like it is about like trying to figure out, okay, these things he doesn't like because of this reason. How can we get away with this reason so he still can do it? And
And accepting also is a way, like
yeah,
accepting.
and it is so valuable because you don't have that much time as people think
Yeah,
when you are a professional gamer, like grinding. You have so many other problems, trust me.
yeah,
You're trying to figure out that you don't have the time to smooch talk and figure everything out in these kinds of conversations. You just want it to happen now because we have other stuff to focus on.
exactly.
You're in that stressed mode.
Yeah, it's and a new problem will arrive in 2 days as well. It's always the
Yeah.
same.
And there was also this whole conversation around you guys. Your idea was to peak for the major, for
Yeah,
Paris major.
yeah.
How does had you ever done that before on this journey of trying to peak at the right time? Was this a brand new thing with Lars being there from the beginning of the year?
No, it was a new thing for me, totally new thing.
Okay.
I really remember that bootcamp without PC when we talk about Paris, and we know in a way we say, okay, Paris is our last chance to shine. Paris is the last chance. Vitality tell us you have until Paris. We won't change the lineup, but you need to show us
Mhm.
something great there.
Mm.
Winning or go to final, I don't know. So what's happening is we talked together, and I remember Magic's saying, just saying, "Oh, I will be glad to go in quarterfinal through group stage." And like the bootcamp is the major is in my country. I'm like,
Yeah.
and I tell him, "Do you think, Emil? Do you really think that I'm gonna be fine to just go in quarterfinal in my home country? No way. I want to win it. I
Also,
want to
when you've got a
fucking
lot of major winners on your
yeah,
team, their
exactly."
mentality should be win the fucking major.
Exactly, and I say no way. I go to Paris just to win, to go through group stage. That's just the first
Yeah.
step for me. I want to win the war shit. So yeah,
And it was the craziest major as well, because you went 3-0 to Legends, right? So straight through the playoffs. Then you don't drop a single map of them. Let me have a look.
yeah,
Yeah, you
zero.
don't drop a single map, right?
I
2-0
also
into
went
the
to
breeze.
legend stage.
You did go to Legend Stage, the B&E boys. Didn't work out too well for you though.
Wow.
Failed against FaZe, you were known for beating in that.
Where
But
where you
Apex's
were with?
journey
The
Where you were
was
with?
Bad News
B&E.
Eagles.
Ah, true, 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 true. Yeah, I
Yeah.
We lost to 16-14 Inferno last map against FaZe
ah
to
yeah,
get
yeah.
eliminated.
They took
Yeah.
their revenge from Rio. That's why.
Yeah.
And your Paris run, I don't care about. You can only beat the teams in front of you, right?
I don't care
Obviously,
either, mate.
yeah.
I
It
want CCT
this bit
playoffs.
doesn't
That's all I
matter.
know.
But you win your major in Paris. The crowd is amazing. Everything's epic. For you, at this time, especially now you're IGL winning a major, how much was this one better than Cluj? Was this one equal as Cluj? How do
It's
you
still
compare it?
better than anything, mate. It's better than Austin. Just because,
Really?
yeah, because it's Paris, because it's
Yeah,
because it's in front of my
yeah.
mother, it's in front of my stepfather,
Mm.
it's in front of my best friend, it's in front of our Vitality fans. It was crazy. I was like,
By the way, it's the second best crowd, and I've done a lot of stages. The second best crowd ever of all time. It was incredible, and the only thing it was limited by was just the size of the arena. Because if it was a bigger arena, it would have still been filled out,
yeah,
and it would have still been crazy. The fans that came, and this wasn't even just for you guys; it was for other teams as well.
yeah.
The energy in that arena. I remember standing there, and I can feel it. Like
The
I
Golden
can feel it.
Hornets,
Sometimes I can't hear.
600 people of Golden Hornets helping you to
Yeah.
feel that for sure.
Yeah.
With your face on the flag.
Yeah,
That's
that
the
wasn't in
golden
this
one.
one. That was in Cologne.
Oh, that was Cologne.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, that was Cologne.
Eh, so what's the best crowd you ever been?
Antwerp.
Antwerp? Actually,
Antwerp,
So
yeah.
so
actually, it
I'll
was
say why
also the Golden
Antwerp.
Hornets as well being there
Yeah,
and
it
making
was
Yeah.
the
because
noise.
of them a
Yeah,
lot.
that's
So
funny.
I'll say why Antwerp was special, just for everyone to understand, is that Antwerp basically was at capacity at 18,000. And then I heard that they let even more people in for the grand final day. So it was rumored to be 20,000, but we've never had an arena of 20,000.
Okay.
And I remember standing on the Antwerp stage when phase one, my suit jacket was moving. Like it wasn't just my body, the sheer air, and it was really, it was super hot. Like we were sweating like crazy, but nothing will beat that. Not even a Rio one when Fury was playing. But my second one is definitely Paris. Then it goes into Rio. But it
But
was just
Antwerp one
something
was
wild.
amazing. Watching like the Golden Hornets with drums walking to the arena, like
Yeah.
it felt like it was crazy. It
Imagine we
was
were
so
not in
crazy.
playoff and they were still there making a lot
Yeah,
of noise.
that's one thing I'll give them credit for. Is there's some fan groups who just disappear if their team's
Talk
eliminated.
about Rio. That's the
Yeah,
best
yeah,
example.
exactly. And that's the saddest part is that I'll say this to all the Brazilian fans that ask me if we go back when we've been back to Rio for like when you won or the other ones as well that weren't majors. And I'm like, if you guys just had even 60% of that energy still when your country team wasn't playing, you'd get so much more love. Because in European cities, especially, and American now, even if it's not an American team or a European team, that energy still
Yeah,
remains.
exactly.
And that's
Yeah.
so important for all of us, from the
It
people
is.
working, from you guys playing. And it's something that we all live for and feed off. Like my best moments in my entire career are on stage in an arena that is loving every second of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
And I'm sure it's the same for you. So Paris, obviously, amazing. All the yeah, the
Up
very
there.
highest point. It was very highest
Yeah.
point. And you've done it as an IGL now as well, which is obviously huge. Now I got to ask you this though, because you said no changes might come, right, if this was the case. Dupree still goes, and then Flamesy comes in. Now I know that Flamesy obviously didn't cost anything, a similar story to Rops.
Yeah.
Flamesy's contract was running out. He played it very smart. I spoke to him back at Dallas and he said, "Bro, I'm not sure what I want to do." He's like, "Oh, do you want me to resign? But if I don't resign, I might have a chance to go to a really good team. And
Yeah.
obviously, I'll be a free transfer." By the way, Vitality, most winning org on signing players for free. Like, this is, and I'll say this, apEX, you are definitely part of the reasons being an IGL, but Zyru definitely helps.
Zywu
Like, if you
effect, mate.
say,
Zywu effect.
yeah. It's like if you say this, some player will go, "Well, shit, they want me. I'll hold out all day long. I will wait and I will sign." And then, so you guys are actually winning for the org in signing players
Yes.
for free. Like it's printing money.
Yes.
And people don't, I don't think people put enough credit on how good this move was,
Oh,
because people just slammed it like, how are they going to remove Dupree? Oh, this is not the right decision, blah, blah, blah. But the potential in a young Flamesy who'd been he'd been on so many mixed weird lineups on OG. You
Yeah.
guys obviously saw what a lot of people who were in the know-how saw of this player, but like you were able to mold him, right? You were able to help his development so much into what you needed him to be.
Yeah, yeah.
But did you also take in consideration like who Flamey was as a person, personality
Yeah,
wise?
of
Because he's
course.
like such an easygoing, funny guy.
Mate, you when you go to even,
The
you know
best.
who he is. You know who he is.
Yeah,
Even though you're not within in his team, you know who he is. He's like
yeah.
these
Mhm.
Muppets running around. And he's gonna say hello to everyone. He changed a bit on that case, but at the beginning I was like, I think you're too friendly with the others. They are your enemies. I know you're living the life, and I'm happy for you, but you need to be a bit more like, you know, some people I'm fine you are a friend with, but everyone like it's too much. And actually, it changed in a way in that case. But yeah, to tell you, I wasn't. I didn't want to change Dupree
Oh,
because imagine working 1 year and a half to find a solution where you finally found it
yeah,
and you don't know what's gonna happen if you change. That's
yeah.
scary. That's what scared me. No, I understand the move, and thanks God we did it. But at that time, I don't want to. I'm scared. And it's Zanik making the Vitality
Oh, so it
making
was Sonic.
the making the decision.
Okay.
But that's a good decision. Like bringing the
Yeah.
future.
It's one for the future.
One of the guy that also fits perfectly to the roles the way we play. Flamsy
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
one of the guy that enjoyed the most playing with us. He lost to entry. We tried to set up him in the best conditions, etc. So yeah, it's really important to do that.
I actually have a
And
question that just got reminded because of Flamesy, right? Because I watched like a little bit of something that you guys seem to call Eyes in the Sky.
Yeah,
So that's talking when you're dead
yeah,
and like the how to help your teammates when you're dead.
exactly.
When did that actually come into play for you guys or you as a player?
Actually, we did it. I always wanted to do it when I became IGL, but Shocks didn't like it. Shucks never
Okay.
liked it. But the Danes, when they arrived, they said we definitely need to do that because it's something they were
Yeah.
doing in Ashwaras. So yeah, that's that come from that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
interesting. And so that's just the thing of not because the old way is like if you're dead, don't talk,
For
Yeah, but
right?
it's
um
essentially what you were doing with Saivu in some sense,
exactly.
right?
But how much
Yeah,
can you
but for
help?
everyone.
Yeah, but how much can you help when you're dead? You have all the overview. You click 4 times mouse one, you see
Yeah.
4 guys, and you don't have the rule is except me. You don't have to say people what to do.
No.
You need to say,
Only
guys, make a plan. Guys, there is a gap there. Or, you Inferno, they are 2 pit and 2B. I tell them, guys, do something. Like gamble somewhere. It's not gonna work. Like, no way we
yeah.
win this round. It's more this, not like making like plans for them. Just telling them, like,
Hmm.
it's time to do something. And or
Or like if you're good in a setup after
exactly.
plant
Or
or
telling them also, guys, you're perfect. It also gives this extra confidence. It can go both way, like on the good way, on the bad way. And for me, it's a really important stuff, and we do it all the time, also in clutches, as you say, and also in sometimes me, I'm telling them if I'm dead to yeah, timing you have a timing, or 2A you have a timing, or because you see things like that, and it's really helpful for sure.
yeah.
Nice. And then we get into a weird stint because obviously after Flamesy joins, we then later in that year we see Zonic and Lars go to Falcons, right?
Yeah,
So at that point, this is more just a deal that I guess the organization can't stop from happening. I heard there was like the money issues, for example. It's a lot of money. Actually, it's quite funny. I was in Saudi and sat on a panel with Neo. There was the owner of the Falcons. There's the owner of G2, and they were all squabbling like children about who's selling what to Falcons and what they're arguing with at the time. So it was like Nico, Zonic, Lars, Zywu's name got thrown into the mix. Obviously, Vitality would never let go of him. But was this something that you had to deal with? There was no way you were going to be able to keep him.
they were running out of contracts as well. and
Okay,
uh, and the problem was it was a bit deeper than that, and that stuff I can't speak too much about it, but yeah,
that's fair.
but it was tough to lose them because once again we built something. We built something together.
Yeah.
We were just winning like this Gamers 8 back then, the old WWDC, and we arrived to EPL, and they announced us that yeah, they're leaving. So yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. You build a team, and also like Zonic is also helped me to develop, and mostly I would say Zonic helped me more to develop as a human being, where Extase helped me more to develop as a strategic leader.
Yeah.
Okay. So, how would you compare? Because I want to get a lot of people say, okay, Zonic on Astralis, you can't credit this to him. Zonic on Vitality, you can't credit this to him. What is it that he does? Like, everyone gives this bullshit about he's a fraud. Clearly, he's not a fraud because look at the success he's
Oh,
had. But
We all a fraud then. We all
what
fraud.
did he add?
He's a fraud.
what,
what
what
he
what what does he add? What does he give for you
what
guys?
he's good at, the first thing is he's good at making a group of winners. Like,
Hmm.
he's good at making five guys liking each other and being a real team. And that's not easy.
Yeah.
That's not easy to do that.
No.
What he's really good at is also the way he's not really a macro coach like strats and like the way
Hmm.
you play extra, but he's more of he was maybe a bit more before, but as he saw me working that much, he was like, fine, I leave him. So he's more like, are you prepared perfectly to an event? Are you right to an event perfectly? And the way he is in practice to help us, etc. He was really good at it. Like he is really good at
Yeah.
it still. Um, he's also like a really funny guy, and that's really nice. He was really good. What he was really good is, mostly every work knows that whenever you're in practice, and it's tough day of practice. Okay, you're getting
Hmm.
yeah.
fuck left and right. It's not fun. But having this guy that is funny and say the right thing that make you laugh in this moment is like really good. I loved
Yeah.
it. I loved having him. Like sometime he was like making the right joke or helping us to have like just a smile on our face and being able to reset and go on something else. And he also known as being really good at preparing for games. So yeah, I think that's his strength overall for my.
Yeah.
I
And
love that as well because it's like if you can, I think players, especially, even in serious games, there's moments like that, right? Where things are just like completely down, you have no
Yeah,
belief, and someone just cracks a joke and everyone forgets about it.
yeah,
You know, you get so relaxed as a human being, you start, it's like a reset button,
yeah.
you know?
I agree. I agree.
Uh,
Doing that is really important.
and it's so underrated, but looking from the outside, oh, he made you laugh. I can tell a joke, you know, but it's not that
It's not
simple,
making
you
a
know?
joke. It's just saying the right joke at
Yeah,
the right moments. It's it's
yeah,
it's a really tough job. And actually, what you say about that is like it can be a joke, but it can be also like I remember against Navi in the major, like Flimsy has a rough game, and in the halftime he says that he's whiffing. I mean,
yeah.
he struggles, and I just tell him, bro, you can whiff. I still love you. You know, and and after that he just back to back rounds he just killed 2 and 3 in entries and we win the round.
yeah.
And it can be such a small thing you can do to your teammate, just show each other love, show each other like that you care about them, and I
Yeah.
promise that's
Mhm.
something so important. It works with certain players, of course, and some other it works less, but with a guy like
It will
Flimsy.
work differently for each
Exactly, but with
player.
Flimsy for sure it works well.
And then I got to, before we get on to Extaz rejoining,
Yes.
I want to talk about one of the very consistent pieces for you, Matt, because
Yes,
he probably doesn't
he
get
de-
enough credit for the work he
he
does.
deserves. He deserves.
But I love him because whenever I talk to him, I think it's no nonsense, straight. He's funny in his own way as well, quite a dry sense of humor from when I talk to him. But this guy is fucking knowledgeable, and people may not realize how
He's the
smart this
best.
guy is.
He's the best.
But he's been what? When did he join? He joined
2020,
2020.
debut, beginning of
At
2020. Yeah,
even one point, he coached you during Gamers 8, if I
and we
remember,
won it.
before Extaz came in, and you won it. But he hates it, by the way. When I asked him for interview, I don't want to do interview. He hates being spoken to
He,
on the content.
he,
He wants to be in the
he
back,
doesn't want the
doing an
lights.
analyst
Exactly.
role.
When
Yeah,
99% wants to be in the lights, he wants to be in the shadow. He doesn't
yeah,
care.
yeah. And it's a rare quality.
Oh,
And
mate.
then at the same time, he doesn't take enough credit because
No, no.
I remember him in the 1.6 days. He was a capable player.
Yeah,
This guy knows his Counter
yeah,
Strike.
of course.
He was playing when I was playing.
Yeah,
Like, he is more than good enough and knowledgeable, and he seems to have kept going in it for such a long time.
I'm
So just give
sure.
me your lowdown on how good he is for you.
Okay, I'm a bit fucked because he's also a really good friend of mine. So
Yeah.
he's the best.
But he has to be with you this long.
He's the best human being I know. First of all, it starts by that. The guy
Mhm.
is just too nice.
I'd agree. I'd
I
agree.
just love him. It's so easy to be with him during tournaments. It's just be easy to work with him. It's just too easy to trust him. The guy is the best at his role. I have no doubts. Like you, I have no doubt he's the best at his role because he doesn't want. Where a coach. You see it with the Navi situation where they lose Flashy right now because Flashy
Yeah.
wants to be a main coach. I think he never hid it to
Yeah,
Blade.
yeah,
He wants to be a main coach.
Yeah.
Matt doesn't want to be main coach. He doesn't want to be.
Yeah.
He wants to be
Yeah.
on the side. He wants to help people. For him, what he always says, he says, if I can help you and do my job to help you to be the best version of myself, I will be the happiest person in the world. This guy is so good at everything he does.
Mhm.
Whenever we do preparation or we do practice and he tell me stuff, I trust it 100%. I go blinded. I just go full blind and I do whatever he tells me. And yeah, and it's also because when you work for so long with someone, of course you trust him more and more, and
yeah.
he's yeah, he's the best. Without a doubt, he's the best, and it's just a pleasure to. I actually think if I will be retired, he will stop as well because it's also a tough life. He's 40 this year. Um,
Damn, I didn't know
yeah,
that.
he doesn't look that old. Yeah, actually.
No, he doesn't
Yeah.
at all. I thought he was like similar age to me and Devilwalk.
Yeah, no, he's and the guy is just yeah. If I wasn't there, he would be retired already probably. But always tell him, um, keep going with me, finish with me, and let's get everything we can get together because I need you by my
Yeah.
side to be the best version of myself. And
Wow.
he's part of this Vitality success so much, and my
Yeah.
success as well.
Through everything.
Yeah.
And so then with that, right? Xtaz comes back.
Yes, the board
You're
is back.
reunited. The board is back. You're reunited with Remy. Was this just you going, okay, I got what I needed from Zonic. I know who I want to work with. Was it your choice? Did you have involvement in this?
Of
How did
course,
it
I was
come?
involved. Yeah, they asked me. I
Yeah.
didn't have to like. If they told me we go for him, I would have no choice. But I I was consulted, and of course I said yes.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
yeah, yeah. Go ahead. If you have to ask something about him or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, just for you to have him back, right?
Yeah,
Was was there a difference in learning at this point as well? Because you said you learned so much from him. How did that dynamic work? How did things come together as a new formed duo reunited together?
it was actually really tough.
Yeah.
I
Cause
think I
yeah,
remember you guys struggling a little bit when he came back, and there was even criticisms of
actually at the beginning we
even
went two events in a
Xters.
row. So we went back to
Oh,
back
okay.
Blast 4 finals in
That was the
Copenhagen and
when
Blast 4
Messi
final.
joined as
Yeah,
well.
exactly. Messi
Yeah.
and
But I do
That was
Xtaz.
Messi came
remember,
back.
there was some criticisms
Yeah, yeah, in
of
2024. In
Xters.
2024. Yeah.
Yeah,
But what happened is he comes back and for me, also once again, it's like I didn't understand that we lost this like Magisk and Zonic where we were at our best. So I had a lot of struggle to deal with in my head. So I was not ready to welcome someone, even though I knew Remy so well. So actually, the end of 2023 went really well. Um, it was new CS2, etc. We won two events back to back. And then we lost a bit of our dynamic. But what we lost is also the relationship between Remy and me. We didn't talk that much anymore. I was
Hmm.
not really happy about stuff he did. It was probably the same way on his side. So yeah, we were like so disconnected, so much disconnected. And also like we had also bigger problem in the team that didn't help us to also focus on ourselves. So yeah, 2024 was a mess. That was a year where we missed only one playoff, but we
Yeah.
also won only one trophy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a tough one. It was a tough one because we really wanted to do better, but with the program we had was a nightmare.
Yeah, there was
Well,
a lot of rumors with problems during that time,
So
even in official channels.
stuff I can't say too much once again, but yeah, it was not easy to deal with, and what's tough in those moments is yeah, who've been criticized the first ones, Extase, apEX, Meze,
hmm yeah.
and
Yeah,
because you are IGL, because you are bottom fracking, and because you are the coach. That's exactly what happened, and that's like really simple way of people to reflect about something. So but yeah, that was a tough year. That was a tough year, and actually it was tougher than 2022 because actually in 2022 we were a team. We tried our best.
Yeah.
In 2023, 4, I knew we could win 2 trophies, and we were still so close to win so many games. I remember with our performance coach, we did like some stuff, work outside
And
of the
this is
server.
Jack
Yeah,
now,
Jack.
right?
Yeah, with Jack,
Yeah.
we did some work outside of the server, and he checked, and he wrote all the game we got eliminated last year, and we were thinking which one we lost to ourselves and which one to lose to better team. I think 80% we lost to ourselves. So we were
Yeah.
agreed
yeah,
that, and
You said that so many times to me. I
man,
remember.
that was crazy. Like all the games,
Hmm
like we couldn't win a close game. Like zero. It's fine to win. I mean, to lose some. It's normal to lose some close game,
Yeah.
but not to lose all of them. Not to lose all of them. It's not possible. So yeah, that 2024
I
year
mean
was tough, really tough.
it's so deflating when that happens, when it keeps happening. You can't figure it out, and you don't know what to do, and
But
you
I
every time you get into that moment, it just gets worse and worse and worse and
no, what
worse.
happened was like we had problems outside of the server. Like it was not like
Yeah,
yeah.
like what we could call or etc. It was like more stuff around and more personal stuff. And what was really frustrating is mostly that I couldn't do anything.
hmm
Also, I know that in 2024 I played a bit less individually. Mostly the second part of the year because I was like, even though I play more, it's not gonna change the problems. We won't
yeah, yeah.
win.
Yeah. It hits you.
So yeah, and sometimes
And
you believe you're gonna do good, you believe you're gonna come back, you believe, and it goes down again. That's crazy.
I remember so many times in our interviews, Dan, where you'd be like, "Okay, this one, they beat us. This is fine. Like, we lost. They were better." But then there were so many where it was like, you couldn't say publicly that it was problems outside of
Oh,
what was going on, but you were just like, we're messing up, we're making mistakes, it's us losing to ourselves. And that was where you were most frustrated
yeah,
because you knew you could win. But you did manage to get the Cologne win in
yeah,
2024, which obviously is huge.
yeah.
How big of a surprise was that for you, if you're being honest now, looking back of it? Was that like just seeing, okay, this is what we could do if everyone
Yeah.
focused up? And how much was, because obviously I know you can't talk too much about the Spinks things, no matter how much we all want to know, but how much was this the fact of him potentially leaving, because that was when the rumors came out that him saying he wanted to leave? Do you think that helped you to win Cologne?
No, I don't think so. I think that
Okay.
what happened is we ended like the first part of the season. We arrived
hmm
with on the second part, and we already, as you said, you already wanted to leave, but it didn't happen. Um, and yeah, I was actually in a way sad that we were keep going together because I was like, if he wants to leave, he doesn't trust the team anymore. He's not like feeling
Yeah.
it, so it's tough to work with someone that doesn't want. But I'm okay with that. After all, I'm like, okay, fuck it. I'm still gonna work hard and do everything. So we did a
hmm
online bootcamp, we call that, because we didn't want. We
Yeah.
had a lot of tournament in the row where we grind a lot. When we get better, etc., we go to EWC. We lose in quarter as usual, and then boom, we go to Cologne, and all the work we did in that week, we stepped up in that tournament, and we
hmm
could see a really good vitality where we beat Navi, the best team of 2024, 3-1 in the grand final. We really dominating them. I mean, we were the best team at the tournament without the doubt, and but we had the hurt really to give our best in this one. It was a bit different than the others. We were all ready to give our best and sacrifice for each other.
Yeah. And that's exactly what you want it to be like.
Yeah.
The only one I'm going to touch on before Spinks ends up leaving is just the World Finals event, because you get Jax back
Yes.
for one little last run.
Ah.
And dude, it was actually crazy because I'll be honest, my expectations were super low, but you do have a way of using this guy. You have a way of activating Jax. I get fun, entertaining interviews again, and he's just happy to be here
Yeah, exactly.
and have this moment. Dude, he was, you know what it was like? It was as if he was a rookie coming to his first tier one event again. He was just, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to try my
Yeah,
best.
exactly.
And you were practicing with Mezzi still,
Yeah,
right?
we
While
didn't
he
play
was,
one practice. I think we played maybe
yeah.
one map with Jax.
And yet you go and make top 4 even here.
And we could have actually go beat G2. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
What was that like?
it was actually when I'm reflecting about this, I was
Mhm.
when I didn't decide anything about him because he's a good friend of mine, but I didn't decide to take him. And actually, when we picked him up,
Oh,
I was like, maybe we should have take a younger guy or whatever. You know, even though he's your friend,
yeah.
Ah.
I'm not here to play with my friends. I'm here to win. So I was like,
Yeah.
maybe we could have like try a younger guy like Nathu that is in ants or whatever, something like that.
Hmm.
And but Audrey, Jack is coming, and I mean, I'm still really happy because he's my friend. So we take the flight together. We go to everything together, and
Yeah.
yeah, we explain him all the time at the beginning of the games what he's gonna do the day before, etc. We play Spirit, we lose them. Then we play a really close game against Liquid, and after Liquid, our problems from the team come back, and we
Yeah.
have a big talk
Ah.
without him, like a really big talk where we are really straightforward with each other. We're not really happy with each other, and we end up like yeah, satisfied with the conversation. We play Mars the next day, and we play really good. I think we beat them 13-7, 13-7 with Jax,
Hmm.
and we arrive against G2 and we lose to them. They win the trophy. They were really good at that time, but we're still really
Yeah.
close, like to beat them, you know. And it was a
Definitely.
special tournament because I really wanted. Jax never won a tier one trophy. You go on the
I
Asher TV
know.
profile, and he never won it. And actually, I was at his wedding 2 days ago, and I told him I would do my best to make you win one trophy. And maybe this year, if
One more step in.
One more
exactly,
One more
standing
step in.
time.
it
Oi,
will be the
if
right one.
just tell Messi to have another kid. Jack steps in again, and
Exactly,
you go and do it. It'll be no problems at all.
exactly,
You,
exactly.
you're steps ahead of all the other teams right now. It'll
Yeah.
be fine. It'll all
Maybe,
work out.
hopefully. But yeah, he's such a great guy, and I just really like him
Yeah.
as a friend. He's one of my closest friend, and but he's also good at this in the game. He's really good at entry fragging and being like first
Mhm.
and being aggressive,
He's
etc.
fearless.
Yes, exactly. He's really fearless.
Absolutely fearless.
Like
I feel
Flamesy,
like
Flamesy. They have the same idea.
I've I feel like if you told him anything to do, he'll just blindly follow it and go no matter
Yes,
what.
he will. I will.
Yeah, I can't imagine him saying no.
And he was really happy to play on stage again, to play in tier one even again,
Yeah,
and maybe it's gonna be his last tier one even in his career so far. But yeah, it was a great moment to share with him.
it
Mm.
really was special. And then we come to the end of 2024, and obviously, I know you were super disappointed, but then, yeah, you can say
Yes, a
that
lot.
because I remember at the HLTV Awards, right? You're looking at Navi picking up everything. You're looking at the drop off from you guys, the emotional year you'd had, and you do that interview. I think it's with Donna, right?
Yeah,
And you're just you want to come back stronger, right?
I
You
just
understand.
I just told it that next year I will be there and getting all the trophies. I just said it. I just said it. I knew it. I knew it
You
already.
spoke it into existence. That's it, right?
Yeah,
It's visualizing,
exactly.
making it happen. And by the way, I'm a big believer in that. Is saying what you want, believing what you want, working for it. And you have to either write these things down or you have to talk it if you really want it to happen. And then
Mm.
you guys, not only do you get rid of Spinks, right? And let me ask this. I know you can't talk about the whole Spinks situation, but do you think teams in general, when we're having these problems, should make this information public, or do you agree that it should be something that is need to be left out? Because from a fan standpoint, as I'm still a fan of the game, I'd love to know what the reason is that it broke out. You know, now I know that it's stuff that's been told to me I can't say on camera because we're here right now. But do you feel like some of it should be more transparent, or is it better left in the dark?
I think for the good of a lot of people, I think it's better that it stay in the dark.
Yeah,
People do some mistakes sometimes, and I think it's better that it stays like that for everyone. So for me, it's better that it's like this.
left.
Um, I had a wonderful time with Lotan. We won
Hmm.
7 trophies together, a major, a cologne. It didn't feel good in the team anymore. That's life. That's how it go.
Yeah,
That's how it goes. I just wished him the best. When he won his first trophy with Mouse, I messaged him and text him and told him, "Congrats, bro! I'm happy for you." He's he's part of my story as well, and we won a lot together. So for me, yeah, something happened and people don't know, and it's the way it is.
yeah.
But I'm really um he, we m- we made things together that matters, and so for me, it always been my hurt in a way.
I also think, like, just because you're a public person doesn't mean that everything in your life should be public.
Yes, I agree.
Like some things needs to be kept private, and people deserve privacy.
And mostly during the
uh
career, because some people do mistakes in their life, and
yeah,
if you say it public, it can also be really bad for him. Like
Yeah.
maybe not find a new team and blah blah blah. And for me, like doing mistakes is part of life. Everyone does mistakes. I think
yeah,
Spinks right now is happy in Mouse because they still do good, but when he sees us, he's not that happy. It's tough to
Yeah.
be the guy that you replace and you win everything. That's tough for
Hmm.
sure.
yeah,
You have to be honest. So maybe, I mean, he did mistakes. I don't know, but yeah, in a way, for what I could feel myself, he did some mistakes with us, but it's a learning process. It's a learning process,
Yeah.
and probably now he's better with Mouse, and he feels better there, and his success is there, even though they didn't win that match because of us, because we beat them in
yes.
3 finals.
Very much because of
Yes,
you.
Quite a lot.
yeah, and but they're still playing good, and he still plays good. So for me, he deserves also like happiness and success.
Yeah,
And he's still very young to have success going
Yes,
forward. But I'll say this: even if he was everything you wanted, when Rops comes along and he's free, you're probably still gonna make this move, right?
I will be honest. I was not sure to take Ruffs, not
Wow.
because you don't know the premise, Robin. You have no idea who he is. The human.
Yeah.
Who knows him? Except his teammates?
Yeah.
No one. I tell you, no one.
yeah,
He's
He's not public
so
person in that
quiet
sense.
in tournament. It's not
Hmm.
only about public because it can also be the two-faced persons. We have some in the scene. I will not
yeah,
say names, but we have some two-faced person where they are like that in cameras, but behind they are like hassles. So
Hmm.
him, you just don't know. You talk to him. The only way you talk to him is hey. That's it. I played against him for seven
Yeah.
years or 8 years. I had no idea who he was. I had no idea. So for me, I was not like I don't want him. I was like I don't know. Is he gonna fit with Flamesy and
Wow.
me? We are like super dumb
Yeah.
together, and how
Yeah.
he does he's gonna feel, how he's gonna feel with us, etc. It's tough. But in game, of course, I knew. Of course, you're
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Robs.
There was a check mark on this
Exactly.
part.
Okay, Rob, Al Walker, perfect. But I'm really happy we picked him up. I'm really happy.
Of course.
The guy is the best teammate I played in terms of work ethic,
Hmm.
understanding the game, trusting the guy. In that regards, I also understand his success. I also understand Faye's success. The
Yeah.
guy is amazing, like amazing. The second best player I played with, behind Zao,
Yeah.
no doubt.
And that's crazy. You now got both of them on your team.
Yes,
I
perfect.
got to
I love
ask
it.
this because there's a lot of I don't know if you've ever played RuneScape
No,
Apex. No, have you seen him play any in the practice room?
yes, I did.
Aha! There we go. This is my Robs. This is the Robs.
Yeah, like a window game
So
on the side of your
yeah,
screen.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Let me explain to you this, right? For anyone who doesn't understand it, that game will tell you everything about how he is such a mechanically good player because that is the most intense, most crazy game you can play.
Okay.
That is a full grind and requires absolute focus and concentration for maybe even the smallest tasks if you want to like perfect it. And
Okay.
I know he plays some hardcore characters in that game. He's got a normal account as well, but he's more than capable.
It's
But
pretty capable.
my thing was how he would fit in on the personal level with you guys. That's the only thing I was kind of wondering or worrying about. And I saw him that first event, it was Blast Bounty. And even if you guys didn't win it, I looked at him and there was this new buzz around him. There was this new energy. Despite how good Shanghai was from him from an individual level, I felt like I got a smiling, happier, different Rops.
I
And I
think
don't
we
know
never
what
seen
happened, but
Rob
it
smiling
worked for
that
both
much.
of
It's
you.
not only because of
No.
winning, it's just because also the humans he is with. You know, we are
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
sure it's different humans than in phase, but we are more like we probably laugh a bit more and more like smiling way, I would say. I don't think they don't laugh or
Mhm.
whatever. No, no, it's not the thing. I
No,
would
no,
say,
no.
Yeah.
but I
It's
think
just
we're
comparing
a
it.
bit more like living the life and enjoying it, you know, in a way.
Yeah.
And I think that's I can we can see it on his face the way he is smiling, etc. And looking at Zaiwo and smiling
Definitely.
as well.
And obviously his work rate, we keep hearing about this. Did you expect him to be this much of a hard worker and what he
Nope.
brings? Because am I wrong or am I right when I say he helped almost everyone on your team get better in some way?
Of
It
course.
looks like that from the outside. It looks like not just did he fit in as a player, but he came with either the new ideas or a different work mentality. Like Messi has improved, right? Flamesy's improved. I don't know about you. You probably improved as well, like working with him and stuff
Of
like that.
course, you do. As individual as well. I mean, right now, he just by his work ethic, he helps you to grind more and work more
Hmm.
because he doesn't miss nades. I mean, we always
He doesn't forget
yeah, he
nades.
doesn't forget nades. Doesn't his strats are written somewhere and he never forgets them. Like all the stuff is really good, and he creates new stuff. I remember at the bootcamp before Austin. Um, we played Aurora on train and another team,
Yeah.
and he got smashed on BLC when he was C2. And me actually, I went out. I went to the hotel. I didn't know what I was doing, but I went out. And the next day he said, "Yeah, I need to talk to you." And he worked on new stuff to counter what people were doing. And for example,
Yeah.
it's a small gimmick, but on train against Mars, third map in the in the major,
Hmm.
we created a new run boost on B where actually when we have the two best spawns, one of us has the best spawn, he has the second. And on longer, when he come from connector, he jump on our head, he does his smoke to extinguish the molly, and he run boost. And even though the guy has the best spawn, he will be in the sys before him, and he will wait for him there.
Yeah.
And we created this move. Thanks God we had twice the spawn against Mouse. He worked twice, he did the entry twice. So it's exactly Rob's there. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
exactly Rob's.
Rob's
Yeah,
magic.
came to me, said I have a new tricks, we need to work on it. And yeah, you go on the server, you go with him, you work on the run boost, you do the run boost for him, and he kills. And the first thing I remember with him is we were in National TV Awards bootcamp. So in Belgrade, we start our bootcamp
Yes.
there. And I said, okay, Robin, the way we're gonna work together is I want you and me to sit every night 2 4 hours. We're gonna do 2 maps every day, 2 maps every day. So we're gonna do 2 maps per day, and I want you to hear what you want to do because my
Yeah.
goal
Hmm.
was to. I knew he told me he had a lot of moves, a lot of individual thing, etc. So I was like, okay, what you want to do? That's the only thing we're gonna add in our playbook for now, for Katowice because we had like not the best amount of practice together. And you tell me, and I listened to him, and we had this mix. I mean, not I was not listening. I was doing also like just like exchanging words, and he was showing me what he wanted to do. And
Yeah.
at that point, I understood who he was. I understood who he was. I understood everything, and everything went so well at that boot camp. I don't think we lost the practice. I think we maybe lost one or whatever. We smashed everyone. At the end, our boss is coming for shitty rewards, and I tell him we're gonna win Katowice. I just tell you, Bunty. I don't know, but we're gonna win Katowice. I told
He's again put it into the
I
world. You again said
I
it.
told him straight away we're gonna win the Katowice. He said, "Ah, great then, like happy, perfect." But I knew it. I knew because not only Robs was joining, but okay, first of all, Robs was joining from a phase where they had a rough year, so he wanted to
Yeah.
show up for sure. I knew Xtaz had a rough year as well as coach, and he wanted also to improve and get the best version of himself. Zawo top 3 in the
Yep.
world. What the fuck is wrong? His worst placement in 7 years. I knew he wanted
Yeah.
to have the crown again.
That
Flamesy,
was good motivation.
yes, Flamesy. Um, they have this little fight in Israel where they want to be the best Israeli player
Yeah.
in their country. Time
Yeah.
to show it. Time you are maybe the best of any country. And finally,
Yeah.
Messi as well, criticized so much last year, being called a problem almost in a way, like Kirishima used to
No.
be, and also has
Yeah.
to show up because yes, in 2024, what's for me, William, I always knew he had the potential. At some point, like the management were like thinking about replacing him
No.
because why? Because it's true, he wasn't performing enough. But I said also I want me. I said to him and to the staff, I want to keep him because I know what he's capable of. And in
Yeah.
a way, I told him, you like what you. The only thing you lack, William, is balls. You need balls. You need to show you fucking balls to the world.
Yes.
And if you do that, brother, I promise you're not gonna be a great player. I think you're gonna help us to shine and to win. And that's what he did now. And so he had this battle, and me as well, criticized so much. Also by some golden hornets that wanted to change me. Yeah, Apex is too old. He
Oh
doesn't want
no.
enough. He's not good enough, etc. We all,
They say you don't want enough. They don't know
yeah,
you.
exactly. We hold at our battle there. We hold at our
Yeah.
battle. So in a
Mhm.
way, after Katowice, and in 2025, that was my first pitch. I told them we have only a week of preparation together, but I want to win Katowice. I don't want to say, yeah, we need 2 months to be ready. And I want,
Yeah.
and you all guys have a story to write next year. That was my first word when I arrived at the bootcamp. I remember. And yeah,
Wow.
magic happened after.
Uh, uh,
I
uh,
remember, like even us, we did podcast episodes, obviously, when we watched you guys. I
mhm.
remember being so freaking impressed from watching. Blast Bounty was too early to tell. You didn't have enough practice. Didn't feel like you made everything fit perfectly yet. And I remember watching like Katowice and stuff. That I said to Banks, and we had a discussion like, this is looking like it's Vitality's year, like all of it. And there was these small details that just, it's again to this annoyance. Like you're so annoying to play. You would play the best teams, you would double nade them at the perfect timing, you would do these things where you popping smokes at the right time, and not only that, but doing something added layer to it. It wasn't just the standard. It felt like you're starting to make something that was like beautiful to watch. And it felt like I don't even know what to do to counter it when you watch it.
Yeah.
It's like it's
Mm.
so perfect. It didn't feel like you could they just misplayed this or that, which you can say about 90% of all rounds or things that someone did a misplay. But here it was just they got so owned. They got completely wrecked.
This is why
And
it's
that's
good
when I
having
knew
Deathwalk.
like, okay, this is starting to look really special. Like really, really special what you guys were doing on the server.
Yeah.
Could you feel that as well?
I also felt something because I mean it's only the team knows, but whenever we lost Bunty to Eternal Fire back then,
Yeah.
Mhm.
we lost and we played really bad, like really bad. But we all arrived in the practice room and no one said anything. But at the end, we watched the game together, all together. But it wasn't like mandatory by the coach or whatever. Like we all arrived and said, "Okay, we watched the game for 2 or 3 hours, and on Anubis we talked about this. Okay, we need to change that on Mirage, and I could feel the whole team working together. Like when you do stuff like that, usually yeah, two people talk and three are like
Yeah, on their
watching, and
site
yeah,
and
oh watching this and or being in there but not talking. Where all or the coach didn't have to say anything. They were on the side. They were just listening to us. That's the moment.
Probably smiling. Look at our
Yeah, exactly.
boys.
Perfect. They're doing the job. They're doing the job. And
The
that's
dream.
also the moment I
Yeah.
felt like, okay, this team is special and this team really wants it. But when you win one
Mm.
event, you're like, maybe it's the honeymoon. When it's
Yeah.
Katowice, you're
Yeah.
like, maybe,
Yeah.
oh, okay, it's good. We play good, but let's see the next one. Let's see the next one. And then you go back to back to back to back to back to back tournaments. And there you're like, okay, this is getting even more special. And in some tournaments where I will not lie, when we arrive in Blast Lisbon, for example, actually it's two Blast that I will say that. No, actually Dallas as well. But I say, guys, we just won EPL. That was our goal because we wanted to do the Grand Slam. It's fine. Here, we could say that, but no, I was like, guys, we are every tournament. Let's not waste our time. We're here anyway. Let's give our best and win it. Let's give our fucking best. Rivals, same. We arrive from Melbourne. We arrive at 1 p.m. at the airport in Copenhagen. We play the next day at 3. Like,
Yeah.
and we like, and I could tell them, yeah, it's fine. We just won Grand Slam. It's okay. No, I just tell them, guys, we're here for 1 week. Let's create something special together. I want to win every
Yeah.
trophies with you. I repeat them that all the time. I say, guys, I just want to win trophies with you. I don't care. Same, we go to Dallas with 4 days of practice. We had a week off before. We arrived there. We said, yeah, we didn't. We did, that's the first one we said we didn't want to win it. We said, let's see where we are for the major. Let's work. Let's see where we are and work hard after. But we still win
Yeah.
it. So that's just
Yeah.
like crazy season. Like for sure the best season of all
I
time.
mean,
And
it is
Oh,
100% the best season of all time. Like there is
unbeatable.
no shot. You can't even make the argument that any other season has been better than what you did.
yeah, I mean,
For
No.
this period of time and this start of your team, it
And how
is
competitive
looking
it
to be.
is.
I mean, you could even argue right now that it is arguably one of the best or the best team in the history of Counter Strike, the run that
Yeah.
you've made,
yeah, I think
and there
for me
is
we're already a top
so
three.
much.
Even in 6 months, we are top
Yes,
three best team of all time. That's I no
but
doubt.
even if you would lose, like I don't know, maybe win one tournament of the next half year, you would still be in that top of teams of Counter Strike in a season.
I checked.
But
Uh,
I checked. Like what's the most win trophies in 1 year? It's Astralis. They won 10 out
yeah,
of 19, and us this year we will do 16. So I want at least to equal them, at least to do 10, and but it's gonna be a better percentage overall. So
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
much
yeah,
better. But you said top three, right?
yeah.
Obviously, Astralis is in there. Who's the other team?
You need also to give credit to teams that I don't know who. Maybe Fnatic, maybe SK. I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
One of these team. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't want just to put us like two above or like whatever. Like
Yeah.
if you ask me about the best IPL of all time, it's the same. Um, I think I'm top three. I won't lie. I put myself in the top three. Um, am I above Karrigan or Clave? I'm above one of them. I'm top three. I don't know, but I'm up there. I know
I
I'm up
think you're
there.
in the discussion for one of the greatest players to ever touch this
I
game.
heard you said that. I heard you said that because I'm reading like on the tweets and also I was watching a bit of sometime the
Yeah,
podcast. And so you said that in a way I understand why you say that, and I really say you thank you. I really like speechless to hear that, but yeah, on my own way maybe because I have a like really different path than anyone else.
I
Yeah. And
understand why you don't want to even think about it. Like
Yeah,
from
no, for
like
me,
a mental point of view, it's not over yet. Like there's tons to go. But for me, you're 100% in one of the you're at least in the top three
thank
for
you.
me in
That's
like
huge.
historical Counter Strike
That's huge.
players.
That's huge.
Because I don't, it's not about stats, it's like you've the impact you've made and the
Mhm.
longevity you've had from winning
Yeah.
even tournaments in source, coming to CSGO in like let's say like a nerfed position, grinding your way up into this position again and doing it with envy, G2, then it's kind of a drop again. You have to create something new because I don't think people understand how tough that journey is to create something completely new and how many times you've done it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
thank you for that. But yeah, you're right. It's not easy for sure, and that requires a lot of work and a lot of like thinking about being like different and watching yourself and etc. And a lot of work on the side. It's not only work, but yeah. I mean, thank you for that.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, a lot of sacrifice for sure.
Well deserved.
Thank you.
And this is why I love to have Devil here, because it's not just an analyst; it's someone who's been through it, who's got the
Yeah,
brain for it, who's seen it
sure,
all.
that's true.
Um, and it comes through with a lot of warm credit. But to continue our conversation around this year, I'm not going to take too much more of your time, Dan, because
It's fun.
you've already given us enough, which I
It
appreciate.
goes really fast when you speak, and it's interesting. So it's good.
As long as, hey, if you're happy, I'm
I'm
happy
fine.
as
No
well.
worries.
We're both happy. So this year, right? You already, when we spoke about Messi towards the end of 2023, I think it was when he first joined, right? Um, you just mentioned something about him having some balls to play with, right? Now he seems like he has it, where he also has had this increase from drops, from all your words. But you notice that talent in him, that ability. Is he now taking that more initiative? Is he being a bit more selfish at times? Because before it was everything for the team, and sometimes putting himself in compromisable positions. Are you seeing the development of him to be the player he can be?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. For me, it's still not enough. I think he could
Yeah.
still do more. The difference as well from 2025, 24 to 2025 is that he also have also some better positions on City side that help him to shine. Also some position that suits him more. I still want more than from him. I'm not gonna lie. I still want more from him. I know what he's capable of, etc. But yeah, I think I'm glad that he improved and he's the player he is now. Um, I mean, he comes from a scene that doesn't exist in a way, and yeah,
Sadly,
sadly,
yeah.
but that's just the truth. And yeah, the first UK player, etc., being such a great human being as well. What's cool with William as well is you ask him to have a bit more balls, a bit more ego, but it's also his strength, like to be this teammate
Hmm.
as well. You know, he has you tell him on the pistol run, okay, we do this pistol run, you have no Kevlar, you have smoke. He never complained. Never,
Yeah.
Yeah.
never ever. Never said, oh, I want a Kevlar or whatever. Why he was actually really sick with a pistol. He was like, no, it's fine. I mean, he wasn't even saying a word actually. So, but yeah, he's a really important piece for us. And people will
Yeah.
never understand that even though we will have actually he has good stats this year, but even though we will have like a star instead of him, it will not work because you need the balance in our team. When you have 0 reps, you need people to fit the
Hmm.
gaps, to fill the gaps, and
Yeah.
that's what we both three of us are doing with Flimsy and me, and
Yeah.
Messi, and that's important. And he also has some tough roles as well, sometime, etc. And what I tried him to do is having more plays for himself. We worked on few plays
Hmm.
for him. We work on few things that helped him to be a better player. And actually, he's coding them more. He's taking more initiative, and it's good to have. He can't take too much because then it creates like something but it's good to have him, and I'm really happy to also did my stuff to kept him in the team. I don't know if we'll have changed
Yeah.
him, but actually I said that I didn't want to because for me it was important to have a guy like him in the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's what he adds, right? It's not about the stats. It's about the things you're saying, where he is able to take these roles without complaining, to do these things
A really
without
great
making a fuss
teammate.
about it. That many players, yeah,
The
and
best teammate I've
it's
had.
so
The best teammate
rare.
I've had.
But it's also like what you say is like when you create, you can have that power imbalance or imbalance in
Hmm.
people who, if you switch him out for a quote unquote better player, I don't think there's many out there even still.
Yeah,
He,
you're right.
But even then, changing the dynamic, and as you say, maybe someone that takes so much initiatives that it completely changes the way you play, or like you mentioned earlier that when shocks came into your team, that you had to step back a little bit. Some people, if you change that balance, it can almost disrupt the whole team.
Exactly. Exactly.
Uh,
It's exactly about that. And that is a really important player of the team. Actually, I was waiting them to win the major to say that, but without a doubt, he's the best team I ever played with. And so he's part of that as well. Without a doubt, he's a part of this team, and thanks to his behavior, thanks to the person he is. I remember his father was there in London in last year, and
Yeah,
and he asked me, "Will William still be there in Shanghai?" And I said, "Yeah, of course, he will still be in Shanghai." And his family is also really nice, and he's you see, it's just he's been a nice kid and nice education, and actually,
Yeah.
I remember seeing him because I didn't know what will happen after Shanghai, and he was like crying a bit and being super unhappy about team result, about himself, etc. But and when I see that, I'm like, this guy deserves like he deserves like another shot. He deserves to be there. And now he proved the other wrongs. He's him and Flames. He won everything possible in Counter Strike anyway now. So
Yeah.
you will not get that away from them.
No,
And
never.
and looking at just overall, right? You said you wanted to. You said you were going to wink out of it, so you said you felt
Yeah.
it. Did you still have that confidence? Obviously, you said that the HLTV was. Did you still have that confidence even after Blast Bounty, or did it start to think, oh, maybe I've
You
overshot?
always doubt, it's no, it's human
Yeah.
to doubt. If you not doubt, you're like a psychopath or whatever. You have no emotions. You need to. Of course, I was like a bit down, and I remember I spent 3 or 4 days with my girlfriend after that, and in a way, she doesn't like that, but it's the way I am. I'm a bit away. I was just thinking about CS. I was
Yeah.
already thinking about new strat and how I could deal with stuff we had from Blast Bounty, etc. I think
Mhm.
it's really tough to be dad's girlfriend in a way because I love so much CS, and I spend so much time around that I don't have much time to share with family and others. So it's not easy to be with me, but yeah, I just love CS and I want to succeed. So it's an important stuff. So yeah, I was a bit worried because yeah, of course it's your first tournament and you don't play that good,
Mm.
but I'm like the only answer I can get is work harder and understand better what
Yeah.
happened and get better. That's it.
And you guys definitely did. And then to this run you've been on, right? All these event wins, all this success. It's obviously off the back of the hard work, the things clicking, everything coming together. But I remember seeing so many of the Vitality video logs where, like, the way you're talking to the team is in such a manner that I'm believing just watching the bloody video. I'm not even on the team, and I feel like I can listen to you on this. Is this something you've always done? Is this because we didn't always have these good video logs of you guys, right? I
Yeah.
didn't get this much behind the scenes. So I love this YouTube content because it helps me understand more of it. But is this something new from you? Is this the same energy you've always had? Because I honestly, as an outsider, will say I feel like that's a big thing where if I'm believing it and I'm not even on the team, your boys are definitely believing it.
Yeah.
Like everyone's
Maybe
gonna have that mentality.
maybe it was since Apex opened the box, and released himself.
Actually, yeah, it's part of that. But no, it's been quite some time actually. I'm doing it. Like good speeches in important moment. It's not like I want to
Yeah.
do it, but I just or I think about it too much before, but it just needed at that moment. I remember, when we lose to Mongols on Mirage in the major, they don't show it, but I just tell them, guys, I will be honest. If you want to win, I'm not even mad. I'm not gonna scream on you guys. But if you want to win this major together, if you want to finish the season together on the right path, we just need to step up, boys. Huh? Because
Yeah.
what I've seen there was really bad. Huh? And yeah, and sometimes you have to have an emotional speech and be there and be harsh a bit, etc. And sometimes, yeah, there is no need to do it. There is just like right
Mhm.
words at the right moment. But this is something that you don't overthink too much. It just comes with the situation. But yeah, I think I've done it
Yeah.
for quite some time, and yeah, I think it's also part of being a captain, and having at least a little bit of charisma to be able to do it.
Yeah. No,
And
everyone cannot do
No,
it.
that's for sure.
no, definitely not. And
I
you
think you have to have an like inert ability to be able to speak with emotion to some
mhm.
And
extent, and
also,
you being a
not
very
in your language. Sometimes it's tough to speak with
yeah.
Yeah.
emotion in English is not easy. When I'm getting mad in English, I'm like, I
Yeah.
can't speak properly.
But the thing is, I see with you, Dan, and there's a few in-game leaders I don't see it with. I will say is you're an in-game leader, but even if you weren't an in-game leader, you would still be a leader of men. You would still be a captain because you have that persona, that charisma, that auras, they like to say now, right? But there are some IGLs who don't have
Yeah.
this, who are a good IGL, but they can't do any of this shit. But you have that, and this is the magic that I think makes the difference between just an IGL and then a real IGL of what they can do and what they
Yeah, I
can
think so too.
deliver. And in that you've nailed it. But there's also something else I noticed that was interesting, and I haven't seen any other teams do it personally. So you guys will finish a map and you go outside, right? They've got the cameras following you. The team first all together, then you disappear with map,
Okay, I will explain.
and then Remy's with the rest of the team
Yeah,
and with the performance coach. So what's going on here? Can I understand how this is
for
working?
sure. I will explain you. It's pretty
Thank you.
easy. Um, Most of the time, I prepare only 2 maps myself. Okay, I'm not, and
Okay.
as a team, we don't always prepare 3 maps because when we're not sure
Mhm.
about the third, I think preparing 4 or 5 maps together is bullshit. It's bullshit. You
Yeah.
give too much information to your players. So what I'm doing is usually myself, I prepare my 2 maps by myself. So I most of the time know what they're gonna pick. I know what we're gonna pick. So I prepare those 2 maps. So the third map, I don't know much about it, or I mean not enough. So whenever we have a third map, I go with Matt, where the guys go with them, and I listen to him, and he tells me the stuff I need to listen
Yeah.
to. And the little stuff from Austin, we win those 2 against Mongols. We go outside. I go with Matt, and I'm so much nervous and stressed that he talks to me,
Mhm.
and I can't listen to him. It it goes in one ear
I know what you
and it
mean.
goes out on the other. I'm so stressed
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I can't. I think I asked him 4 times to repeat. Like, sorry, bro, I can't listen properly. Can you repeat again?
yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, it was crazy, and I told him. And also, what I think my guys like with me is like I'm a true person. I told them, guys, I'm so stressed right now. I'm
Yeah.
fucking stressed. It's crazy, but it's gonna be good together. And whenever I'm in the game, I'm not stressed anymore. But whenever you go out of the stage and you talk, I don't know, you know, reflecting and think, oh, what,
Yeah.
how can I counter
Mhm.
that, and how we'll do it, and but whenever we're in the flow in the game, it's a lot easier, you know. So, but yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that just to speak about it.
Okay. And it's crazy, right? Because let's just look at this. We've all spoke about the events. We know what you've won. It's an incredible achievement. But this major was you start off against the Mongols, losing Mirage. You already spoke to us about that. Then this does too, and you're mega stressed because you're going into Inferno. There was once the map I said, you guys can't lose on. And then all tournament long,
So,
you lost it. And I was like,
It's not only
okay.
losing, you were getting crushed on it.
13-3,
And I was
13-4. Yeah.
like, and I'm thinking, fuck, Mongols used to be pretty damn good on Inferno. Am I watching this fumble up here? And the interesting part about Inferno, let me get this right. I think it was you, Mezzy, and Flamesy who just went fucking bonkers.
Yeah, yeah, I had a really
Like
good.
that was the support cast going mega mode.
What happened with
But
me is I was really good on the city side. Yeah.
was
Yeah.
that like a thing where like you prepared every other map so much that you kind of forgot Inferno being so good before the major, or was it
Actually, no.
something else?
Actually, no. I don't know. You know, the first game of the tournament was. Oh, okay. For me, the reason behind the 2 losses we had, it is more. No, we worked on the maps on the same way. I would say. Okay.
Okay.
Overall, maybe we struggled 1 or 2 sides that we worked a bit more, but actually we added stuff on Inferno. We reflected against Legacy. We lost, but it's a bit of a weird game that happened. We win the pistol, we lose the second round. It's already tough in CS nowadays on City side when you do on T side. I think I would love to watch what the score after that. A lot of time I think it's a crush. They had a lot of like kills through smokes, a lot, like as you never
Yeah.
seen before, and we didn't play our best. So in first game of the tournament. So that was a bit weird. The Mars one is on my bad. I was calling like shit, like crazy. I felt it was a bit maybe too easy in my head, and I really called
Mhm.
really bad. And also we were not there. I remember like Zaiwu will never do this mistake. One of the important one, we are 0-2 down or 0-3. No, yeah, no, 3-1 or 2-1. I don't remember. I think we 5v4 or 4v4. We go B, and Zaiwu has a city Molotov, but he still mollies triple. Where
Ah,
You can't do that with a CBT Molotov, you know? And he knows it. He knows it. And he does the molly. The guy is triple. We don't expect him. He does 2 kills and we lose the round. And then
Yeah.
everything goes bad and I start to call bad, etc. And yeah, it was a bit of a team like playing bad and also myself. So yeah, actually, to play against Mongols, we talk about the maps and we are talking about that we don't know what they're gonna pick. We're not sure. We think it's Mirage most likely. But what we do on the third? Inferno, Nuke, and Anubis. What do you want to play?
Mhm.
And the guys didn't want to decide the major on Anubis, so they say we remove Anubis. But they were still fine to play Inferno. They were like, okay, we lost it twice, and we they were fine with it.
But like, do you think? Because if I'm right, this year Mongols have beaten you on Nuke,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, twice or
Yeah.
so twice,
twice.
twice. Yeah, no, once,
One was a crazy overtime.
once.
Once.
The other
Okay.
one we won. We won.
Let me look down this. I want
I'm
to make
pretty
sure as
sure.
well. So we got
Because I think they had the opportunity to
no. They
go
beat you twice. They
new.
beat you in ESL Pro League 16-14, the crazy
And
overtime,
one, okay, and one in Dallas.
and then Dallas
Okay,
13-7.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
My bad then.
So no, I can't expect you to remember everything. Your
But
memory is
fuck, I'm
amazing. So I'm
fucked now.
just
I'm so unhappy about myself.
I his memory's not as good as we
Yeah,
thought. We've
exactly.
lied this whole episode.
Uh,
But so you lost twice to them, and they still chose Inferno. I'm guessing because of what performance you showed on it at the major.
Because they don't actually. I think it's a team that are playing with their conviction, and I don't think they like Nuke that much. You know, they beat
yeah.
us
Okay.
and etc. It was nice, but yeah, I don't think they like it that much. And they also had a really good win, I think, on Inferno as well lately. So I think we were pretty sure they would decide Inferno.
Okay. Yeah. So it boiled down to that. You guys absolutely smash it and you lift the trophy. And
Yes.
even if the American crowd fucking hates you, they had to give you some flowers and some love then.
Yes. I don't think they hated me. I think that it was just
No, I think this tournament it was
no,
different.
but even
It
in
was more
even
memey.
in Dallas, like just one guy started a meme, and actually everyone that came to the signing session, or I met a lot of people after that asked for credit was they were saying it's just a meme and we love it. Like we just kept doing
Yeah.
it, and it was just fun to say fuck you Apex, you know. So they were like
And you're the
they were
villain.
exactly, and I'm like, and the way I answer as well, I think it's also what they liked, and so I knew it happened in Dallas 2024. It happened in Dallas 2025. I knew it would arrive in Dustin as well. Dallas and Dustin are pretty close nearby, so yeah, I had I knew it, but it was a fun one. It was like a really fun major for me, a tough one, but all the villain Hawk etc. was really good, and yeah, it was really nice to win and sorry, be part of that.
And this thing with the American crowd, right? It's all fun and games and we love it. But your idea to film when you were middle fingering them,
Yeah.
this was genius. You even become a souvenir as
Okay,
well, Dan.
first, what's fun with that? I decided to do that 1 minute before when we went up.
Of
I
course you
I
did,
talked to
yeah.
the guys. I never thought about it before. I said, guys, what about coming with my phone and doing middle finger to everyone?
Yeah.
And I saw Raps and Flames. They said, yeah, it's a good idea.
Of course they, yeah.
So they were like, yeah, it's gonna be so good. So yeah, I did it. And yeah, and it went crazy. Like I think on between TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter, I have like 6 million views, more than 6 million, 6 million and a half.
That's crazy.
Um,
Oh.
CS2 retweeted, and I saw the guy from Valve
Yep.
after. They said one of the guy told me, yeah, my mom watched the game, and the guy is like 40 or 45, so his mom has to be like, yeah, 65, 70, 75, I don't know. And
Yeah.
he said, she think you're really funny, you know. So everyone like were like, I was like, when he said that, I'm like, oh, his mom will not be happy, but
Yeah, this is not good.
but it's the other way, and I think it's also not many people can do that in a way, and
No.
No.
and it's accepted that way. And also,
Yeah.
like, yeah, the sharing the cake is being in the game now. Like the only
Yeah,
highlight
that's
outside of
so good.
CS is me middle fingering everyone.
Yep. That's a beautiful way to remember it all
Like,
as well.
what the fuck is going on? That
So
being kept
you
so
you
far.
got the You got the trophy in game, you got the stickers in game, and you've got the video footage in
I'll be
game
like,
as well
what
of
the
yourself.
fuck is that? Like, it's it's just so funny, and that's a friend told me that like a lot of majors will be like not really remembered, like well maybe this team, but
Yeah.
this major will be like, oh yeah, Vitality won with the middle finger of Apex. It will
Yeah,
be
Yeah, yeah,
remembered
exactly,
like that,
exactly.
and that's pretty fun.
And this is your charisma. This is what we're talking about, not just as a leader, but as a
Yeah,
person. And one thing is, maybe you'll agree with me or not, but it's one thing I see. I feel like the Dan I see now in front of me compared to a few years ago, as someone who's been doing interviews and talking with you a long time, is I see an Apex who is at peace with himself.
yeah.
You are you are so incredibly fit and healthy now. You're not the chubby Dan of before. Yeah. You're in tune with your mind and body, and you seem happy and at peace with yourself. Am I right? Is that what it feels like right now for
I think
you?
you're completely right. Yeah, you're completely right.
How have you done it? How have you done it in such a noisy and crazy, like, do you remember there was times where I'm in the gym every event? Now I hardly go. I'm completely opposite of where you're at right now. And I just feel like sometimes, and I'm not a player, I'm not having to deal with anything like you have to deal with, but I feel like sometimes there's so much noise and stress and unknowns that you just want to shut down in some ways. But you've come so far as a person. So how the hell have we got to this stage of your life?
Well, first of all, for the sport way, I think that
Mm,
it helps me to be more confident. Like someone
yeah.
that feels good in his body, to feel good in his life.
Yeah, look at your arms
Like
now.
like the what's fun is right now I came from vacation. I probably gained 2 or 3 kilos.
Yeah,
The classic enjoying life. That's
that's
also
good.
needed. But I feel
Yep.
ashamed a bit. I feel ashamed right now. I really need to go sport again.
Oh, really?
Normally I was supposed to go to sport tonight, but with I had the plumber that had to come because I have a water problem. So I had to wait
Yeah,
for him, and it took too long, so I couldn't go. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like it's bad. I need to go. So
yeah.
for
You
me,
you feel that
yeah,
itch?
exactly. I really need to do it to feel good, and also in a way, it's helped me in my personal life, but also in my like professional life. Since I do
Yeah.
that, I'm more confident. I'm playing better. I feel better, and everything is just better in the way. So, yeah, it's really
Mm,
an important piece of myself, and a really important one. Then you write about something, and I wasn't thinking about it, but yeah, the peace with myself. Now
mm,
I'm in the peace with myself because I want to win more for sure, because I'm here for that, and don't want to waste any time, and I want to enjoy.
yeah,
But yeah, I did what I had to do in this game. See, if tomorrow I live, I came to a point right now where in a certain amount of time, I don't know how long, but I will be the player with the most trophies in CS. You know,
yeah,
and that's a unbelievable achievement, and that's something that I never believed I could do. But I've done it. Whatever the haters can say, I got carried or whatever. But the truth is,
uh,
we say you men's lie, not numbers, and that's
yeah,
exactly what happened. And that's something maybe also like with the career I had and what I've won, I feel a bit more in peace with myself. That's actually true.
yeah,
I see
But
it.
that doesn't change the fact that we start a new season, and I want to win, and
Yeah,
I'm here in CS, and I always said that I will give everything until the really end. When I will feel it's the end,
mhm,
I will stop. But I don't want to waste time. I don't want to do anything. So I'm gonna do my death match again every day. I'm gonna play Face It. Not tonight because we already 3 hours in this podcast, and I
we're
need
already late.
and
Yeah,
etc. I didn't know how long it could take, but as I'm speaking a lot, that's the truth. But yeah, I'm in a way now that I've done what I had to do, and um,
yeah,
and
yeah,
also something that is not easy. I'm proud of myself. I'm proud what I've became. I'm proud what I'm doing. I'm proud also in my personal life and the way I'm acting, and in this world where a lot of shit happens and you never know what's tomorrow, and like people like no one is really happy in this life. Like it's really tough to be happy. It's really tough. So we really need to, as human, when things goes well, when you're proud of yourself, like just yeah, tell it to yourself. Like yeah, I'm proud of myself. I'm not lying. I'm really proud of what I've done in this game, and the print I put there, and that will be forever. And that's something I'm really
Yeah.
proud, and I want to keep going. But yeah, it's important thing for me.
And like, I'll say this, right? I obviously watching you grow and watching you do this as just someone who's talking to you, interviewing you. It's not like we're super close mates, but
No,
we
it's true.
talk,
Yeah.
right? And I'm seeing this, Dylan. That's why I said I can see that you're now at peace with yourself. You're in this good position, and not many people ever get to this point. Like you said, like the achievements you have and what you've done. So now the question, I guess, me and Devilwalk have for the future is like teams are making changes just to try and beat Vitality. You're in that
Yeah.
position. How do you keep this team so hungry? Because you've won it all here. Can you tell me now that you still know that like you had practice. You came back to practice today on the 14th.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're already back to the grind. Do you still see that the team are hungry again, or will you only know that when you get to the next event? Is this going to be where because you're the front runners to win Cologne? I don't see any of the current changes of teams with something that's going to instantly change them to beat you guys. I still think there's a huge gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Sorry.
you kind of have to go back to that start of the year and maybe remind everyone of like what were the you mentioning what motivated everyone to kind of pick up the work and all of this stuff, because I know for a fact that it's like you get to this point, people can get complacent real
Oh,
quick.
I know that as well,
Yeah.
Norris. I know that. Yeah. You're right. To be honest, it's not easy. It's not easy to have the right words now, because imagine you come out and like the guys are like, yeah, but we won 7 of 8 trophies. What else can we win? Like, and you need to set up goals all the time. And what's
Yeah.
fun is like a year ago in Cologne, they asked me a question, and I said I want to win a Katowice or Cologne and a major before I retire. And within
Yeah.
that year, I won all three. So the only thing that is important is to put new goals, new one.
Mhm.
I think I fit it, but if we win Cologne, why not a second Grand Slam? Um,
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Yeah.
beating records? No, no. The truth is we need to beat records. That's the thing we have to do now. We have to fight against Astralis. We have to be a team that won more than 10 trophies in 1 year, maybe. We have to fight. And
Yeah.
what I told them in 2023, and it didn't work out, unfortunately. But the truth is, we are the top, and it's tough to get there. But you realize that it's tough when you drop down, and you go down a bit,
Mhm.
and then to go back, that's the tough moment. That's really fucking tough. But right now, if we keep grinding and keep a step ahead, inviting new stuff, creating, for example, today, okay, I will be honest. I had a bit less than 3 weeks because with Austin coming back, etc. We have on the Tuesday
It
late,
was a horribly small break.
exactly. So I didn't think about CS at all. No strats, nothing. Just
Good.
taking care
You
of
deserve
myself.
that.
Yeah. But today
Yeah.
we went on train, and I have two new ideas. But me, I'm also really, I mean, with the experience, etc. I don't need to go on a server and reflect about CS. Like today, I found a
Mhm.
new idea. We did it in practice. It worked so well, but just because I created it when we were practicing. And then, yeah, my
Yeah.
Yeah.
brain is coming back, and I expect everyone to do the same. I expect why I would say why you were that good, Maisie, why you were that good, why you were that good, Robs,
Mhm.
and I expect that from all my teammates, and I will push them. That's the sure thing you will know from me is I will push everyone. I will push everyone every day to
Good.
tell them to not be happy if we do a shit practice day. Uh, to not be happy if I see that people don't work enough. I do not be happy if I look at the Faceit page and I see no Faceit from everyone except Rob because he's the only one that is able to not doing Faceit because he never does Faceit because I know he's doing other stuff, etc. We all have a way to be good at the game, and we need to be good. And same for me. I also been good individually during the past few months because I'm grinding the
Yeah.
game, because I'm playing this match every day, because during before 1 month before the major, I was doing like more than 1K frag this match frags per day. Even though I have more work, even though
Mhm.
I had game to prepare. Every day I had my 1K minimum this much. I had my face it doing it, and I had my sport as well. I had no time or no other
Yeah.
time to do anything else, but I was doing it because I know that's the recipe to win, and that's exactly what I'm gonna take care of this year. That if we do all of that combined, this second part of the season will be amazing. I'm not saying we're gonna win as much as we did because that's once in a lifetime or not. Like, you know what I mean?
We will
Yeah,
see.
The year's not done
yeah.
yet.
But we can win at least 3 trophies. I know that. And the big goal is to win big back-to-back major, like being one of
Mhm.
the only team with Fnatic and Astralis to do that. And why not
Yeah,
a second Grand Slam this year in November? I can have in 3 months, 4 months. I can have a second Grand Slam in my pocket. Like
it's
you need to set
crazy.
up goals for yourself. And back to back
Yeah.
Cologne never happened, I guess. May actually it happened. SK,
Yeah, one time.
SK.
Yeah,
But yeah, for example, I don't know, like whatever. But I want to.
Oh, but it's interesting. It's interesting to like kind of change the goals to something that isn't that obvious. You have to kind of look into the history books
We have to
to
know. We
find.
have to,
Yeah,
because what we did is already legendary. We won everything possible in the last 6 months. So you need to find new goals. Like imagine Michael
yeah,
Phelps. He won everything for so long that he needed a new one. He, if you want to be, and me, yeah, I would say also, in a way, with my friends at the beginning of the year with Jax, I told him my goal this year is to win 30 trophies at the end. I was 26 trophies. I'm 33 now. Okay, let's make it 40.
yeah.
Why not?
And you could do it by the end of
Exactly.
the year.
I'm not done for now. I want at least to play 2, maybe 3 more years. I don't know, but I need to set up goals. Wherever I've done, whatever I've done. Otherwise, it stops here. It stops here. Like
Yeah,
it's useless to keep going.
and looking at that, right? So the goals you're setting is very clear. Back to back majors, the Grand Slam, breaking records, doing the stuff. It all looks very possible for you right now. But you just mentioned about before you retire. You mentioned your girlfriend, right? You're looking at future of that side of things on your personal life. You said she's very supportive, but is there a point where you're saying, okay, I need to slow down, settle down, give more time to that? Do you think of doing a Messi, having a kid? Where does that come into things?
At some point, yeah, I would love to think about people that love me, that do everything to for me to take care of them, but I don't have it goes to the same point I told you before. I don't have to have regrets. I don't want to stop too early because I will have
Yeah.
regrets. It's people will say, yeah, it's perfect to live when you're at the top. But all
Ah,
people that live when they're at the top, they come back because you know
yeah.
you could do
Yeah.
more. And that's the problem. And then you're like, oh, I fucked up. I should have stayed. Me? No, whenever I feel I'm a weight in the team, it's not
Hmm.
working that much extra. I will stop. But the problem is maybe I'm such a passionate guy that maybe it's not gonna come now. It's maybe not gonna come in a few years either. But that's something I will have to talk with my girlfriend to be sure that we're in the same page because also I'm 32 years old and she's 32 as well. And we are both we don't have like kids. We want to make kids as well, and
Yeah.
at some point like there is a clock that is running and we need
yeah, yeah.
to
Hmm.
to to do as well. So it's not easy. It's not easy conversation. I can tell you like I'm really happy
Oh, I
and
know.
yeah, I'm really happy in my life and I love what I'm doing. But sometimes you have like
Yeah.
the personal life takes over and you don't see your family that much. And I want to also take care of my mom. I want to see her a bit more as well and be sure that
Yeah.
but that's because you see like so many people that can die so fast. Like you look at this Diego Jota player, football player that just died.
Yeah.
He was 27 or 28 and just died. So life is so short. Everything can happen that you need to take care of everyone, and that's the tough part also with us is we do things that we love. It's so much enjoyable. We earn good money, but at the end also like we have a family behind and money doesn't
Yeah.
make everything.
Yeah.
No. Some things money can't
Yeah.
buy it, and you can't replace the time
Exactly,
as well. It's
exactly.
definitely a
You
thing to
can't buy
think of.
time.
As we get older, we really start to understand
Yeah.
that. Devil, any final things from you, mate? Did
I
we tick
mean,
off all of your questions?
I had like just small things like, or small, but I had things like obviously in your in-game leader growth. You've played with, massive in-game leaders in the French scene. You had a lot of different influences. Even if someone wasn't a pure in-game leader, there's still like influences you can take or concepts that you can learn from people. Do you have any like memorable? You don't have to mention maybe what
I
the
will, I will.
concepts are if you want to keep them secret, but like is there anything like really notable that you feel like, okay, I got this from him and I use this today?
To be fully honest, it's not in-game related. It's more like
Yeah,
humans, etc. So I
yeah,
looked back at all my IGLs, and first I was like, what I don't want to be, what I didn't like in my IGLs, what was something that I was like
yeah,
really
Mm,
against. Um, for example, Existence was really too much in his own way. Like if you had like your opinion, etc., it was like, at least to me, not listening enough and not being open enough about that. So that's something I never wanted to be. I always wanted to listen to people, having my own identity and my own opinion, but listening to people and trying to understand them. And sometimes you will tell them, yeah, it's bullshit. I don't agree with it. Or sometimes you take stuff from him because he says a good thing. That's
yeah.
the first thing. Um, on a good way from existence, being a leader of men. He always been a leader of men, always been a good captain. I wanted to be like him. I wanted to be that captain that you can trust. Exist and you could always trust him in anything. Also in his work ethic. He was really good at
yeah,
that. Like
Mm,
really good work ethic, really good like man, but not yeah, his thing not listening enough to his players. And that stuff like that I try to reflect on. Like not really about um good thing or bad things or pure IGL, but just like stuff around. Also, I learned how to play slow with Arts back then. In Arts, he's a legendary 1.6 player IGL as well in the French scene. He has his own
yeah,
style. Everyone knew he was like doing map control all the time and going on the mob site really late, like Navi, old Navi style, big style as well at some point with Guppy. I learned also that it's also good to play really late round and having this really late round and not being stressed, etc. Like so many small stuff from everyone as well, and also like from Alex also was really stubborn and was at some point not listening and saying to me that you will never be an IGL. That stuff I will never say to my guys as well because you never know what the future holds and actually I said it to love to Zaiwu because he knows the joke. He was there as well and we laughed about it together already. But when sometimes he says something, I'm like, bro, you can't understand. You will never be an IGL. So
like you
yeah,
mean it.
exactly, in a meme way. But yeah, it's more those things that I learned from the others and creating my own
Yeah,
style as well.
yeah.
that's
It's
cool.
funny you said Zyru will never learn from being IGL, but there was a topic that came up. What I think it was after he re-signed or something about him being the
People
one to
didn't
fill in your
understand.
place. What was
People
that?
didn't understand because, and maybe actually Neo said it in the wrong way. But what he wanted to say is, we want Zaiwo to be a leader. Like
Yeah.
on the lockers in football, you have leaders of technical leaders. We call that
Locker
in the
room.
lockers. Yeah, locker room. Sorry, no, yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, in the locker
Hmm.
room in football, you have like those people. Um, Messi for a long time, he wasn't, or even Ronaldo. They were not like the captains, but
Yeah.
as they were so good in their own field, people, if they were saying something, people will listen to them. And that's why I said
Yeah.
to Muzau, like, you talk so not so much that whenever you talk, everyone is like, oh, Zhao is talking. And that's more
Yeah.
about that he wanted him to be more of a leader, not being an IGL, but
Okay.
just more of a leader.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was the
It's the power of his
because
voice.
I
Yeah.
don't
Now
think
I get
Zhao
it.
will be an
Now I get
IGL.
it.
It's not for the meme, but it's just knowing him for so long that I know him pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. I got one funny question for
Go
you
ahead,
here,
mate.
Dan. Is it possible for Rops to win an MVP?
Yes. It's the first
Do
time I
you
told
okay?
myself that it's possible. I think I'm gonna check, but in Melbourne it was pretty close.
No, no. Yeah, so let me ask you this. Don't check anything yet
Yeah,
before you cheat me
I
out of
don't.
this one. What do you think is the highest rated event Rops has ever
I know
had?
it's in Melbourne. I know it.
That was
Yeah.
Melbourne, yeah, and it was with you
Yes.
guys. Despite how amazing he's been, his best ever event, even when he's won MVPs, was with you guys with a 1.30
Yeah.
rating. But then I don't know what did let's look what
34.
Zyro dropped like
th-
140,
34. No, 34 or something.
34,
I think it's 34 or something. We talked. We had this. And
39, 39. Yeah, it was nearly 140.
39.
See?
Okay. Yeah, but he knows it's gonna be tough. And but it's the first one I say that it's possible to win a MVP ahead of Zaiwu. He's the only one that I see capable of doing it. It's
Okay.
not gonna be easy,
yeah,
but yeah. And what's fun is before APL, I said I had two. I was looking at the stats of my teammates and mostly Raps and Zaiwu, and
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
best tournaments they had was in EPL, like the studio even. So I told them studio mentions. Uh, so so I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, I have really two really good players to play there, so it's perfect. Let's win it because I think Raps won maybe has 5 MVPs and he won maybe 2 or 3 in EPL. So
To EPL.
uh, so
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm like, okay, you're EPL farmer, brother.
I have
He's got yeah, three
one
EPL,
other
three
Yeah.
EPL.
question. So I know, like I always praise you guys when you play, like especially like when I watch you play Spirit. I feel like n- I think you're the best team in the world to like neutralize Donk in a good way. I think you're really good at finding the double nades where he goes, putting Saivu in positions where he will be, where he doesn't get the chance to shine. Is that something that you guys talk about a lot when you like go into a game like against Spirit, that we need to find ways to make his impact less?
Um, of course, whenever Donk arrived in 2024 and he did that Katowice run, like the
Yeah.
best performance of an individual of all time,
Uh-huh.
in a big tournament, I was thinking of watching him. I'm like, I need to be ready whenever I will face him. Like, how I will counter him. And the first time we play against him is Dallas 2024. We played him in the quarters, and I think he dropped a 0.86 rating. And yeah, I think that we have something. It doesn't mean that he's never gonna destroy us, because I believe
Yeah.
in that he might be able. But yeah, I'm trying to find a way to play a bit different. And for example, for me, is the best at 1v1s. You know, if you give him a one v
Mm,
one, you can't give him 1v1. So that's
Yes.
yeah.
why phase were the perfect for him. I think when you look at Katowice final and Grand major final, he dropped probably a 175 on the one and 196 on the other one. Because
Yeah.
phase, they are these players. They take duels all the time.
Yes.
To play against Donk, in that regard, it's tough. So you know, for me, my way is I tell my guys just sometimes just to play different. Like I know, we need to play on strength, but we have so many good players that can play different as well. That not only have one way to be good at, but have other ways. So, it's not only against the Donk, but some other team the way they play.
No,
I
no, but
ask my
yeah.
players to play a bit different way, to have like some different, like maybe a bit sometimes a bit less all in, against some teams, because they are really good at, when, for example, if people play really pack, I ask people sometimes to not be all in because they will refrag. They goal is to refrag.
Yeah.
Sometimes just kill one, hide, let the other two pick or ask for a flash, or shadow and mirage, except of repicking. You do one kill, you wait for flash, or you hide, your friend is picking, killing one more, you can repick, etc. Like those things. And sometimes I'm asking, yeah, my guys to play in different way against certain teams or certain players, because yeah, it's different, and it's normal to have like a little of counter when kid is that good.
Yeah, because I think, I mean, all teams, just like you said, like back in the days when you have Navi as like a opponent that you just couldn't beat. You could beat everyone else, but Navi was
Yeah,
crazy hard for you guys. That's when you need, some styles just counter you. Like some
yeah.
teams will just counter you, and you can't approach the game in the same way and just bang your head against the wall.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's
Uh,
it's tough as well for some teams. That's why, because I talked with in the wedding, Jax is in a foot team, is like the Turkish
yeah,
organization, and he
Yeah.
plays his IGL is Devo Dubek, and I had this call with him, and I told him, for me, what's important when you're beating the bottom in the ranking is to be good at one style. You can't be good at everything. It's already tough for us in tier one that's been playing there forever to be good in every styles. You guys need to be good like in one style, like Gambit did back then, like
yeah,
VP as well did
Mm,
with Jame, like Furia
yeah.
did in the other way. They had like their own style with hearts, and they were doing it. It
yeah,
was not enough to win trophies, but that was good enough to get there, and that's what I told them.
yes,
And for us, it's not. I have the players to be able to do it, to be able to play and to play different way against certain teams. For example, I take the example because now they are a bit in tier 2 and we play them less and less, and they change a bit at the end. But when we used to play against Jame, why would I use nades at 130 in a round? That would not
There's no
make
point.
sense. We won games against them where we were keeping all our nades. They were coming at 25 seconds. We smoke. GG, guys. You need to come through now.
Go
No
save.
save. I'll
Save,
save.
save,
I'll save.
save,
I'll go
save.
through kill 2
Yeah.
and go save. But it's exactly what's important there. Like playing a different way against different teams, because everyone has their own style and you can't like copy paste everything you do all the time against every teams, because then you will be countered.
No.
And that's also part of why we've been successful, is also our
Yes.
way to change the way we play. Sometimes we play map
Yeah.
control really slow. Sometimes we play more pop and having like more strats, and sometimes we play more default and playing a bit more loose. It just depends against who we play and the confidence we have at that moment. And for me, that's so key to be also recognized as a good IGL and be a good IGL. You need to be able to
Yeah.
play a lot of styles.
No, I 100% agree. I even wrote down you're the most dynamic team because you can fake defaults with patterns. You can do the default with the same pattern. And I know how it is to be on the other side when you hear the same things all over again, but something different is happening every round. And you're
Mhm.
just scared. You know that, okay, I cannot be alone, go here. I cannot be alone, go there. Because if that happens, we lose. If that happens, we lose. And you create so many problems that you have to solve on the server that as an enemy team of yours, you have to connect everyone at the same time. And you don't always have the time to solve all of these solutions as a whole group,
Yeah,
you
you're
know?
right. You're right.
It makes it much more complicated to fix these
You
issues.
know, that's the thing for me. Being a good IGL, what does it mean to be unpredictable? That's the most important.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
because, for example, when you see some teams playing really good, like I will take the G2 example in 2024. They played really good at some point, but it was the same stuff all over and all over again. And they were good at doing it. But
Mhm.
like if we had like the right thing at that moment, we will counter it. We're just not good enough, but we
Yeah.
will counter it. For us, I think it's tough because we can do so many different stuff, you know. Sometimes we can be like a 4 mid, sometimes we can be on Mirage, for example, we can be everywhere on the map. We can do the same stuff and doing a fast pace and slow pace. And we have also a lot of different strats as well. Like I can run the bomb site on so many different ways because I worked on so many different strategies that when you are I'm taking like the spot of a city and like I need to hold. But yeah, the guy can do that, he can do that. So if I use these spots, I'm blind. I've used this. If they do this, I'm good. But if they do this one, I'm bad. I mean, it creates like
Yeah.
so much uncertainty to players, and that creates a lot of like tough things for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. There's one final quick thing I want to get onto before we get to viewer
Sure.
questions, Dan, if that's all right with you. Pesh is back.
Yes.
Your good old friend.
Yes.
Just he obviously, even when he was not part of your team as the manager, I still the only tweets I see from him is about you
Yeah.
guys, is about Vitality. He's very French. He loves you guys, but you have such a good
Yeah.
relationship with him as well. Is this just like one last
Yeah.
ride?
Exactly.
Go get him another major.
Yeah. With Amy, it was just meant to be. Like, it's not only about us.
Yeah,
It's the work. Manager is not only like being with the team. It's also a lot of work with the org, and stuff didn't go
yeah,
the best. So she's also part of what we did, the 7 trophies together,
yeah.
etc. She's part of that, and will
Oh, dude, she was so
yeah,
passionate. I got her on my personal video when you guys win, full crying, full in
yeah.
emotions. She was really with and loving in what you guys are doing.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, and I'm really happy she was there, and I will not thank her enough for the what she did for us. Um, but yeah, Pesh is a different guy. He's a friend of mine. He's a
Olympic.
friend of mine. He's a good fucking good guy, and it's just good to see him back. And I told him, "No, you're
Yeah.
back, and we will lose everything." So thank you.
Oi, he's the one you blame. He's the
Exactly,
one you blame if anything
exactly. I
fucks
got
you,
you.
up.
you take all the pressure off your back, put on him.
Perfect. It's easy now. So yeah,
Oh,
that's the thing.
uh, That's gonna be good
Yeah,
fun. Now, I want to also ask about you got your own merchandise right now. This is where we're at, Dan. And I remember commenting when you put it up on Instagram story. So this is on
yeah,
merchskin.club. And the first one I commented about is you even got a t-shirt that says, even my mum was on
yes.
B with you doing this.
Yeah, I think
The fact we got this on a t-shirt is
yeah,
perfect. This is
it's a really
amazing.
good thing. We did work together to make a merch, and
Yeah.
I think it's really good to have this kind of stuff with like some meme of some important moments. I think the next
So
one
Yeah.
so
will be this one
when
probably, but
yes, I was just about to ask, like, when
Yeah.
is this
yes,
one coming?
I think it should be somewhere. But first of all, we as we did it before the major, yeah, it's nice merch and it's good quality as well. I received them.
Yeah.
I no, I didn't receive them, but I know the product we use, and it's really good. So it's really nice.
I gotta say though, you now need to level up even more in the gym because they've made you look like a Greek god. Like he's got huge. We're gonna put it on the screen for everyone to see. You got massive biceps, full abs popping out of the shirt and everything. They've
Okay,
made Dan look
they did the
amazing.
first one where I was a bit chubby. I said no, I'm not like that, and they did that. I'm like maybe it's too
Yeah.
much, but it's fun.
No, I love it. Hey, this is how you set a new goal for
Yeah,
yourself,
exactly.
right? This is it. This is the almost bodybuilder
Yeah, exactly. It's
mode.
too
Dan
much,
coming in there.
but it's fine.
Oh, we love it. And also, you're not going to get rid of me, mate, because in 2 days we're doing the show match
Yeah.
together. I'm commentating. Actually, I'm commentating, just to
Yeah.
say that clearly, with Anders. It's on the 16th of July in a couple of
Yeah.
days from after this filming at 7 p.m.
Uh,
CST. It's you going up against Carrigan. Hello,
yeah.
dog. What's the dog's
It's
name?
Ange. Ange. Yeah, like
Ange.
an angel.
Uh-huh.
She,
Ah.
I think
Oh.
she wants to hit.
She's like, excuse me, you've been here a
You
long
need to
time.
wait a
Feeding
bit.
time now. Nearly
Yeah.
done, I promise, Ange. But the show match, you got up against Carrigan. So just another easy dub there, even in the show match. We're gonna have some fun.
Yeah, I think it's the goal is to have some fun. Um, it's always good to have those moments for CS, etc. Just have to more relaxed games and enjoying some good Counter
Yeah.
Strike. So I hope people will come with a lot of people will come and will enjoy that moment for sure.
I'll just tell you this, as I'm not a commentator, I'm gonna be shit talking like
It's so
commentators
good.
the
It's
whole
so
time. I'm
good.
gonna have some real fun with this.
Enjoy, mate.
They're
You,
letting me
you
loose. They're letting me
enjoy.
loose on this
You
one.
deserve it.
All right. Well, we've got some good viewer questions coming in here, so I'm going to start with the first one, if that's all right with you, Dan.
Sure.
You good with that?
Yeah. Let's go.
Thank you very much again for all the time. So this guy says his name is Miscellanean. Says a common past criticism of Apex was his tendency to become overly emotional or tilted. He put tilted in quotation marks during games. Yet we saw none of that in Dallas and Austin. Even the "fuck you" Apex chants didn't manage to like affect you. How did he manage to stay so composed?
Well, I guess it's also like putting your brain. I was repeating myself to myself for a month. You need to be the best captain you can be. You need to be the best captain. You need to be able to
Mhm.
tilt the least possible extra. And what's crazy is I think I tilted 0 times in Austin, which was the most important tournament.
Wow.
But the shit thing is, sometime in Melbourne, after we lose 2 rounds against Falcons 5v3s, it's pretty known. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah.
I was pretty mad at my teammates,
Yeah.
but that was needed. And actually, if it was the same in the major, I would have done it. And sometime when you do it in the good way, etc., like right after we won, we lost 0 rounds after. So that's really
Mhm.
important to do those stuff and if it's timed well. But yeah, it's just working on yourself every day.
I'm sure you were equally tilted in the gym at 1v5 there against
I
our
was
sports.
really tilted as well. I was tilted. I was actually tilted. You see me on the camera that I'm tilted.
Yes, yes.
We did a breakdown of that on the podcast. Devwalk went through like all the moments that allowed it to happen. So it's
There's
probably
so
something
many
you went through
mistakes, but yeah.
bit
The
by
worst
bit,
is the
one by
Zaiwu
one.
one, but for me the three
Yeah.
one. But yeah, it's this guy
Yeah,
can do mistakes sometimes.
he's
Yes,
allowed then.
exactly.
Devwalk, ask the next one for us, please, mate.
Okay, this is from Risen. Or yeah.
Yeah,
I
Risen
mean
Spec.
how do you think going to the gym impacted you and the whole team? Also, of all the majors you've won, which one did you love the most? I mean, Paris,
Yes,
you
answered.
pretty much answered that
Yeah,
one.
Paris without a doubt because of the family and at home. But yeah, what helps me is I'm a hyperactive person, so I really need to get some energy out of my body somewhere, and the gym is a good way. Also, the self confidence when you grown up muscles and you feel more jacked and etc.
Yeah.
It's really important for me and just to put oxygen in my brain in a way. And I used to run. I just have a fit problem for too long. I wish I could do both because it's also a good way for me to do it well.
Do you
You could
okay?
run with
I have a
Pesh.
follow up question. How many gym strats are in Vitality's strat book
Zero
right
actually.
now?
Not gym
Zero.
strats. We have a lot of
No gym
we have
strats.
when I find a strat, I called it also the city we are in. So we have a Austin, we have a Melbourne, we have stuff like that. So we have a
Ah.
like
Ah.
for example there we have a Mezi, Remy, Shanghai, Eric because I have my strats there. Kazakh, Turbo, Danny's a dog, Pera, Vitality, like
I like the dad is a dog. This
it's
is
a strat
brilliant.
on me when I do something shit. So yeah, it's a
Okay. I got to ask this though, right? Because when I see you guys in the gym, there's like a team workout though, right? You and Jack doing some like sets, and also Flames, he's been getting
yeah.
more involved as well. There's a bit of gym synergy with this now,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, we try to bring Zayo and Robs, but it's not possible.
Yeah,
So
that might be
yeah,
too
it's maybe
much. What about
it's too much.
Messi? Does he
Yeah,
come?
he does some runs, a couple of runs, so
Okay.
it's good. I've been running with him in Austin actually. Um,
Oh, in that
yeah,
heat,
in
bro.
the
In
hits,
that
yes,
heat.
yes, we did it together.
Ooh.
I was burning,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think it's a part of us as well, and it helps us to, you know,
Brilliant.
in a way in CS, all teams are CS is 95% of the job, okay? And you could
Mhm.
add those little 1% outside of the game where in the way you eat, in the way you react to things. For example, I don't eat shits in tournaments except at the end, etc. So it's just the small things. The only thing I allow myself is drinking a bit of wines sometime when we go to restaurant, but that's the only bad thing I do.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
French.
exactly. So
You're
so
French.
that makes
That's
sense. Yeah,
normal.
exactly.
All right, the next question. Skorga says, congratulations on everything recently. Skorga is one of our, he submits a question every single time, our most valued viewers in here.
Great.
And he says, thank you for being one of the best personalities in Counter-Strike. Two questions. Despite your success, do family members still ask you when you're going to get married and have kids, settle down, etc.?
Yes, of course. Like at some point, people show me they show me the clock. Like it's coming, bro. It's time now.
Yeah.
So yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But as I said before, it's time for everything, and also like doing it now, like as Messi did, it's not easy because you don't see your kid that
Mhm.
much. He is growing,
Yeah.
and then it's a choice of life. But for me for now, I'm gonna wait a bit.
Yeah, I advise the waiting for a bit
Uh,
as well because I'm in the same situation as Messi, and you miss a lot of the key
yeah,
moments. You're thankful for the ones you do get to have,
yeah,
but I guess I look at it probably in a similar way to Messi of you do it now for the better life you can
yeah,
give.
for sure.
But yeah, each to their own with it. And then second question, I didn't even know this by the way, so this might be wrong. He says, as someone else has asked about going to the gym, I'm going to ask this. What are the perks of being sponsored by Magnum and Ben of Jerry's ice cream at Team Vitality? I didn't even know this was a
Yeah, it's a
sponsorship.
sponsor. Um, actually,
That's
I don't know
brilliant.
if you've seen this, but we did like a ad. It's
Oh,
yeah,
advert,
advertising
yeah.
for them. It's actually going on Uber Eats, I think, in France, and and I
No
heard it's one
way.
of the best ad in Uber Eats. So
I need to
yeah,
see
it's
this. Vitality.
Vitality
I have to
Magnum.
watch it as
I don't
well.
know if it's on. I think it should be there. Uh,
Vitality Mag.
I don't find it.
Captain Apex guilty pleasure.
No, actually, it's sugar. I mean, I need to eat least sugar I can. But yeah, I did it and I loved it. I mean, it was good to eat this good this good sugar, but
Oh.
because I had to do the advertising, otherwise I would never do it. I can't find it.
Oh, I'll look back and try find it. I'll have to find it afterwards, but that's pretty baller.
It's not,
All right,
Is it
next questions.
is it the one with the chessboard?
I'm with Zaiwu on the couch, and I'm eating, and you see me straight away, but I'm not sure he's there actually.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You
Yes,
found
yes,
it?
yes, yes. It's this one. I will drop it in our
Yeah.
chat here. I think it's this one.
So where's the chat?
On the recording on the channel we are in Discord.
Let's have a look.
It's called the
Oh, it's an Instagram reel of it. Here we go.
okay. The where's the chat? Because
So you go on the where we are sitting in the room
I
and
don't
you
see
just
the
press the
actually I
open.
don't see the room where I got moved on.
Okay. Then I will send
Ah,
it to you privately.
Dan, your face
Yeah.
in this.
Is it
I've
this
sent
Yeah,
one?
it
this
to you
one, this
directly,
one.
Dan.
Yeah.
It worked really well.
He's really enjoying himself.
Yeah, exactly. And it worked really well. That's what we do in media days sometimes.
Grand
You
Slam,
deserve
fuck
an
you, Apex.
Oscar for this
Yeah, behind is Grand
Apex.
Slam winners and fuck you is written as well on the fridge. I'm a,
And now he takes it from
yeah,
you.
exactly. That is because he says, "Oh, we're watching the game, but I'm doing noise," and he's like, "Oh, fuck it. What are you doing?" And he tries as well after, and
It's the close ups. This is
yeah,
killing me. And there's Rob.
yeah. And at the end, because Zayu enjoys as well at the end, and Robs is like, "Guys, you're supposed to watch the game."
Yeah, yeah.
It's a good
Oh,
one.
that's brilliant. I like that. That's a nice, fun one. All right. Next question. Devil Walk.
What moments in your career stand out as turning points, both high and lows? And this is from GX Markellion.
Low point of my career was probably 2018 before I joined Vitality. I got benched from G2 and I spent a couple of months, 2 or 3 on the bench, where G2 wants to sell me for too much money. So it's getting really rough. And yeah, so if I have to point this one, and it was really tough to go against, but thanks Vitality arrived and I'm there. And Hub is this last 6 months has been the best moment of my career so far without a doubt, and it's been, I will say, enjoyable.
Yeah. Another question. I'll take one more from this guy.
Yep.
GX Markellon. Who's the most underrated player you've played with or against?
Again, it's too hard to answer because there are so many players. So and my career is so long that I have no idea if I have to. But
Yeah.
played with, of course, Messi is there. Maybe has to be up there. And I'm thinking about APK as well, because stat wise he wasn't the best, but he was also a really good teammate, etc. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I would go with both of them.
Yeah.
RPK, is he still working on the cards
Yes,
and
he
stuff
does. He
now?
does. It's been a while.
He loves that,
Yeah,
right? It's like his
yeah, it
passion.
is. It is. It's been a while since I saw him actually. Like a bit less than, bit more, yeah, a bit less than a year. I saw him. We had the restaurant together, but yeah, it goes well. We still talk sometimes, and it's been already 4 years he retired. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Life is
Yeah.
crazy.
That is, it goes so
Yes.
fast. It goes so fast. I'm gonna ask one more question from this Mark Ellion guy because this is a funny one, and I think we'll get a good answer from you, Apex. So it says, off the server for a moment, I've been curious to ask you this. I noticed you follow FC Barcelona on
Yeah.
your socials, so I'm guessing you're a fan. Barca was so close to winning the treble this season. Did you watch many of their games, and what did you think of their run? Do you really think they can actually win the treble under
Okay.
Hansi Flick next
Yeah,
season?
there is a spider. The guy. Thanks God I don't follow porn stars on my Instagram.
You might get in trouble with a
Uh,
girlfriend for that as
oh,
well.
actually, she will be fine. It's just following. I mean, it's just watching. What we say in France is, the only thing I have left is my eyes.
True,
So yeah,
true. I like that way of
yeah.
looking at it.
So okay, I used to be Barcelona fan mostly before because of I'm a big fan of Messi. I love
Yeah.
Messi, and for me, he's the greatest of all time, and I just love him. And I went a lot watching Barcelona games, etc. So I still follow them. I follow them a bit less lately, but I still support them. So yeah, it's been a rough season because they won only I mean they won two, but not the most important ones. but that's the way it is.
Mhm.
Next season, let's see how Yamal as well is getting there, and how everything will go. That's it.
Thank you very much. Next on Devils from Jaffa, so you can do that.
Yeah, as you've been on IGL for many years, and this season being your most successful season, what steps have you taken as a team to prioritize your mental health and prevent burnout?
It's good. It's a good question. So for me, what's important is having like blocks. We call that blocks. For example, the first block of the beginning of the season was bootcamp, Bunty, Katowice. First block. We give everything in those months and a half. Then we have a week break. That's why we didn't do like also the PG at events, because then it's too much at the end. So we create this
Yeah.
block. We give our best. We have a week off. Great. Then we continue. We have a bit. We had preparation Stockholm 2 weeks, Blast Lisbon 2 weeks. Okay, break again, 1 week break. Then again, practice Melbourne, Blast Rivals, a little break, and then Dallas and the major and break again. So we
Hmm.
had like 3 breaks in the season where some team didn't have it. So for me,
Yeah.
people need to understand that it's so important to work. It's so important to give your best in CS, etc. That's for sure. I'm the first one to work hard. But what's important is having two small breaks where you can just breathe and do
Yeah.
something else. And that's what we do. And people think that the thing is also right now people say yeah, but it's working for you, so it's good to do it, but if it doesn't work you shouldn't do it. Yeah, we should still do it, because when you arrive to
Yeah.
an event, you fail and you're like, oh, we need to work so much harder, it's not good enough, and then you keep going on another, and then you get,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and then
It's a bad loop down.
exactly, and then it drops
Yeah.
down. So for me, mental health in that
You
way,
never
it's really
repair.
important to be able to rest. And we're not, most of us are not allowed to go on the PC. Like, just go away, do something else. Me, I never go on the PC, except sometime I go at the end, like the Sunday, because I need to prepare as well some new things for the strat time we
Hmm.
have. So I try to put my brain away for 6 days or 5 days and do 1 day of like full enjoyment.
Yeah.
Full of
And
CS
and
enjoyment.
you
That's really smart way to do
Yeah, I
it,
think so.
actually.
yeah, and a lot of teams aren't doing it as well. A lot of teams just full grind this time
Yeah,
as well. Are you going to keep this same like 2 events, 1 week off during this next season?
depends. For example, it's gonna be a bit different at the beginning of the season because we have almost 4 events in a row. We have Cologne
Wow.
to Bounty to EWC to Blast Open. So we won't be able to
Oh
take so much
yeah.
rest. But after that,
Hmm.
instead of having 7 days, we'll have 10 days, because then we have EPL and we have like between the end of Blast Open and the beginning of
Hmm.
EPL, I think it's a month. So we take 10 days off, and then we have 2 weeks and a half
Yeah,
to
from
practice.
7th of September till October the 3rd, because you'll skip fissure.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're skipping the fissures and the PGL events, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. That's a very good way of doing it. All right. The next one is from Shadow Hunter. How is the team feeling after losing the first map versus the Mongols and the crowd being heavily against you? We kind of answered
Yeah,
that,
we
right?
did,
We
we
already
did.
covered that earlier in the podcast, so that's fine. I'll go on to the next one then from Jack Soon. He says, what was the journey for you like becoming an IGL? What came naturally and what aspects did you have to work on over the years? I guess we haven't
Kind of covered
Yeah,
it, but
kind of, yeah.
but I would answer quickly. What came naturally is like my work ethic, like a human leader, and those stuff. And what didn't come, what I had to work hard for is being open with my teammates and listening to them, and also being able to work on my emotions.
Hmm.
okay. This is
Yeah.
from Casper. As the player who currently has the most aura right now
Ah,
in CS, do you think being vocal against enemies boosts your confidence and/or performance?
even though I mean I always screamed on people, is they're not gonna
Yeah.
change because I have more aura, as they say, or less aura. Um, what's important for me is being myself 24/7, and the person you see uh, in tournaments is not a fake Apex. Is that the real Apex, the guy that's done at the end? It's just me, and I'm trying to be myself most of the time. So yeah, that's it.
See, I like what Dan's saying here on a lot of this because we said about this authenticity you have with it.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that comes to me. Dan, you know, Navi's my team, right? But I'm not biased towards them. It's just my team,
Yeah.
my friends, my organization. I know. And so many people go, "You work as a talent. You can't be with one team." I said, "What am I supposed to do?" Then just lie and just like be like, "No, I'm not. I'm still a fan of the fucking game. I still enjoy the game. I
Yeah.
watch the game. Doesn't mean I don't appreciate when Spirit wins or when Vitality win, whatever else is happening." So yeah, you should always be that way. I think the good example is like looking at if you're not being yourself and you go away from that, then the fans will see a difference in you, and then it's not a nice reality of it all. I think that's
I
what we've
hate
got in
that.
CS, especially. CS is so good that we can be
Mhm.
us, and you can. You're not a riot game, right? Where you can't say fuck you and this, and you get in trouble for it. We can be us, and the fans see that and feed off that, and they can hate you, they can love you, but it's you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it
Exactly.
all.
That's what we love the most. Just being
Yeah.
ourselves, and and
I,
that's the best. I agree.
I never want Valve to change that ever. They should never
No,
change that. Well, this is a good one. Slim says, "What do you think about the loadout system in CS2? Personally, I think it's an incredibly poor addition, and there shouldn't be a limit on what weapons you can choose from during a match."
there is a good of the bad thing from Loadout. No, finally we can play with the 2M4s. We asked that
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
Now we can choose. Like me, I'm not a. I love the big M4, but I'm not good enough with it, so I don't use it enough. But I think like a lot of my teammates, they just change with situation when they want to do an aggro move where they feel better extra. I think it's a really good thing. So I think the loadout is, yeah, sometimes it's pretty annoying that I can't take the hog and the scouts at the same time because if I have the 2M4s extra,
Yeah.
so you have some struggle like that, but that's part of the game. I mean, I'm not a complainer anyway. I'm not complaining that much overall. When people say, "Yeah, what do you think about that?" I just do my best to. When I hear like those newbies saying, "Ah, CS2 is shit," like shut the fuck up and work hard to just do the best you can. It's just bad to say
Hey,
that.
you played Source at the beginning, Dan,
Yeah.
didn't you? That was really bad at the start. That was not fun.
Actually, Source. I didn't play at the start of Source. I played when it was good.
Okay.
So
Oh, you came on the rise
yes,
up.
exactly.
Mm.
I remember the
It
very early
was
days
really
of
shit.
Source. I was like, "Oh God, oh what is
Yeah, it
this?"
was really bad. But then it got better. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they did improve it. All right, one final question, DW.
Okay, from Cam. As a player, you've been prone to tilting, and its impact was most apparent in the Melbourne Grand Final versus Falcons. But by the major, you reset multiple times and remained very effective in your games. You mentioned in interviews at the major that this has been a focus of yours. What made you realize it's something you needed to work on? And what did you do to work? Your name is in the way. What did you do to work on it, and how did you achieve such significant improvements in your mental game in such a short period of time?
No, I think Melbourne. I was not that tilted. I just, as I said before, there were some moments as IGL you need to. I'm not. You know, I heard Yakin there saying, "Oh, it's cool because Falan never tilts." That's bullshit. You're not a great agile because you never failed. That's not true. Everyone
Mm,
is different, and the way that Helen does things doesn't mean that I'm doing bad because I'm different than that. And so that's bullshit. For me, it just sometimes it's needed, sometimes I feel to do it, sometimes I don't feel to do it. So
yeah.
for me in Melbourne, maybe I got tilted a bit of times. Actually, I don't remember that much, but maybe a bit. That's for sure. But it's just because sometimes it's needed, and you feel you need to
Hmm.
put it in away. And what's important is the reaction of your team. Because when I got tilted, the team was going up, and that's what's needed. It's not like just tilt to tilt. It just tilts because I know at that moment I didn't tilt on the first 5v3. I did on the second one because I'm like, it's normal
Yeah.
to do one mistake sometimes. It's fine. Let's do win the next one. But
Yeah,
two in a row because we played the same way is not. We're not allowed to do it. So for me,
Yeah.
yeah,
Unacceptable.
exactly. So you need to. Yeah, I'm also like the voice, and I'm also responsible for that. I need to find a solution,
Hmm.
and I maybe did things before that didn't work. So you need to understand that, and also, yeah, once again, I need to be myself, and sometimes if I'm frustrated is also because I have too many emotion, too many frustration in myself that needs to go out. And what you need to
yeah,
understand is also my teammates accept that. They know me. They know I'm this guy.
Hmm.
So if I scream that way, it's just because also I need it, and it's because people fuck up, so they don't take it bad like it was the first time. They know me, so it doesn't affect them as much as you guys think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you know what's funny? Because what you're saying there, Dan, I remember some analysts said when Rob's joined, oh, he won't like how Apex is. He won't be able to deal with it or accept it. Look where we're at right now. Like it's all still working.
Because it's
No, but
it's
it's right what you're saying. Like different things are needed at different times. You know, if you're just smiling happy every time someone does a mistake and joke about it, it will lose how effective it is. You need to do
Yeah.
things differently and at the right time.
exactly. And you're
Um,
right, you're right. And accepting
and
it,
yeah,
Well,
accepting it also, like, people don't see it the same way, but okay, Rabs, if doesn't accept because he's a more chill guy for sure. He's more calm. But
mm,
Robin sometimes doesn't talk like much, so I need to be mad at him then. It's the same way.
yeah.
People don't say it the same, but tilting, there is two ways of tilting. I mean, Rabs is not like that. I'm not talking about Rabs, but in general. Like,
Mhm.
because I never heard Robin tilting except once in practice, I think. To be honest, only once. But there is two ways. First way is showing your emotion, being like tilted as I am, like, oh fuck it,
Mhm,
slamming. The other people, they are like getting more calm, like they don't talk
yeah,
anymore.
they're
mhm.
What's the
silent.
worst? I
Yeah.
think it's more calm. I promise, because at least the
It's
guy,
me. That
when he's frustrated, he say it. The goal is that he's able to reset. That's just the most important. When people go down, it's the worst. When people are too quiet, it's the worst. I promise
See, I need to change my behavior because Devil's always like, Bakes, I've not heard you in 3 rounds, and I'm just fucking silently losing my mind,
Yeah,
just
it's
playing Faceit. We play Faceit together, and he knows when
so
I've
Banks, did
disappeared
you
because,
mute your mic?
you.
and I'm just full fucking losing it
Yeah.
through the game.
So it's just different. Like, just people. What's important at the end is we are humans. We are different.
Mm,
We have different way to deal with emotions. We need to accept each other. But then you need to show improvement. If someone tells you, if my teammate comes and say, Dan, I think you too much tilt, you too much emotional. Like, you need to try to go down. I will say, okay, I'm gonna work on this and show you that I care of what you say and get better. That's what
yeah.
matters, because we will not
Yeah,
change. I said it already at the beginning that I was not myself at the beginning, and that's important to be yourself. But don't be too much yourself. That's the only thing.
Well, Dan, this was absolutely incredible. First of all, thank you
4
so much for
hours.
giving me all this time and being with us, man. This was
it's been
this
an
was eye
honor.
opening. Yeah, this is we got to learn more. But like you should see the research we try to do is we watch like past podcasts you've been on, past Nell's document on you where he wrote that article, some other articles and things trying to learn, but a lot of stuff's in French. And watching that with English subtitles sucks.
Uh,
There's not it's hard for me to
yeah,
understand because it sometimes doesn't translate correctly. But even then, we've still been able to learn so much from this,
I hope so.
and it's been an absolute pleasure, man. So thank you so much for
That
that.
was cool.
I'm sure people are going to
Yeah, I hope
enjoy it.
so. I hope so. It was cool
I'll
for me as well. So thank you guys
I'm
for
glad you,
hosting
you
that.
you said something though. You said sometimes you watch the podcast and things. Are you someone who watches a lot of these different shows or tries pays attention to any of this stuff? Not just ours. I mean, like in general.
I'm
Do
not
you
watching the
look?
war thing. I will be honest. I'm watching stuff that's
Yeah.
interesting for myself. Okay, some stuff
Yeah,
like about sometimes
Aha.
about us, about like the way you see things, etc. And
Yeah.
I do that on sometimes you see on the social that you see shorts or whatever of people like doing
yeah,
Yeah.
some comments. So I'm reading, like, sometimes I'm just listening to the Huawei. So yeah, of course, sometimes I'm listening to the some Thorin, you guys, SHL TV,
Mhm.
but not too much because of course we don't have I don't have time to watch everyone
Yeah.
and to
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
listen to
yeah.
everyone myself. But it's interesting to see like different point of view, and how use guys. I like also how people see us. What you guys think about
Yeah.
us? And then I'm like, okay, they're completely wrong because once again, like just
Yeah, because we don't
you
know.
try
Yeah,
to just speak
Please
it.
tell us. We'd love to learn.
Yeah, sometimes I can't say too much as well, but you speak. I don't know, I don't know how to say in English. I'm not sure it's an English word, but yeah, whatever. But you say things that you're not sure about, which it's normal. You need also to be able to talk. I'm like, no, it's not
Mm,
exactly like that. That's also fun to see, like, people's perspective about us, or about things
yeah,
on us, or
yeah.
about what's going on a certain way. Or sometimes when I know about something and I hear about, okay, how people like react about it, and or sometimes more like precise stuff about the player, what they think about the player. Yeah, I like to listen to those
Do
things.
you, I always try to see because I'm very privileged, right? With doing the interviews, a lot of players talk to me about stuff and they'll always tell me, like, you can't say about this. So I don't ever repeat things. But I'll always say on the podcast, I don't have any insight from this to make sure all the fans know it's clear. I think,
Yeah,
like, I'm seeing this and
Yeah.
I think it could be this, for example, you know? Like, the hardest one was this JL Navi move because obviously I knew that was coming from a mile off. I just told people, but it's definitely not Emma going. Like, everyone thought it was pointing at him the whole time.
yeah, yeah.
But that's the beauty of it all, right? Some of it is speculation, some of it's what
Speculation,
we
exactly.
see and how we view things. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So Dan, I'm just gonna say the last thing is for you to address anything you want to say to the fans. Final words, mate.
Sorry, can you repeat the end? Didn't listen. I didn't hear the end.
you can say you can say your final words to all the fans who are watching.
Well, the last 6 months have been a privilege for us, in a lot of ways. Being for the fans, for us, for CS in general. So I'm really glad to be able to do that for to do that job for everyone because we live so much emotions together and etc. So it's good. Thanks everyone for supporting us, for following us. I think I got 50K followers and more on Instagram. I think thanks to the major. So hello to the new followers. But no, it's just I'm privileged, as you said. We are privileged to do that work, and without the fans, without the people watching, we wouldn't be no one because there would be no sponsors, there would be no hype, it would be nothing like a lot of
Yeah.
other shit games. So I'm really glad you guys there, and hope we will keep winning because as I said, I'm not done winning, and even though I'm 30 years old, 2 years old, sorry, I'm still super hungry to win trophies.
And if you keep gymming, you keep going like you're doing, you'll stay young, stay fragging, still doing
Yes, I'm gonna
your
try.
good wins and your many
I hope
trophies.
so. I hope so. That's the job.
oh
I wish
yes.
you the best of
Devil.
luck on doing it, and I hope you achieve that historic best season or best year ever.
Yes,
I
I hope
guess
so too.
most.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll
So good
definitely
luck, man,
say
and thank you so much for coming on. You've been a pleasure
That
to
was
talk
really
to,
good.
and I
As I
didn't
said to
even.
Bang, I think for me it was important to not do it because at some point I
oh
did a
yeah,
lot.
I didn't tell anyone
I did a
this.
lot in a row, and
Yeah.
I told
Yeah.
Bang that we should wait a bit because actually it's good that we won the major, so it's even better. That's my first long
It's
interview.
even better.
That's my first long interview I do after the major, so I think it's good because I did a lot at some point, and for me, it's also good to
hmm
be able to be a guy that is not everywhere all the time. Because even though
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
bit different and you work differently than the others, people still see me, so they're tired. They're like, actually, I
Mhm.
wrote that on my, there is a lot of YouTube videos from French lately of myself, and on Twitter I almost
Yeah.
apologize that sorry that you see me that much. And I also want to be also a bit of more of a guy that but don't know too much because it's good to have a little bit of
Mhm.
secret. But it's sometimes just
Yeah.
coming and say the things and etc. But it was really nice, and I enjoyed those more than 4 hours. I think the first time I do that.
I didn't expect it to be this long. I know you can talk, but I didn't expect this. And Dan, you were 100% right. You know when they won the major, Devilk, he said to me at the party, he goes, "Hey, it's good we didn't do this interview before because I wanted to do it before the
Yeah.
major and get his thoughts." And he's like, "I told you this would be good." and hey, look, it absolutely delivered. So Dan was right again with his amazing memory. An incredible year so far for 2025. Let's see what the rest of it holds
Yes,
for him. Definitely going to be front runners and favorites coming into Cologne. It's been a pleasure having you, man. This was episode 19 of the All About Counter Strike podcast. It's been all about apEX. We'll see you on the next episode, which will be a preview of Cologne and looking at all of the roster moves, all the craziness that's been going on in the Counter Strike scene. See you later.